on a pair of cleats. Yeah. All through high school, two-a-days, college, the combine, and now it's here. It's draft day, baby boy. Join the franchise on all of our social media platforms and at franchisesportsmedia.com on the new home of Las Vegas sports.
How you doing? All the training, all the sacrificing, all the two-a-days, playing a season in the offseason, dealing with things that weren't in their control, and their moment is finally here. Welcome to Draft Day 2021. I'm Joe Arrigo with Franchise Sports Media. The wait is almost over for over 300 college football players as they embark on another step to fulfilling their childhood dream. The journey took a different path than most years, but nonetheless, they are on the precipice of starting their next chapter of their football careers. As we start to try and get back to some normalcy, it's great to have the NFL draft back. The fans in attendance with Roger Goodell dishing out hugs to all the players that are attending. It's time we get down to the business of football. This is where teams are built, bonds are forged, and champions are made. Joining me today for the FSM Draft coverage is my partner in crime with Franchise Sports Media, my co-founder, singer, songwriter, best friend, entertainer, TQ. Our Raiders reporter who will be joining us, who always keeps it real, the Raiders Realist, CJ Baldwin. FSM's national recruiting director and Raiders reporter, Lorenzo Reyna, also writes Huddle for us. JaRon Turner, who covers UNLV football as well as high school football and authors Rebel Vision for Franchise Sports Media. Kalani Lua, who covers combat sports for us, as well as some other sports and brings a different type of entertainment and different type of humor, but he's very knowledgeable. Keep that in mind. Also joining us again from last year is Bo Warpel, the QB coach at Fort Lewis College in Durango, Colorado. And last but not least is the man who's behind the scenes and make sure we act right. Longtime Raiders fan, good friend of FSM, and the director of this year's FSM Draft Show, Gus Venegas. Welcome, everybody.
How you doing? It's a pleasure to be here, guys.
I'm already started, fellas. It's been a hell of a day, as you guys know. And normally when we do this,
hasn't it?
Okay, we're gonna address the elephant in the room right now, okay? Because there's a lot of rumors going around, and it does include the Raiders. Now, TQ, you're my brother. I love you, and I'm not too bashful to say when I'm right, I'm gonna let you know I'm right. When I'm wrong, and you were right. So you're right in this regard. The big elephant in the room is Aaron Rodgers and what's going on with Aaron Rodgers. And it is one of those things that I got some information on just before we came on. All right. So let me go ahead and give you guys the latest information on the Aaron Rodgers situation. Now, in the offseason, Aaron Rodgers went to Green Bay, from what I was told from someone inside the organization. And he literally said, look, this is where things are at. If you have Jordan, I want to be Jordan Love. Did you draft him? I want to be her long-term. Green Bay said, okay, what do you want to do? Well, let's just see what's out there. If it's something that's mutually beneficial, please trade me. Green Bay said, okay, we'll look into trading you. Well, they changed their tune as the offseason went on and decided they weren't going to get rid of him. Part of the reason why Green Bay didn't restructure his contract and to create more cap space. So Green Bay reemphasized to him and his agent and publicly that he's their quarterback for the foreseeable future, and they wanted to get something done with him. Well, that's cool with Aaron Rodgers as long as he has some say in personnel decisions, and that's not flying in Green Bay. Brian Gutekunst, the Packers general manager, is from the Ron Wolf, Ted Thompson tree, where you do not have your players make personnel decisions. They didn't do that with Brett Favre, which caused the rift with Brett Favre, and you see what happened there is a very acrimonious relationship that ended up very badly. Thankfully, things got better for both parties. Well, it's the same situation here. Rodgers wants more people, more playmakers, and to say so in the playmakers that are coming to Green Bay, or he wants in Green Bay. Well, let's make a lot like Tom Brady. Well, let's make this clear from the Green Bay Packers perspective. They're not the same way the Tampa Bay Buccaneers were a year ago. Their defense is nowhere near that defense. They didn't already have offensive pieces in place. They weren't a quarterback away. They need a couple pieces on offense, but more so on defense. So Rodgers says, okay, we can get something done if you extend my contract and not restructure my contract. So that's something that Green Bay is trying to do. Now, Rodgers could retire. That's one option. The other option is there are 3 teams that are in it for Aaron Rodgers should a trade happen. Those 3 teams are the San Francisco 49ers, the Denver Broncos, and the Las Vegas Raiders. So, Squeeze, I'm going to come to you as somebody that I've known a very long time, and I know how you feel about this. 2 of those teams you love and you ride for. Tell me where you're at right now with this situation.
I mean, to me, that's one of that's the best I've ever seen a person playing quarterback in my life consistently. I'm just talking about pure talent all the way around. I'm not gonna say he's the GOAT, but when it comes down to just playing football, playing the quarterback position, he's the best I've ever seen do it. And I'm looking at San Francisco. He puts them over the top for a Super Bowl. And I believe that more so than getting a quarterback or anything else, San Francisco traded all of that stock to get whatever piece is going to put them over the top for the Super Bowl. Because it's either Super Bowl or it's nothing. They're in their window to win a Super Bowl, and they have to do what they need to do now, because in a couple of years, they're gonna be trashed. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes in the new NFL. So if I'm San Francisco, I'm trying. It's a couple of pieces that I'm not letting them touch, but I'm giving the whole future to Green Bay. I'm letting them have it. Give me Aaron Rodgers. You can have our whole future, and we need to go win a Super Bowl or 2. And that's basically what it is. I'm a Raider fan. I am sold on Derek Carr being the quarterback for the Raiders because of the system that he's been in for the last 3 years. I want to see what happens if he's allowed the consistency that some of his contemporaries have been allowed. So I'd rather see him go to the 49ers because I believe that's a Super Bowl for the 49ers. I don't know if him coming to the Raiders is a Super Bowl for the Raiders because the Raiders defense has to do better than what they've been. That's my take on it. But I knew it, and I said it last year. I said it on this show last year. You picked up Jordan Love, and you messed up. That's what you did. You should have got the man a weapon.
Let me go ahead and state this, and I'm getting texts from people as we're doing this. The front runner for him, according to my sources, is Denver. Because the reason why it is not San Francisco is because they don't have the picks going forward that would make Green Bay happy if they were to trade him. The Raiders would be the second, the Niners would be last, unless they feel Kyle Pitts or Jamar Chase is that guy at pick 3 that can change everything and give Love some love, or even Penei Sewell to put at the right tackle until even left tackle until Bakhtiari comes back. But that's what I've just been told via text from somebody inside the organization. CJ, what do you make of this? I mean, you're the logical guy here, right? You're the Raider Realist. What do you think about this situation?
One sentence: I'll believe it when I see it. And the timing is some spicy draft news, right? Right the day of, and right as the hours building up to it. I'll believe it when I see it. To me, it doesn't make sense as far as the finances go. He obviously does less damage to the Packers if they trade him after June 1st by $21 million. That's a whole lot of coin to just move him off. If he's already sort of upset right now, what's another month or so gonna do to change that? I'm in a situation where, as Denver they're the kind of team. Elway has shown that he's willing to do stuff like that. He takes swings, but I'll believe it when I see it. I'm just one of those people, or this is one of those, I don't even smell the smoke right now. A lot of things can happen. Green Bay has shown that they're much more of a team that'll just be like, they'll call your bluff. And so, like I said, it makes for a great story. It makes for a lot of intrigue. It's going to make a lot of these really bad picks seem a little less terrible when we're still talking about Aaron Rodgers in 3 years. But I'll believe it when I see it.
Hey, I got a question. You said Denver's the front runner. How much of a real proposition is him retiring?
Pardon me, you broke up. I didn't hear you. One more time.
What about him retiring? Is that second or is that third?
No,
or what?
that would be if he doesn't get traded to one of those teams and they say we're not going to trade you. I think, and they can't get some. Look, you live in the entertainment industry. That's what you do for a living. You know the money is crazy there and it's way different than it is anywhere else. So he very easily could retire and get into hosting Jeopardy and get involved in other projects and make money hand over foot like Kobe was doing after he retired.
And you don't have to get tackled when he's doing that.
Exactly. At the same time, I think that money makes things go away, and you know that as well as I do. You could very easily have a guy that is not happy with the way things are going. All of a sudden, he gets a new contract. He's the highest paid player in the league. Hey, we're good now, guys. I got my money. I got my bread. We're cool. So I think there's some of that with it. The one thing we know about Aaron Rodgers, and we know this to be true, is Aaron Rodgers is a guy that he finds any little thing and makes a mountain out of a molehill and use it as motivation, and he's extremely petty. He's petty with everything. The way he deals with the media, there's nothing wrong with that. He's been that way his entire time in Green Bay, been that way at Cal and at Butte College. That's cool. So you know what you're going to get with him. It was very calculated for this report to come out the day of the draft, 2.5, 3 hours before the draft is set to begin. So David Dunn, his agent, did a great job with that. And, you know, there's pressures on Green Bay now. But I think both sides look really bad in terms of the way it's being handled. But I'll say this. I'm going to tell you
Why
this
does Aaron Rodgers look bad?
I think Aaron looks bad because just the way that he's done it, the way that he's gone about this situation. They were told they would keep it quiet. Green Bay and him had an agreement to keep it quiet. They'll do what they can when that time comes. And when they decided, okay, we want to keep you, he gets mad and leaks the information to Adam Schefter. His agent does.
But you just said they had an agreement. You just said they had an agreement, right?
They had an agreement. They would look into it and they would try to accommodate them. And when they decided, okay, what we were talking, the teams we talked to, it's not enough. The value for him is through the roof. You're not going to get equal value for Aaron Rodgers, not from the Raiders, not from the Broncos, not from anybody. So they looked into it and made the decision that, hey, we want to keep you and we'll extend you out. And they're still going to work on that. Don't get it wrong. They're still going to work on it, try to get it done.
So
I wouldn't be surprised by the end.
You believe that he's going to be the day one starter this coming up season for Green Bay?
If you would have asked me that 4 hours ago in our text message, yes, 100%. That's what it was. I talked to somebody there, and then the news broke, and he hit me like, yeah, we're trying to keep this quiet. Now I'm not so sure. I'm to be honest, as a fan, I'm not so sure if he's going to be the guy. And I think it's CJ brought up a very good point. $39 million. That is the salary cap. They'd be paying in Denver $40 million this year for Aaron Rodgers to play there. Now, unless you're getting 3 firsts, 3 seconds, 3 thirds, and an ascending player on defense, not Von Miller, maybe Bradley Chubb or somebody. I think if you're going to have to move him, that would be the way to go. But if not, you're not going to get value for him because now you're going to rely on an unproven quarterback. So there's a lot of different things that fall into place. But let's flip it to the Raiders. And we got everybody in here that this is the Raiders show. Let's talk about it from the Raiders perspective. You have the opportunity to land Aaron Rodgers. Quarterback is not the problem, but you're going to give up the future for Aaron Rodgers. CJ, actually, no, Kalani, I'm going to start with you. Unmute your mic. Kalani, would you mortgage the future for Aaron Rodgers as your starting quarterback for the Las Vegas Raiders?
I mortgage my future, my mother-in-law's house, my kids' tuition. I'd give away. Boy, what do you want? I would definitely do so. For example, look what just happened with Tampa Bay. They go out, for the most part, outside of a few players, they had the same roster that they had last season. They bring in the quarterback, whoop out the bam, they got another championship. The quarterback position, especially when you can get a gifted, special talent one, it changes everything. So for Aaron Rodgers, tell you what, man, they got something special right there. I like them. So I would definitely do so if I'm the Raiders. Look, this is no slight on Derek Carr, but there is a pecking order. Aaron Rodgers, Derek Carr. There's no disrespect to him. He's a fine quarterback for us. But if we have a chance to get Aaron and squeeze the juice that's in his career out of him, why not? He's clearly shown he's got enough thread left on the tire. He'll be motivated. He'll be excited to go out there and prove himself, just like a certain guy down in Tampa. And oh yeah, didn't he another quarterback who had a neck problem? Didn't he go to Denver and say, "Hey guys, I can still play"? Heard he had a pretty good time there as well. So yeah, I would definitely go after Aaron Rodgers. And let's just be frank, it is the draft. We are excited. It's not like we've been nailing the draft the last couple of years. So when you say mortgage the future, what have we really done and shown that we're going to nail it anyways? But I'm excited for the draft. And if we get a chance to get Aaron, Grandma, and you have to live downstairs, baby, and that's going to Aaron. I'm giving him everything you want.
Hey, so Huddle.
I got a question for Kalani. Who is going to sack Patrick Mahomes? Justin Herbert. Who is
you took the question.
A-Rod do that? If A-Rod can't do that, then that's a bad move.
Was it Tom Brady sacking Patrick Mahomes in the Super Bowl? No, it wasn't. So guess what? We got Yannick.
That's my point.
But we brought in Yannick New, you know, the ABC guy.
Gotway. Yeah, Gotway.
There you go. Him too. We got Mad Max Crosby, Cleveland Farrell. We got a brand new defensive coordinator. We can find ways to get guys to go after him. But if you have a chance to put an elite guy on your side of the ball versus their elite guy, hey, that be put like this. If he gets traded to Denver, Derek Carr now becomes the fourth best quarterback, maybe the fifth best quarterback in the AFC West. So I'd rather take possibly the second best or the best quarterback in the division and have a shootout chance with them as opposed to not doing so and maybe one of our rivals getting them.
You know what? Let me go to the person. Let's go to Coach Bo Warpel. Let's go to it because he's the resident Tampa Bay fan. He's the one that's been there. He's got a lot to say about a lot.
Oh,
all right, Bo. Handle it, brother.
Oh my God. Here we go.
Take your time.
So everyone on here is new from last year except TQ. So I can't say as much as I would like, but I would like to take this time to allow TQ to go ahead and apologize for the slanderous things he said about Tom Brady last year.
I wasn't around, so I don't know.
I've been dreading this guy all this morning, and I said I'm gonna have to hear this trash as soon as I get online. He's gonna show up. I thought at least he's wearing some VGK. I just knew he was gonna have a patch over his eye or some stupid pirate hat, a sword, some madness. Check this out, bro.
It's a long night
this year. Y'all smashed it this year. You did your thing. I apologize. I was very disrespectful last year because it's the Bucks, man. I wasn't expecting all of that. So you know what I'm saying. I'll eat my words today. But you're not about to repeat. I know that's what's on your mind. It's not happening. Let it go.
It's the same roster.
Good job. Let it go.
It's pretty much the entire team. It's every coordinator. It's everybody's coming back. We're going to add, we right now have the best recruiting speech there is. It's the same one Saban has. It's the one Belichick had forever. You come here in the next 3 to 4 years, you're going to get at least one title. That's happening. To say Tom Brady doesn't finish with 10 Super Bowls is not an absurd statement anymore. He did exactly what he said he was going to do, what I said he was going to do, what we expected him to do in Tampa. And now he's got that year under his belt in a new offense, and him and Arians and Leftwich are going to get together again and just keep doing it. So you won't hear too much from me, TQ, because all the QBs will be gone early, and Bucks don't pick till 32.
You know what, Bo? I just apologize. You know what I'm saying? I ate my words. I did all of that for you. And you got the nerve to get on here and say that Tom Brady is going to win 10 Super Bowls. You see what I'm saying? That's why we can't get along.
The crazy thing is that's not a crazy thing to say.
Oh,
that's
God.
the crazy part.
All right, guys, let's get into Raider. Let's get into some Raider talk now. This is the Raider draft. We're picking 17th. You know what? Let's do a recap of what they've done this offseason with free agency. Are you? Let's start off with Zoe Huddle, since Zoe's here and doesn't say too much. Let's talk about what they've done in free agency. Are you satisfied? And then you guys jump in. Everybody just jump in whenever. Are you satisfied with what the Raiders have done in free agency?
I'm satisfied, but I feel like they could still do more, and it starts tonight. I'm with CJ. I think JOK is the guy to draft for this defense. I mean, yeah, Yana Ngakwe, he addresses some pass rushing needs. You also added a buttload of defensive tackles. I still feel like the first two, maybe the first three picks of the draft for the Raiders, they have to go defense. And I still believe they have to solidify the front seven. And it starts with linebacker tonight. And, I'll just leave it at that.
CJ,
I'll tell you what, that's a smart way to go about it, because that's clearly what we need as far as playmakers. My question to the panel would be, one of the biggest issues we have on the defensive front is the middle of our defense. Who do you guys think is an ideal pick for us to put in the middle? I know Christian Barmore gets a lot of hype behind him, but let's be honest. We only heard about him in the last 2 games of the season. Is that somebody you want to invest a 17 pick in? There are other candidates down the list that we could possibly get later. Who do you guys think maybe we should try to target to put in the middle of our defense? Because if you look at any good defensive line, it's all four that are contributing, not just the ends or just the inside. I think we got the ends. If we get the inside going, we could get some. We could get it rock and roll.
No, you're exactly right, but that's precisely why this is one of the worst interior D-line drafts in a long time. I mean, maybe a solid decade. It's just really slim pickings. I mean, who's the best guy after Barmore? Like Davion Nixon? I mean, he's slated for the 3rd round. It's one of those things for me where that's kind of been the problem. We talked about this a little bit yesterday when we were just all kind of talking. Drafting a guy for position just based on that is why you end up having to redraft a guy on position. Barmore's a guy I've got slotted around 28th in this draft. I think he's good, but at 17, unless you're moving back, and then you're moving back and you're basically seeding sort of an overall talent level to get a guy who fits a position. That's why the JOK pick made more sense to me in that, you know, he's got a history of being versatile and he's a more higher rated player for this draft. I mean, the fever dream for a lot of people is going to be Micah Parsons. I just don't see him lasting until 17. I think if he starts to slide, someone's jumping in there to take it. Okay,
so with Micah Parsons, the problem with Parsons isn't anything other than off the field. On the field, I have him as the second best player in this draft on my top of my board.
Me too.
When I look at Parsons, you're looking at a guy that can do everything on the field, go sideline to sideline, rush the passer, drop back into coverage. He doesn't miss tackles. He's a clean tackler. He finishes strong, which as a defensive coach, you love to see that. And that's something that the Raiders have missed out on. On the flip side, the off the field stuff, you know, there's, from what I've been told by NFL sources, there's been nothing for any type of sexual harassment or sexual assault. So that's off the table. The biggest problem with Parsons is twofold. One, Ohio State was not allowed to recruit them because they were trying to pay him, and that got reported to the NCAA. And two, there was an incident where him and some teammates were messing around with another teammate, threw some water on him while he was sleeping, and got his phone and his computer wet. A fight broke out. He actually tried to break up the fight, but got punched and ended up getting into a fight with the teammate. The player left, and he was not named. He was an unnamed player in an assault charge again that a complaint filed against Penn State University and Coach James Franklin. Those are an immaturity, a little immaturity. But you got to have those types of guys on the defense. You don't want a bunch of Saints. And we're talking about the Raiders here. TQ, you and I talk about this all the time. When it came to Al Davis, right, Al would say, you got to put the quarterback on his back in the first 10 or 15 plays hard, right? That's what Micah Parsons does well. Mm-hmm. If Micah Parsons
Absolutely.
starts to slide, the Raiders would be prudent to move up and go get him. I think he may slide, but to your point about Barrymore and CJ, this is where I think you and I, when we're going through our mock yesterday, I like Barrymore more than most. I think with defensive tackles, you have to project forward. And I think that's what we're seeing with Barrymore. JaRon, you've seen some of these players, and you're a defensive coach at the high school level right now, and a head coach. Congratulations on that. Just been named the head coach at a school that's starting to play in a couple years, high school. JaRon, what do you see in this draft defensively? Big news for JaRon. So what do you see defensively in this draft and deep with the defensive tackles? Okay, we lost.
Well, like Kalani said, man, this isn't a really deep. Can you hear me? Oh, yeah, this isn't a really deep draft as far as the tackles, but looking at it, there are guys, Ohio State's Tommy Togiai, big player, what we're looking for. And Bill Belichick has said it when he goes, you're looking for guys who just have the ability to get in their stance. They take up a bunch of gaps. So we're looking for guys that at least can move. And in it, there's not a lot of guys that graded out super high, but there are guys like Micah Parsons who create the ability to come down the line of scrimmage and cover up some of those issues. But I think the biggest thing we're going to need to do is we need to find a Mike linebacker. The Raiders need to find a middle linebacker that can actually run and control the defense. They bring in Kowalski last year from Chicago. He gets hurt. They bring in and they just signed, I believe his name was Morrow. I think it was Morrow. And he's okay, but they need somebody better. Yeah, they need somebody better than him. And looking into it, if you're looking for linebackers, especially middle linebackers that could come Raiders' way in the second round, we're looking at guys like Jabril Cox from LSU. He's an extremely athletic backer, very vocal, able to cover, and he can run the field. He runs like a safety. He's a commander in the LSU defense. Guys like – now this is something – people don't really look at BC with Isaiah Duffy. I look ridiculous. The guy, he had 3.5, he had a few interceptions. He's one of those guys when you're looking at the Luke Kuechly tree. He comes down, and we all knew what Luke did. This guy's the same type of guy, high motor, does everything you want him to do, extremely physical. And we need guys like that to come into the defense, especially in the middle, to strike some kind of fear. I mean, we haven't had a guy on the Raiders that strikes fear into anybody since Jack Tatum left. So that's 50 years ago. Since then, you're thinking of maybe Charles Woodson, but as much as people feared him, they weren't like, oh, we can still run the ball in the Raiders. We can still try and do this. We need somebody that's going to make them fear trying to run the ball on the Raiders, which can take care of other issues.
Well, one of the things guys that
and real quick, this.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Joe. Go ahead. Oh, I was just going to say, this is a very new point, but Joe, you had alluded to it, and then JT was bringing it up. When we talk about, you don't want to acquire boys on defense. You need tough guys. And look, you do need tough guys at the same time. You don't need knuckleheads, okay? You don't need knuckleheads. We tried that with Burfett. It didn't work out. Guess what? Luke Kuechly wasn't a knucklehead off the field, yet he was still feared on there. J.J. Watt isn't a knucklehead off the field. Patrick Willis or any of those guys. Bobby Wagner. You need guys who can play. You don't need knuckleheads and then use the excuse, oh, well, you don't want pansies or choir boys or whatever the case may be. No, I need someone who can play. Your best ability is your availability. So, yeah, I've heard that a couple times over the past couple years, especially when it comes to the Raiders. Oh, man, we're the Raiders. Yeah, guys, that whole mystique, it was back in the day. Everyone else is now doing what we used to do. How about we adjust and keep up with the times and not just say, well, we need tough guys. No, we need football players. That's what we need the most. So, football players.
Forgive me, but did Micah Parsons get in trouble on the field at some point this year or something? Did I miss that?
He didn't play this year. He opted out.
No, but what Joe was saying earlier,
I'm saying the last time he played, when he get on the field
like that and whatnot.
I'm just saying the tough guy stuff seems like it's coming off the field, right? It ain't like he ain't perfect. He ain't running out spearing people and getting thrown out of games. Am I right or am I wrong?
He's just
I
an
don't think
asshole.
I don't think that's necessarily a good rap for him. I just think that's some stuff that didn't happen and he didn't got caught. A lot of people just do a lot of BS when they're young and don't get caught. He got caught. But when you see him on the field, it ain't no doubt.
It was the same logic people were using when we brought in Perfect or when we brought in Incognito. Oh, we got to have that type of mentality here, and don't worry about their question marks. That's how you're supposed to be as a player. No, there are plenty of guys who don't get into that type of stupid stuff off the field that still go out here and play in the elite level. So for Micah Parsons, I don't blame him for what he did because there wasn't nothing egregious. It's just young stuff that you get into. I'm not talking about him particularly, but that mindset of, oh yeah, these guys with red check marks, that's how you're supposed to be. We need guys like that. No, you need guys who can play football. Nelson don't do what Ricky Incognito does off the field, so we don't need those type of guys. We need guys who can play on the field. That's what I'm talking about. Not necessarily Parsons himself, but just that idea, that mindset of what type of player you need.
To me, Parsons himself is the second best player in this whole draft, and I wish the Niners would take him as third if they wanted. I would have no problem with that. But if he falls to the Raiders have to pick him up. That's a game changer. We got to remember something. We don't need to have the best defense in the league. Our offense is pretty damn tough, and I expect them to be better this year. We just need a serviceable defense. We just need somebody out there that can pump, somebody out there that can get to the quarterback so that in the third quarter, we ain't huffing and puffing. I like what they've done in the offseason. They brought some more bodies in on the defensive line. I feel like they need even more of those bodies. But to have that dude, I think that would be the biggest difference between last season and this coming up season if they could pull that player out of this draft.
I'll say that. I would say this when it comes to this draft and the way the Raiders are built. This isn't. They need help on the interior line. I think we all agree with that. They went out and got some guys that fit what the Seahawks like to do. But we talked about it a little bit privately amongst ourselves. I think it was you, CJ, that brought it up, or maybe it was you, Zoe. Gus Bradley and that Hawk style defense is built from the back front. It's built from the secondary to the defensive line. So when you look at that, they got guys up front that they already have been built, that they have played in the system, and there's some familiarity with it. I question why you cut Mo Hurst. That's just me. I like him. I liked him a lot. I thought he is a guy that could be a guy that's ascending and be an impactful guy. On the flip side, though, I do look at they need another safety to pair with Kalani's favorite player, Jonathan Abram. I know I love the fact that the Raider Realist is rocking his Abram jersey today just for Kalani. But they need to get a safety that can get out there and move. Would you take
I'm wearing 24 also.
Oh, see? There we go. We got Woodson and look at that. We got two just for
Woodson,
you.
though. Woodson, the GOAT.
This is not Jonathan Abram. This is Marshall, man. I'm on the beast mode.
The next GOAT will be
No chance.
Now I have to go get my Jack Tatum jersey.
If I wore this, I would miss the draft the way he misses tags.
I got Derek Carr in the closet too. I got my Derek Carr jersey inside.
All right, so let me pose this question. This will be the last question before we take a quick break. Okay. So this goes to everybody. We'll start with TQ and then go to Kalani, Bo, Zoe, and CJ. And then whoever else, Gus wants to jump in, whoever else is going to jump in. The Raiders, with the current roster as it stands right now, Squeeze, let's start with you. How would you build the Raiders roster going forward from this very moment?
Here's my problem. The way that I would like to build, the way that I believe in building a championship is in the trenches. And I don't feel like those guys are necessarily in the first round of this draft. Now, that being said, from what I gather with the Raiders, man, it's too many minutes being played by the guys on the defensive line. I feel like they need bodies. They need to be able to platoon guys in so that in the third quarter, you can softened up the meat on the other side of the line and you can just go beat up the quarterback. If you look at the most recent championship runs, that's kind of what it is. That defensive line helps the secondary so much. And we can't even say how good our secondary is because they have to cover for too long. And we're making average quarterbacks look like Joe Montana because there's no pass rush. So if I'm starting a team from scratch, I'm getting a pass rush. And I'm not necessarily, I don't have to get Aaron Donald. I don't have to get Khalil Mack. I got to get a bunch of lunch pail guys that don't get tired, that just know how to go and get the quarterback. Because if you look at the attributes of the secondary that we have now, just look at them on paper. Look at them in college. They ought to be better than what they are. But especially when you're down there on the field with a camera and you can play ball and you know something about ball, it's a lot that's missing, man. It's a lot that they're having to process, and they're having to defend the best players in the world for longer than what anybody else in the league is having to do. So I'm always about the defensive line, but I don't necessarily believe that the defensive line is here in the first round. So I believe they need to draft the best player available when he gets there.
Kalani.
Well, gee, now we say anything different than what TQ just said, we're just going to sound like Mark. So, okay, copy and paste. Thanks a lot. Okay,
you're the worst.
No, but to echo what he's saying, I do believe the same way, and I've said this as I've gotten older and I understand how the draft works. You know, when you're young, you're just like, oh, okay, cool. But I would definitely look at it as I'm putting my positions of need. Like, okay, where do we need to improve at the most? I'm putting the top players, ranking those guys, bam, 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 bam. Then I'm putting, hey, forget position. Just give me the best player of everybody here. Just take all the names. Who's the best player? Go one by one by one. When it's my turn to pick, I'm looking at both charts. Well, if we're at number 17, our first need is, let's just say, offensive line. Well, who's our top offensive lineman? It's this particular player. Where does he stack up on here? If there's 3 players above that name that are still available, grab one of those players. Because, yeah, you want to increase where you have deficiencies and where you have needs, but you got to get players. And you want to have the best players, and you don't want to reach too far for somebody and then you miss out on a potential star. Kind of like what TQ was saying. You don't necessarily need stars at all around the field. It'd be nice if it was like a Pro Bowl style roster, but that's not reality. But if you could get some guys who do their job, do what they're told to do and what their responsibilities are, then the star players you have can shine even more. You don't necessarily know all the defensive linemen that were on the Baltimore Ravens was there, but you remember Ray Lewis, and those guys did their job, which made him shine. And same thing for every top defense or every quality defense or whatever the case may be. So that's how I would do it as well. Rank the player position and then overall and take whoever's the highest on there. If it turns out that the player that you need at this position is rated your highest, then okay, it mazel tov. It works out both ways. But you go that particular route, more often than not, you're going to find yourself in a better position sooner rather than later.
All right, let's go to Coach Bo.
First of all, if I'm starting a team from scratch, as kind of TQ was talking about earlier, as an offensive dude, I start in the trenches as well, but it's up front with the old line. Doesn't matter who your quarterback is unless he can stand up and make the throws. So for me, I'm starting up front as an offensive lineman. You know, there's a couple of very good ones in here. As a Raider fan, you could probably get one in a second or third round. Kid Quinn Miners out of Wisconsin Whitewater. I know it's a Division III school, but as a powerhouse of a program, those Wisconsin boys are built different. And that's somebody you can get in the interior potentially later on in the draft.
All right, Zoe Huddle, let's throw to you.
You know, if you've been following my series, I mean, when I was breaking down the defense, I just let it be known they have to improve the pass rush. And, yeah, you got Yana Gakwe. Here's the problem with Gakwe, though. He's not an every down player. All the more reason why they signed those defensive linemen. Now, in regards to, like, whoever, like, the topic of defensive tackles who are still available, I'll throw out this name. Jay Tufele from USC. He has a background as a run stopper. He has rushed the passer. He's gone against, he went against Justin Herbert in the past. He went against other like prominent Pac-12 quarterbacks in the past. I would also like go after him if he's available in the second or third rounds. But I'm with TQ. I'm with the other guys. It's like I'm big on starting in the trenches, but more so on the defensive side of the football. When you're a unit that only had 21 sacks last year, you can't bring back the guys that you had previously. You have to have upgrades all around. And so I would continue to have those upgrades. I mean, start with the trenches.
Let's go to the Raiders.
Hold on. Did Zoe just say TQ and the other guys like David Ruffin and the Temptations? Is that what Zoe just did?
Ain't nobody coming to see you, Kalani.
Oh,
I'm not unless you're a roadie. You're a roadie.
He just made you Otis.
Bro, you the worst.
Unless you're a
Ain't
roadie.
nobody coming to see you, Otis.
Kalani, it's all love, bro. It's all love. It's all love.
Wow.
You guys are on it.
smooth too, like the other guy said. Yeah. All right.
You guys are on it. You guys have the idea. I've always the one guy that I always sort of when I started sort of learning how football actually works, and that I was always really impressed with when I was younger, and I'm still impressed to this day because of how he built those teams, was Bobby Beathard with Washington with him and Joe Gibbs, because he basically won 3 Super Bowls with 4 quarterbacks, and they did that because they prioritized the straight line right up the middle. Because the quarterback's obviously the most important player, but your center, your deep tackles, your inside linebacker, and your safeties, you got to have that right up the middle. I mean, it didn't hurt to have Darrell Green. It didn't hurt to have Dexter Manley, but you would have guys that would come in and out. Those 2 guys weren't really as prominent on that last Super Bowl team that they won, which was their best team. And he was proof that you didn't necessarily have to have the franchise elite quarterback. And I know that I date myself a little bit with a guy whose last title was in, 30 years ago, but you would see that with the other teams. We talked about the teams yesterday, the Giants, the Ravens. You can win Super Bowls with quarterbacks that are more middle of the pack if you have sort of an infrastructure that has those positions pretty much locked in. The Giants have a history, of course, with their linebacker play. Antonio Pierce and those guys were on those 2 teams. Baltimore, of course, with Ray Lewis, and the biggest, I mean, the last time the Raiders have had an inside linebacker that was a Pro Bowler was Matt Millen.
That's
I mean,
for me.
That's the 80s.
Greg Beaker had a solid career.
Greg Beaker was okay, but he was never a Pro Bowler, and that's what I'm saying. His average made them just an average linebacker, and they were a very good team those last few Art Shell years. Just didn't have a modern offensive system to sort of back it up. But the fact is they've had a complete chasm, a black hole, if you will, at the linebacker spot. Whether it was Danny Clark, whether it was Kirk Morrison, God bless him, whether it was Rolando McClain, whether it was Curtis Lofton. These are guys, TQ just said it. Those are bodies. Those are just warm bodies. None of those guys was worth a damn, up the middle. And as a result, the entire system of the defense suffered as a result. And so if you don't have that, what do you have? That point was made. And because Kwiatkowski, when he was healthy, you can see that they were a little bit different, but they still weren't great, but they were better. And I think a lot of the onus now is going to be on the fact that we have a guy in Bradley who has a system. And I've been begging for this for 4 years now. Just give Derek Carr something to where he can realistically go win a football game, and let's see what he does. Can I measure him on mediocrity and sort of say, okay, we've given you an opportunity to go win, and you just didn't do it. That's the whole reason Mariota lost his job in Tennessee. His last year, the Titans were the 3rd-rated defense in football, and they missed the playoffs. That's why they got rid of him. That's why Tannehill became their franchise guy, because they could see what they had, and they had a defined – he had help. He had guys on that offensive side. They didn't get it done. Carr, when you have to score 27 points a game for 7 years, I'll beat my head into the wall repeating that stat. No quarterback in history has had a 7-year stretch where the defense has allowed 26.5 points a game. Joe Montana's not doing that. Brady's
Nah,
Brady's
you're
not
right.
doing that. It's just not happening.
Well,
and my whole thing is if
all
we
right,
can
so
just for once, just a mediocre defense, that's the measuring point to say, okay, if you're really a top tier guy, you have to overcome this. But you're not overcoming 29.9 points per game. It's just not happening.
All right, so let's do this. Since you bring this up with Carr and the defense, let's take a quick 2-minute break. We'll come right back. We'll get into how good of a job is Mayock and Gruden doing building this defense and building this team, and how much of this is on Derek Carr. We have 15 minutes to the start of the draft, and the fun gets started. This is the Franchise Sports Media Draft Show right here on FSM social media. Welcome back to the Franchise Sports Media Draft Show. I'm Joe Arrigo. With me is the FSM cast of characters, cast of writers, cast of everybody. This is FSM. And, man, we have a great show lined up for you. Before we took a break, we had some questions. We were talking about, is it Derek Carr's fault? I know Raider Rich, if Gus will pull up his quote, Raider Rich is not a big fan of Derek Carr. He's kind of made that known in the past on shows. And so what I want to do now is talk about how good of a job has Jon Gruden and Mike Mayock done building this team. And really, to CJ's point, putting Derek Carr in a position to not be the fall guy for failure. So let's go ahead, Zoe. I see you, and I seen the smile on your face. I know you've known DC a long time. We were together in Fresno with them for a while. Let's go ahead and talk about that from your perspective, brother.
Yeah, I mean, I'll give Gruden and Mayock a little benefit of the doubt. There's been a slight trajectory, but they're not there yet. They're not on the cusp of being a playoff team. And I just feel like that the Raiders, they're a legit defense, or at least a solid defensive way from finally getting back into the playoffs, maybe perhaps challenging the Chiefs for the AFC West supremacy. I mean, I'm seeing the signs, but one of the things that's perplexed me is how they love up Clemson players. And outside of Trevor Lawrence, it's like, well, and maybe Etienne, it's like Clemson guys may not have that much value in this draft in comparison, but I'm seeing the signs. I'm seeing signs of a steady upswing, but it's still not there yet.
But okay, so Kalani, let's talk about this. I know you don't rip DC for anything, but you're pretty honest about things. How do you feel about Derek Carr? Is he the reason? Do you think Gruden and Mayock have done a decent job of building this team, or do you think that there's been some deficiencies in what they're doing?
I don't think you're here.
Oh, you can't hear me? Okay. CJ,
I'll
go
jump
ahead.
in. Yeah. Well, the thing about the whole thing about this is I put it in the vacuum of the second he got there, it was going to be completely gutted. They were going to strip down the team, and they went to the studs, and they were going to rebuild it back up. So you have to you can't sort of connect 2017 and 2016 to what Gruden did, because the entire purpose was with the 10 years that he was going to have was that he was going to completely rebuild it the way he saw it, So the 2018 team was in many ways sort of similar to those 2012 and 2013 teams when Dennis Allen was here and Reggie McKenzie first got started, and that they completely rebuilt. They just said, we're gonna kick the can and we're gonna just do this over. And so if you just go by sort of the results, his 3 years, they've incrementally gotten better. The problem is you can look and you can point distinctively at players in the draft that they could have had that they've missed that would have probably accelerated the growth process that they've had. That's the problem, is that they've been deficient to be really nice about their draft. And they've had an opportunity with a lot of the capital that they've used to really sort of accelerate that. Certain guys have sort of panned out after the fact, like Colton Miller. I mean, he went from being completely, terrible his rookie year to where he's probably a top 8, top 9 left tackle in the league right now. That's a big time jump. They look really good sort of having him play off. But you can't say that with everybody else. And that's where, again, the $1 million question is, how much of the defensive deficiency over the last few years has been attributed to, Gunther and that scheme and the inability to put guys in positions to make plays? And how much of it is, like TQ said, that they just don't have the bodies to sort of, implement a game plan that might be otherwise good enough to go win? And that's my problem, is that it's been a little bit of both, and I'm not sure that one draft is going to be able to fix that. Because offensively, they're going to be good again next year, but I don't know if it's going to be good enough in that division to offset what it is that they've got going on to deal with, particularly if Denver upgrades at the quarterback.
Well, let me stop you right there. I just got a word that, and I'm going to quote this: Rodgers to Denver is, quote, as good as done. And my guy is works with the Broncos.
TQ, you all right?
So it looks
you
like
good?
Aaron Rodgers to Denver Broncos is very likely.
This is terrible. Absolutely.
What did you
terrible.
say?
It's absolutely terrible. Terrible.
Yeah, I know.
Just terrible. There's nothing worse that could possibly happen today than that. What
First,
else?
the Fat Boys break up, and now this?
Exactly.
I was waiting on that.
Exactly.
All around me are familiar faces.
Are you serious, bro?
Hey,
but you know what, bro? You gotta give you.
Go ahead, Kalani.
You know what? I put
Kalani.
up some odds today on Twitter. But is it going to be me or this guy right here going to have a worse day today at this draft? And I honestly don't know. I still don't know. I don't know.
It's Joe.
I don't know, because if he loses.
Well, no, wait. Okay. I lose the GOAT. I lose one of the greatest quarterbacks ever. I do.
To Denver, bro?
But
you lose him to Denver, though? That's just some, you know what? That's dumb Green Bay stuff to be expected. Trade him to Denver, exactly. Yeah, he's going to Denver, naturally.
He's not going to Frisco, which is great. I would have loved him if he was going to go anywhere. The Raiders would have been my choice, because selfishly, I would love to be able to cover him in Vegas. I mean, imagine Aaron Rodgers. It'd be like Marc-Andre Fleury when he went to the Golden Knights. It'd be that type of infusion for the city, that juice, right? So there's that side of it. But depending on what Green Bay gets in this trade, I mean, it better be Jerry Jeudy, Noah Fant, pick 9, pick 40, 46, wherever else it is. It better be a couple more first-round picks. It better be Bradley Chubb. You better get everything in their mama from them in order for you to move one of the best quarterbacks ever. So we'll see what happens with that. But to answer the question, Squeeze, you know about it a lot. We talked about it quickly on our show here at Franchise Show. Let them know exactly how you feel about Derek Carr and why he's not the problem versus what some people may think. And mind you, we got 6 minutes to the start of the draft.
There's value in being in John Gruden's system for this amount of time. And I don't want to start over with another quarterback. I don't think that our fan base understands how thick this guy's playbook is, how confusing it is. And there were certain times during this season and last season for that matter, where they had defenses shook. They had them shook where they just didn't know what was happening, because when he can get in tune with a quarterback, that offense cooks. It cooks. And the offense is not the problem. And I understand that Aaron Rodgers is the GOAT, but I honestly believe that Aaron Rodgers will come to the Raiders and have the same problem. We may win. He may be good for an extra game or two, but you can't give up 30 points. You cannot give up 30 points a game, period. It just can't happen. So and my thing with the 49ers is I just believe that over the last couple of years, they've had great, exceptional drafts. I believe that they put a blueprint up for how you build a Super Bowl team on both sides of the ball. They had some injuries, right? It remains to be seen how those injuries are going to bounce back this year. But if that team comes back anything close to what it was, that's a Super Bowl bound team. That's a Super Bowl contender. And Aaron Rodgers or another player of that caliber, right? At any of those positions, I believe Jimmy with the tight end from Florida or
Pitts.
Micah Parsons in that 3 spot, that's that player away from Super Bowl. That's the one that takes you over the top. I don't believe a quarterback takes either one of those teams over the top, and especially not the Raiders. The Raiders need too much on the defensive side of the ball.
You know, if anybody here knows quarterbacks, it's Bo. Bo, we got about 2.5 minutes. Go ahead and get the final word on Derek Carr and what you see with him as the Raiders quarterback.
Personally, I've never been a fan of Derek Carr since he came into the league. I just something in my gut told me he wasn't going to pan out, and he's done a fairly decent job in with the Raiders, but never been a fan of what he does on the field. He doesn't do enough to get you guys over the hump, you know. With the Niners, TQ really intrigued me because I do think if they go with Pitts is the best option with Shanahan loving to run the ball, being able to go 12 personnel, 22, and also be able to split out Pitts and Kittle and get them out on the perimeter and cause damage to defenses.
You can run 5 receivers in that, you know, like that's crazy.
Well, that's the most messed up part from the defensive point of view is you see 12 personnel in a huddle and all of a sudden you're in an empty set. You don't have right DBs. You don't have right packages on the field to screw it up. But that's what drew my attention the most. Sorry, but I got a little off topic. But bottom line, I'm not a fan of Derek Carr.
All right. So, guys, we're going to do something this draft for everybody. I want everybody in on the little secret since we have just about a minute till we get started with the top of the hour. We're going to give our 5 biggest draft crushes. And we're going to tell you guys who our 5 biggest guys were. I'll tell the story first as the Trevor Lawrence pick is coming in because I need to laugh a little bit because I'm already on my 3rd one for the night. So we're going to see if I can go through this case real quick. But we're going to do our 5 biggest draft crushes and see where we were right and where we were wrong. But right now, we're going to take our final break of the 4 o'clock hour since the top of the hour and get ready for the 2021 NFL Draft. I want to thank everybody for joining us. Stay with us because we got all Raider talk, all draft talk. Plus, you're going to hear some really funny stories coming up on the FSM Draft Show right here on Franchise Sports Media.
Wake up, kid. You know what it is. Been dreaming about this since the first time you put on a pair of cleats. Yeah. All through high school, two-a-days, college, the combine, and now it's here. It's draft day, baby boy. Join the franchise on all of our social media platforms and at franchisesportsmedia.com on the new home of Las Vegas sports.
We live.
Welcome back to the FSM Draft Show. I'm Joe Arrigo. Joining me is TQ, the other founder, the co-founder, the man, my best friend. There he goes right there. He's finally showing up. We also got CJ, the Realist, Kalani, Coach Bo Warpel, and Huddle, Lorenzo Reyna, and the man behind the scenes doing all the work is our guy Gus Venegas, and Gus is directing the show. We want to thank Gus for jumping in. Gus is going to jump in. We gotta have Autumn Wind jump in and talk some Raiders. But right now the draft is just getting started. This is our draft show, man. I'm telling you, this is an interesting draft, and not just because the Raiders are in a position where they're not too far away from becoming a really good team. Like if they make this draft a not pretty draft, make it an ugly draft. Go get the big guys. Go get the guys that aren't playing the glamour positions. The Raiders could have something because they've addressed those needs in the past few offseasons, especially with Gruden. You can't always have shiny toys. You got to have some that aren't always polished. Some that's really got to come in and do all the little dirty work. And the guys are really gonna open up holes and stop the run. This is that type of draft for the Raiders. The defensive line in this draft is not a great defensive line, but you know what? The linebacking group is pretty solid. The secondary is great. The receiving, the Raiders should take a receiver in the draft, but if they do, it's a deep class. The offensive line is really deep. And I tell you what, as we bring everybody back in, when we did our mock yesterday, CJ, you had the Raiders take in JOK. Today in the mock that we did, we put out publicly, I had the Raiders taking Micah Parsons. I think he slips. I think there's two names to watch, and just from my perspective. This is just me, so you guys jump in and give me your thoughts, and I want to hear what you think. I think the two names to watch or three names to watch, I'll give three, is JOK, Micah Parsons, and a guy who's really climbed up draft boards the last few days, Liam Eichenberg from Notre Dame, the big offensive tackle. Those are three names to watch that I think the Raiders really would have a lot of interest in. CJ, I'm going to start with you since you did the mock with me yesterday and you put one out again today. What are your thoughts?
As far as those three guys go, it would be Parsons and it would be a slam dunk. Yeah. There's no two ways about that. He's just too good of a talent. You find ways to make guys like that pop on your defense. As far as Eichenberg goes, he's one of my favorites in the draft. I just think that at 17, that's too high to take him if you can slide back, accumulate some stuff, and then grab him later because he will be there a little bit later on. The whole drafting for need is great if it fits the space that you're in when you're actually drafting. Otherwise, you're basically giving up better talent to fill holes, and then that potentially, if it's not as good, then you have to come back to it again. So I like all three of those guys at that spot, but if Parsons came to 17 and we didn't take him, to quote John Gruden, I'm going to have an eruption.
Well, Michael Parsons at 17, there might be some people who are having an eruption anyway.
Squeeze, what do you think?
I mean, I can't believe that you guys actually are, or that you're hearing that Michael Parsons is going to last that long. Like I said earlier, I agree with you. Like Trevor Lawrence is I feel is the best player in this draft, and Michael Parsons I feel is second. So if the Raiders if he's still around at that point because of the stuff we was talking about earlier, man, listen, I cannot see Mike Mayock allowing that to slip through the cracks. I can't see it.
Kalani,
They
what
need
you
to
got?
trade up. If he slips past a certain number, they need to trade up and grab him because, as we're all saying here, he's too much talent to fall all the way to us. So if Michael Parsons, let's just say if he slides past 8, we need to move up and get him because Dallas might pick him up. Sean Lee, much respect to him, but he just retired. They might be the linebacker next to Smith. So we need to try to move in front of them if possible. If that becomes the case, maybe even trade with the Cowboys, whatever the case may be. But if he gets past a certain number, we need to go up and get him because he is a transitional, generational type talent. That if you put him on your defense, you instantly have a better defense than what you had last year. You put him back with the linebackers we currently have under the new regime. Hey, that you're looking at another Bobby Wagner type player in this type of defense. So Michael Parsons would be a slam dunk. But look, JOK is a very good player. He also has a skill set that provides a lot of needs in holes that we have on defense. He can slide out, cover tight ends a little bit. Hey, I heard there's a tight end in our division. Heard he was pretty good. We might need somebody that could cover him. And then at the same time, we need help on the line at right tackle. So if the guy, if Liam is there, go ahead. Now, Liam Nielsen, unfortunately, he will be awesome to get, but But if we got him, hey, that'd be cool to have on the line as well because we need to strengthen that. But I think for him, like CJ was saying, if we're going after Liam, we might need to go ahead and trade back a little bit because as good as he is, I don't know if you want to take him at 17 when you probably could grab him maybe in the mid-20s. But it takes two to tango if you're going to trade. So as much as we want to say trade down, you got to have someone that's willing to trade up. So we'll see. But very excited for this draft to see how it plays out. A lot of good options. Who do we go with?
So Kalani, on the Cowboys end, I'm learning that they're going to be invested in a corner, whether if it's Patrick Surtain, whether if it's J.C. Horn, obviously two guys with NFL bloodlines. I'm learning that Dallas is going to be invested in going after those guys. So I think with that, maybe there's not a need for the Raiders to swap places and try to get a Parsons. And, hey, if Parsons does fall to 17, I mean, I'm on board with – I know I'm a JOK guy, but I'm on board with Micah Parsons being a Raider.
It's funny that it's funny.
Yeah, but that's Jerry Jones, man. If nothing else, Jerry Jones loves headlines. So if Jerry has a chance to get one of the best guys, he might just go past getting a line, a corner, and go after Micah Parsons if he's there. Because Jerry Jones, outside of trying to win a championship, he loves the headline. So I agree with you, Zoe, that's very possible in itself too. But you also don't want to take that chance and not just going there, but you don't want one of the teams behind him or possibly behind you jump in front and they grab him.
Well, here's the thing when it comes to the Cowboys, they're pretty much set at linebacker, and that's why Jones won't take him.
Yeah,
they've invested a ton of money.
So.
Yes, they invested so much money in that position. They need another corner. And CJ and I talked about this during the draft show yesterday. When it came to the Cowboys, they can match Surtain up with Diggs, two Alabama corners that know each other and started how to play. So therefore, they definitely would like to do something like that. CJ, you have Surtain, as your second best player in this entire class.
He's my second favorite player in the draft. I'm very high on Patrick Surtain. I just love his overall skill set. I just love that he just doesn't do anything wrong. And I think that there's certain guys that always end up doing this to where, okay, his measurables don't really pop the same way that certain guys do. But as far as his technical ability, as far as the fact that he has pedigree, and the fact that he was always a gamer when the game was, when they were against the elite guys, he always showed up. It shows up on tape. And so, we were flipping between him and Horn because Horn's going to have those attributes, those measurables that people just love. And he's a dog. And there's no two ways about that. And we had him going right after Dallas took Surtain at 10. So, flip of a coin as far as those two guys go, I think that, they're going to be the corners there. But as far as Parsons, yeah, I could see Jerry Jones doing that. But with the fact that they have Van Der Esch and Jalen Smith already in-house, I don't know if they tack onto that since so much of what's being played now is that 4-2-5 as a base. Maybe that's
and on that note, Van Der Esch was a former first-rounder as well. And back to Surtain, here's the difference between Surtain and his pops. Younger Surtain is way more physical than Dad ever was. I mean, Dad was naturally, very fleet-footed, was able to to lock in like either on the number 1 or number 2 receiver. Granted, he also has Sam Madison opposite of him, but Surtain's way more physical than that is. J.C. Horn, I think the thing about J.C. that I like is that he plays with such a confident swagger. Of course, he got it from his pops. Joe Horn, as you know, was a big time trash talker. So, but yeah, it's like, again, going back to what we were saying about the Cowboys, with Van Der Esch being a former first rounder, I don't see them like investing in Sean Lee's replacement right away. Maybe in the second or third round, or maybe later rounds. But when you're a defense that gave up 34 touchdown passes, you got to address your secondary if you're the Cowboys.
And the thing I love, and here's where I have Horn ahead of Surtain, and that for a lot of reasons. I think his hips, his technique, but most importantly, he's a ball hawk. Where Surtain isn't that type of ball hawk. You didn't see that at Alabama. Now with Horn, and I was telling CJ this, watching him, where I have some type of what I want to see improvement on is his back pedal. He plays a lot of off coverage, even though he can get impressed. But they're in a lot of 3, a lot of 4. So you've seen that a lot with Horn, and that's something I think he even realizes. And I've heard him talk about it in various interviews, and even talking to people with teams that interviewed him. He wanted to be coached up on his back pedal just a little bit more because he feels. But I love everything about him. He's physical. He's a playmaker. He's a ball hawk. He's long. He's explosive. He's that modern day corner that is a lockdown type corner. And Surtain is right there too. I just think that Horn, for me, what separates them, Horn's better at playing the ball in the air and making plays on the ball. And that's the difference between the two with me. I think they're both top 10 guys. Don't get me wrong. I wouldn't be surprised if they're both gone in the top 10. I could see Horn going 8 to the Panthers, and I could turn around and see Surtain going 10 to the Cowboys or vice versa, to the point where we talked about the Raiders possibly moving back. Keep an eye on the New Orleans Saints. They're a team that wants to get up to get an elite player, a corner pot. If a quarterback starts to slip, maybe a quarterback, because that situation isn't what it used to be with Drew Brees retiring. The Saints are a team the Raiders could play with a little bit to move back a little bit, and maybe if they like Liam a little bit more than other guys, pick up maybe a couple 4th round picks from them. Yeah.
So Joe, like, here's another reason why I like Surtain a little bit better than Horn. Surtain was going against the LSU receivers. He was going against Ole Miss when they had Matt Corral. I believe he also went against DK Metcalf toward the tail end of Metcalf's career. He also went against Texas A&M. Texas A&M runs that explosive spread offense. So I just feel like in that part of the SEC, Surtain is a lot more battle tested compared to Horn. Now, granted, Horn did go against Florida, but he was going against Vanderbilt. He was going against Tennessee. Like Tennessee is not the Volunteers of what they used to be. He was going against Kentucky as well. So, I mean, you can't go wrong with both. But I just feel like from a battle tested standpoint, Surtain is the better fit for me.
Well, I look at Horn, and he's at South Carolina, still in the SEC. I mean, he's still there. And I look at how he's been coached up. The coaching that he has.
You guys better stay away from Alabama quarterback.
From who?
Say what?
Rapid?
Kalani threw
we lost him. Yeah, we lost him. Yeah, we lost him.
He was saying some madness anyway.
But when does he not say madness? So
I learned in the last 24 hours.
I think it's great. No, go ahead.
I've learned how he is in the last 24 hours, but I love the guy.
Sure.
So we got Goodell to the podium. He's announcing a few guys. It looks like.
One of those dudes look like Vince McMahon
off the top of my head.
Yeah, one of those dudes looks like Vince McMahon, but I think it's Bernie Kosar.
Joe Thomas is there.
Yeah, I think Bernie Kosar's up in there.
Is that Bernie Kosar?
I think that is Bernie.
Oh yeah, it's probably. And it's probably all Cleveland Browns. They should have Ernest. They should have Ernest Biner on there. Oh, that's Jarvis Landry. Jarvis Landry's with them. So next year the draft is in Vegas. Yeah, where's Rick Vaughn?
They're in Cleveland.
So next,
they need the song.
Next year the draft is in Vegas. And
I want in.
We're gonna
I want to make a trip. Yeah,
bro. As long as you're with hey, everybody's welcome back to the franchise. We don't turn anybody away.
For sure.
Even Henry Ruggs, even Henry Ruggs down there.
I tell you, you better turn away. You better turn away them cornerbacks from Alabama. History has shown that they don't pan out well in the NFL. Safeties, yeah. Defensive linemen, yeah. But ever since Nick Saban's been at Bama, the cornerbacks have not done well at the next level. They're battle tested. They took on OBJ. They took on Metcalf. They took on Jesus. They took on Jesus. And they get to the NFL and they don't turn out to be good. So, and I hope Surtain does well. I really do. But
I'm saying
just like we use numbers, look at other players.
He learned from his dad.
Their daddies wasn't past Surtain.
Oh, he learned from his daddy. Okay, is his dad playing? Is his dad coaching on one of the?
It's not even about learning from his dad. It's about that fast twitch. It's that fast twitch that came from his daddy. That boy know how to tackle. Cornerbacks these days, they don't know how to tackle. Pat Surtain Jr., he tackles people, bro. He's a tackler.
It's a good thing you mentioned the fast twitch and not somebody else. Otherwise, that'd be a whole nother issue. But I digress.
Oh yeah. So this guy right here, okay, he doesn't believe in all the testing that happens. That doesn't translate to anything on the field. It only should be tape. And he's gone back and forth with me about. You see that squeeze?
Oh my God! What are you saying, my man?
Okay, hold on.
Translates.
Hold on, before Joe makes me to be out to sound crazy, let me do it myself. I do not believe that they're showing Trevor Lawrence on here right now. What was the point of going to his pro day? I want to see how he looks in shorts on an empty field, throwing a route, no defense coming at him. What does that prove? We've got enough game tape to see what you look like in an actual game in pads going against actual competition.
You left out a whole piece of it.
You tell me one time what player is going to run 40 yards untouched in shorts in an empty play. Oh, but it shows how fast you are. It shows how fast you are on the tape as well. Let me see what you do against actual competition. Unless you plan on going out to a CrossFit competition or you're going to try to break Usain Bolt's record, what do I need to see you work out for in shorts? No, give me your game tape, give me a medical. In fact, let me talk to all your coaches, position coaches, strength and conditioning coaches, and let me find out what type of work ethic you have in practice. How are you in the film room? How are you in the weight room? That and the tape will tell me way more than, oh, did you see how much he bench pressed? Look at every record at the combine.
They're not going to pro days for that. They're not going to pro days for that. A coach is going to a pro day to say, I got a couple of minutes with this guy. I want to go out here and tell him to do this particular thing and see if he can do it. And you just completely left that out. That's the only chance. That's the chance that the coach gets to actually make him his player before he gets a chance to sign him. He gets to make him his player under a tremendous amount of pressure because depending on who that guy is, these are the most important eyes that have ever been on him in the same room, a collection of them. So if I'm a coach, I want a chance to go out here and put this guy on the spot and tell him to do something that I don't expect him to have the ability to do and see if he can do it or not. And I'm going to put that little piece in with all of these other analytics, part of the things that you was talking about, his tape. How does he work out in the locker room? What's his ethic? All of these things together is what's giving them the data. It's all about data, and data is all encompassing. You want as much data as you possibly can get, and then you can still make the biggest mistake in history. But the point is,
that's false data,
proven,
that's false data.
Over the last couple of years, there have been teams that have modernized the way that they've gone about scouting, and it's turned into some hardware.
But so, I'm confused because you just said
how you look on the field with no defense, no scheme going against them. But I want to see how you look running to your left, throwing the ball to a wide open receiver when you're both in shorts. How many games are we going to play like that? The 49ers have the third pick. If whoever they take, how many games are they going to play during the regular season or the postseason where there's going to be an empty field to throw to somebody to? Show me what you do in an actual game when the defense is playing. How you're going to determine what
team. I'm trying to pick this guy. I need to meet him. I need to see him on the field. I need to tell him what to do. I've never had the opportunity to coach this kid. This is the chance that I get to coach him. And it's not that I'm making my decision off of his pro day. His pro day is one piece of the data that builds the story on whether I'm going to make this decision or not.
Because you literally just said that his tape.
The probate is a lie. It's manipulated to keep them in line so I can make this throughout the offseason.
You're out of your mind.
CJ, go ahead. Get
you need to, got to chill, man. I'm just saying. My point is, what is the point of saying that the tape matters, and you have a guy like Surtain who showed up on tape consistently for 2 years, but then you're like, well, that doesn't count because he went to Alabama, and that's just a function. See, that's my thing, is that what TQ just said, it's all part and parcel of the whole. Because if I dictated what he did on what guys like D. Milner did as far as panning out in the NFL, well, then we'd never do anything with Alabama ever again as far as the cornerback position goes. But it's not just as simple as saying they have a bad history in terms of guys not panning out. There's variables to that stuff.
Somebody turn your TV down.
One of the things that that you have to consider, that Kalani, is when the coach goes to the pro day, like Squeeze was saying, the player does not know what he's going to ask him to do. How quickly can he do it and translate real quick? That comes to IQ. That comes to attentiveness. It comes to athleticism. And will he do it? Because if he says, "No, I don't want to do that," now you're not coachable in that coach. Mm-hmm. This is where the relationships start to get built, and that's the part of the pro days. The underwear show and all that that's for TV. That's for NFL Network. And guys like me that didn't get a chance to go this year, or guys like Bo who gets a chance to sit and talk with coaches or whomever, that's for guys to sit and watch and say, okay, now we're watching this ourselves. Because let's be honest, we talked about it yesterday in pre-show. How many people stay up for Pac-12 after dark on the East Coast? There's not a lot. And that includes coaches on the East Coast. So those guys want to come out here and see those guys as well. Oh, I stay up too. Hey, so before we go further, he bounced
real
out.
Quick.
We will have a special guest. We will have a special guest coming in. Go ahead, Bo.
With the pro days, like with the top prospect dudes, it's a lot of it is just verification of just going in and seeing it with your own eyes. Because tape can be deceiving at times. Being able to see these guys with your own eyes does verify a lot of things. These guys know their opinions about these guys going into it. For the smaller schools or the middle of the round dudes, it can be a huge difference. If you go in and you're a Big 5 school or lower conference and you go out and you run a 4.3, it's going to put these guys and these scouts and coaches are going to go, holy shit, let me go cut the tape back on again and see what I missed. So it does a lot of things. It's not all just for show.
Yes, it is. It's for nothing but show. That's all this is because once again, are they doing any of this against actual competition? And the CJ, like how you were saying, how I pointed out the fact of Alabama cornerbacks. Well, there is a history to show the guys coming from that position, from this program, is not translating to the NFL. I love USC. I'm not drafting a USC quarterback until I see a history of certain quarterbacks coming out having success at the next level. So just as much as we use data for everything else, why don't we use data to say, hey, you know what? This is a good program. But Miami has never produced a good quarterback, even though they're constantly good. Neither has this program, or the running backs from here aren't necessarily so good, et cetera, et cetera. There's another team that's going to have a quarterback drafted here, the Buckeyes. Who was the last Ohio State Buckeye quarterback to do well? Yet every year, he played for the Buckeyes against good competition. Yet year after year after year, no matter what they do at the next level, they don't translate to being successful. Now, there's a lot of reasons for that. But that's also part of the data as well. So why do I need to see your pro day in shorts in a workout? Because I'm building a relationship. If I'm not drafting you anyways, it doesn't matter what my relationship with you is. And guess what? Once I draft you, our relationship is going to build even more. So that's just another nice argument we like to say, you get to know the player. No, you don't. And today, there are so many scouts out there who have access through the internet and all the connections. This idea that, it's some guy from Southern Baptist, Illinois. Yeah, guess what? We got scouts for that, okay? That's what we pay them for, okay? Don't give me none of this nonsense. It's going to help them out. If you could play we're going to find you eventually. So this whole pro day nonsense is nothing more than a false narrative and lie that the NFL uses to keep them relevant throughout the offseason so they don't get overshadowed by baseball, by basketball, and then, oh yeah, the NFL is coming back. Nope, we talk about it going into the draft. It's on our minds, and then going into next season, it's just another tool to keep the wheel running or to keep football relevant in the minds of all of us. But hey, I'm excited.
Football is always relevant in the mind of all of us, whether we watching pro days or not. This is the first year we really even had national access to pro days. Last couple of years, that's it. Like, football is what it is. They don't have to glorify pro days to make it more popular than what it is. It just is what it is. It's the biggest sport in America, Kalani. What are you talking about? Why would you go and invest your future in somebody that you haven't had the chance to coach, not even one play? Pro day makes some sense, man. It may not be the whole, ball of wax, but it makes some sense.
All I'm going to say on this is those points I don't dispute as far as Ohio State and USC, but I wasn't pounding the table for John David Booty, Mark Sanchez, Cardell Jones, or Dwayne Haskins. Just put it like that. Like, I wasn't sitting there stumping for those guys because those guys, I didn't think they were very good. Like, I think Surtain is different. And that's what, I made my points in terms of his playing style. Yes, you can make a point that he doesn't come from a school that has a trajectory of history there. But if that's the determination for how you go about doing it, like, that's not diligence at all. Like, you can't sit there and just say, well, guys don't have history in terms of production in a certain place, so we just sort of ignore it altogether. You still got to do the work. That's all I'm saying as far as because he might very well not pan out, but.
We're gonna pause this for a minute. The pick is in, and Trevor Lawrence, as expected, is the first pick.
No brainer
to the Jacksonville Jaguars.
I mean,
this is the guy since 2018 was the first pick in the draft. Honestly, the way that he played. Now he's everybody's consensus number one quarterback. I'm gonna go on record. I don't want to be contrarian, and I'm gonna bring in somebody in just a minute that's been waiting to get on. He's one of the biggest Raider fans I know, and is very knowledgeable to get his thoughts as well. But Lawrence, where I have some type of hesitation with him is his two collegiate losses. He looked horrible with the best team on it. He did not make throws. LSU, like, they ate his lunch, and in his other loss as well, I think it was to Bama, he did not look good when he didn't have the best team on the field. And we talk about guys not having the best team. A guy like Mac Jones had the best team, and he looks great. Trevor Lawrence kind of has the same thing. But Trevor Lawrence, a guy that has been long, and we got to give him credit too. He's been long destined to be the number one pick. But there wouldn't have been college football this year without Trevor Lawrence using his platform to bang the table for college football and wanting guys to play. So in a way, the guy has already gone out of his way to make sure we have enjoyment watching college football and getting guys some tape. So with that being said, Squeeze, I know that you've done a lot and you've watched a lot of Clemson games. Let's talk about Trevor Lawrence a little bit, bro.
I mean, it's like you said, man. He's like you said in the beginning, at least. I don't know what caused you to go left and skip all of the games that he won under the bright lights, where he just torched people, and go to his two losses. But whatever. Point is, he's the best player in this draft. He was always going to be the best player in this draft. If it's anything that, if I'm a staff, if I'm a team, and I'm in this position, and I'm rolling the dice, that's the player that I'm picking to roll the dice on. If I end up having to lose my job over picking Trevor Lawrence, then I just lost my job. It wasn't because I was stupid. I think the majority of the teams that are not maybe Tampa Bay, or I would have said Green Bay, but maybe not. Outside of Tampa Bay, anybody would love to be in a position.
Funny you say that, because I'm going to go ahead and put this out. Ian Rappaport just tweeted an update on the Packers. That's not really an update. Green Bay hasn't engaged at all, despite a few teams calling about trading for Aaron Rodgers. The Packers have no plans to trade him, so nothing has changed.
Like I said, I believe it when I see it.
Mhm.
Same here.
So
You're talking about one of the 3 or 4 best quarterbacks to ever live, and you're just what, going to try to take spare parts at this point? Like, I'll believe it when I see it. It could happen, but
Hey, the
like,
man can retire and they get nothing.
but
I'd
I
rather
doubt
get
it.
spare parts
you know.
than nothing. They just picked their quarterback of the future last year. So they better get something for him because he's holding the cards right now.
let's go ahead and welcome a special guest. This guy, I've known him a long time. When it comes to Fresno sports, this guy is Mr. Fresno Sports. But he's one of the biggest Raider fans I know. He and I actually got an impromptu. We did our own behind-the-scenes tour of Allegiant Stadium where Fresno State played UNLV. George
I
Staccato.
saw
What's
that,
up,
yeah.
Big George?
George,
Hey,
Oh, what's
George,
up,
what
man?
up?
I've had a long day at the office, so it's really nice to match the names with the faces. I got my replica ring ready
Yeah.
to roll. I've got the goat with me. The goat
Yeah.
is here, so we're ready to go. We're ready to go and enjoy the draft. So it's nice to be part of it with you guys. And yeah, we kind of used the Fresno State UNLV game to go check out Allegiant Stadium and see what Raider Nation's all about. And it really is, if not one of the it's got to be one of the nicest stadiums in the world at this point.
Yes, indeed.
Really is a nice place. So great to see all of you guys.
Lorenzo with the grab.
Hey, real
Zoe
quick.
with the grab something.
Yeah, real quick. I gotta show something. I don't know if you guys can see it or hang on. Let me see if I can move it over. Mike Davis, rest in peace. He signed this for me many years ago.
Oh,
yeah.
wow.
Yeah, God bless
Sweet.
Mike Davis.
that's awesome.
Yeah,
Yes,
that was
indeed.
he
Prayers
visited
up.
so he visited the Lompoc Walmart, and I was like, I want to say 11 or 12 at the time. It's nicest guy, but
Wow.
God rest his soul.
Are we really doing the who's got the best swag, Raiders swag competition right now? Are we doing that? Are we really going to go ahead and we're going to go do that right now? Do we want to do that right now?
You get prepared. You over prepared, George. You over prepared.
Wow. That joint, man.
Right there.
You over
I
Let
will
me
say this.
touch it, George. Let me touch it.
Oh, go ahead.
I can't touch anything. Yeah.
Quick story on this. I got this for $20. I got this helmet at a Toys R Us back when I was like 11 years old, and I used it for a Halloween costume. I was like, you know what? That'd be pretty cool if I can get some Raider greats to sign it in person, and not just have not just order an autograph. So it's been really cool to get
Sweet.
those autographs with the help of the media credential. But whatever.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, just so I'm gonna give you guys the backstory about George and me and at Allegiant Stadium. So
Well,
we're-
cool, guys, since we're doing all that, I don't just have one, but I have 2 Raiders gloves here. These are pretty cool.
Oh, look at that.
That's a swag. Yeah.
We could do this all damn day.
Oh,
Yeah,
shit. Here we go. Here we go.
Here goes
Oh, boy.
George.
Oh, we can do it all day. Hold on. I don't know. It's a little big.
Squeeze, you got one of those, I think.
Oh, I
don't you?
got that one downstairs. Yeah,
Yeah.
sure do.
You got
This
this
is
one?
Joe. This became show
Yeah,
and
I got
tell.
that one downstairs.
Joe, this
Sure.
became show and tell. By the way, the
All right,
pick is in for the Jets. The pick is in for the
Well, I
Jets.
got face mask. I got 2.
I like it.
2 and 1. Safety first and representing. Yeah.
The Jets pick is in. They made it official. Zach Wilson, BYU is the pick in number 2. So
Oh, we got the song. We got the
got
song.
the music going.
Yeah, that's the box, baby.
This is my swag, fellas. Al Locasell, my homeboy. God rest
That's
his
great.
soul. LA Raiders.
Well,
Oh,
Sweet.
wow.
well, I better add some juice to this. I mean, I do have a pretty reliable source that I lean on, who pretty much CJ knows who I'm talking about, but I really can't give away my sources. I'll lose the source. But he nailed the Kenyon Drake signing the day before it happened. So he told me today that it's going to be an offensive tackle. He'd be surprised if the Raiders don't pick an offensive tackle at 17. 20% chance it's going to be a DB and 10% chance they trade down. So, so that's what I've
Yeah,
heard.
we were seeing it would be a linebacker.
I'm not mad at that. We need it.
Yeah.
George, to add to that, the name I got told by a source today was Liam
Eichenberg.
How do you pronounce
Eichenberg.
it? Eichenberg from Notre
Yeah.
Dame. That's the name that I was told earlier today. Unless one of the bigger guys, like a Durshaw, slides down, but Eichenberg is the guy that I think they've kind of zeroed in on at 17. So George was covering the Fresno game, Fresno State. I was covering UNLV this past year, second and third game at Allegiant Stadium, and we go to the game, and game is over, and we're doing our cleanup, and it's like, we want to go grab some food, and George goes, let's go take a walk around the stadium. So yeah, let's do it.
2 hours later.
2 hours later, we're walking on the turf. We're walking by the locker rooms. We get up. George George is a writer. I got to give George all the credit in the world. George is one of my best friends, close friend. Love him to death. My brother right here decides I'm gonna go into the suites. Goes into the owner's suite and is chilling, taking pictures of Mark Davidson's suite.
Oh my God!
He wasn't there.
Crazy.
What he doesn't know won't hurt him.
I don't think they're watching.
You just told everybody.
It's okay.
No, that's true.
But no,
that's true.
But
I don't give a shit.
Say it with your chest.
Oh man.
So George, we were talking earlier about the makeup of the team right now, and the way the team is made up. With the way John and Mike has made the team up. If you were running the team right now and you're the guy pulling the trigger, what would you do with the current makeup of this team?
I would just look on the defensive side of the football, to really be honest with you. I mean, CJ has hit the nail right on the head over and over again on Twitter. Of course, he's one of my close friends, and I've known Lorenzo and, of course, yourself, Joe. But CJ hits it on the head, and the defense is allowing 28, 29 points a game, and Derek is putting up these numbers and putting points on the board. Where's the problem? The problem is on defense. So if I had to pick on at 17, and I know the offensive line, the offensive tackle class is pretty deep, I'm either going, with safety with Trevor. How do you say his last name? Mooring or whoever.
Mooring. Yeah.
But you can never in like the linebacker depth with the Raiders. I'm like, Tanner Muse, really? Is he's going to be our backup linebacker with the other three guys? I mean, I really like Micah Parsons at Penn State. I just think he would add a lot of juice, a lot of electricity to the defense. And if I had to pick, I would definitely go with some sort of a monster linebacker who could really help out with the pass rush, get back into coverage and cover some tight ends and help out in the run. And I really like the Parsons film, if you ask me. So if I had to pick, I'd take him and get an offensive tackle in round 2.
Agreed.
I
just hoping that he's going to be there. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to be there either. I can't believe y'all think he's going to be there. I don't know why you guys think he's going to be there.
I don't. That's
okay.
My thing. I don't.
Okay. All right. Cool.
I can tell you what I was told back in January, was it? After Green Bay lost to the Buccaneers, it was like 3 days later that a guy that my guy that works with them flat out said Parsons could slide to the back end of the first round because the character concerns.
So do you think that the Raiders would actually
maybe some of that?
Do you think that they would trade up to get him? Or no? Because
I don't know
from
about
what George said, they're not even looking at that.
No, but I don't know if they expect him to be there. And that's the other thing. Right. I don't think they expect him to be there. But if he starts to slide, I definitely could see them, if it's a few spots, maybe to get ahead of Sandy or I got to Drake again, but maybe get ahead of Los Angeles. I could definitely see them do that. George,
I can tell you this though, guys, he's still available. I can't. You know what? I know this is a Raiders show. I get it. I don't want it to really talk about any other team, but I'm really interested with this pick right here. This is the one I've all been waiting for.
Man,
I'm not waiting for that.
I don't know why. It's got to happen now.
Yeah, this is do or die right now.
Super Bowl pick right here, man.
Yeah,
I think if they're keeping Garoppolo, they can draft someone like Trey Lance to help develop. If they got rid of Garoppolo, then they could draft Mac Jones because he's more ready for the NFL to start right now. So I think because Garoppolo's still there, I think Trey Lance is the pick. Because I don't know why they don't like Fields. I would take Fields, but
He's from Ohio State.
I love Trey Lance. I think he's great. I tend to think Mac Jones is the guy just because I think Shanahan feels he's smarter than everybody else. And I feel like Shanahan also had the most success with Matt Ryan, and Mac Jones is a lot like Matt Ryan. And I think that he sees that type of success and feels like I could go ahead and bring that type of guy in. The pick is in. We'll see now who TQ is going to be upset about because it's going to be a quarterback. You know, I'm gonna say it's Mac tonight. I'm gonna say Mac Jones to make this guy real happy since he loves Alabama football so much, and that's just me.
It should be Jalen Phillips from Miami. They need a pass rusher. There you go. There you go. Just
Draft Kyle
everybody
Pitts.
off. Just random.
Let's see who it is.
Draft Kyle Pitts right here.
This feels like it's going to slide the entire, next dozen or so picks, depending on which way this goes. Just with all of the variables that's going to end up setting up off of this.
What if they draft Pitts to trade him to Green Bay?
Wow, just like
you know what?
I'll take it.
I'll say this.
I'll take it, George.
I'll say this. I know who it is. I just got text.
Well, don't say nothing.
Hey.
Don't say it.
It's all the cheese. It's all cheesy, baby. It's all cheesy. Don't worry.
Don't
about
say
it.
nothing.
Oh, it's all cheesy. Are you serious? Don't do that.
Wow.
Don't pull that.
Wow.
I saw what you did there, man. I know what
I
you
just
did.
saw who it is.
I saw who it is too.
Yeah,
I
just saw who it is. Wow.
I hate the fact that people get this done, know who it is before the pick.
Well,
yeah, baby.
Are we going to spill it?
Nah, listen. For the people who are watching us, maybe they don't want to spill.
Exactly.
All right.
Oh, there it goes. There it goes.
We'll take it.
I like it. So CJ,
Yeah,
let's
we'll take
CJ break down Trey Lance a little bit. I know that's your guy. You love him as a quarterback. I think.
Wow, I sound like a freaking genius. Yeah.
What?
Woosah.
What I said about Trey Lance, the thing that I like about
I'm
him
gonna
is
go get a drink. I'll be right back.
the thing about Trey that I like is this. For a guy that's a dual threat QB, he's one of the rare guys that I've seen that's smarter than he is athletic. They gave him the playbook and he went and made things like he's the one who dictated the scheme at North Dakota State. And, he has great play action ability, which is going to work perfect in San Francisco, assuming he stays there. And he has the ability to go through more than just one or two progressions. That's one of those things that really bodes well. I don't think he's ready to get on the field right now, which kind of might be telegraphing the fact that Jimmy G is going to be there for at least another year. He protects the football almost to a fault. Like we said yesterday, some quarterbacks can be so protective of the ball that it inhibits their ability to make plays. They check it down or they play it safe instead of being more aggressive when the opportunities are there, even if there might be some negativity involved in that. But on the whole, I just like the fact that he consistently makes the right decision and he processes things so much better than some of the other guys, other than maybe Trevor Lawrence right now in this draft. And so I think that his projection with the way that the game is going, I felt like it was a little bit better than what some people are saying, although I don't have him as high as Justin Fields as far as this draft goes.
Well, you compared him to Steve McNair yesterday when we were talking about it.
I compared Justin Fields. He reminds me of that he needs a little bit more time, but he's got that big body, and I think that when everything sort of manifests in the system for him, he's going to be ready to go as far as that goes. I think he's a bit better of a developmental player than a guy like Haskins was. Just from what I saw in his abilities to sort of make decisions, that kind of get overlooked because you don't get the easier throws in the Ohio State offense that other teams get to have. It's a lot simpler in terms of the more spread offense type offenses that you have in college compared to the more pro style stuff. But like I said, I like this. If they were going to go with Mac Jones, I would have been like, TQ, it's not your fault. It would have been like, it's not your fault. It's not your
Yeah.
fault.
let me go to our before we go there, Squeeze. Let's go to our quarterback coach, Bo Borpel. Bo, you see Trey Lance, you see what you've seen him. What do you like about Trey Lance? What's your thoughts?
He probably has the most upside of everyone else here besides Trevor Lawrence. My concern with him is just lack of experience and lack of playing time. He's really only played one full season. Being in a place like San Francisco where he'll be able to sit and learn and develop for at least a year will do wonders for him. In Shanahan's system where he emphasizes a lot of run game, a lot of just easy West Coast play action pass, kind of easy dump passes will make for an easier transition for him. He is very athletic. He has a good arm. Again, it's just going to come down to experience. He just doesn't have much on his plate. So getting him in, learn the system, sit for at least a year, and if he doesn't pan out, he doesn't pan out. You're not expecting much from the last North Dakota State quarterback either. So.
I guess my question is this an open competition if Garoppolo's still on the roster? Or is Garoppolo just come in, say, I'm going to be the starter and this is my job and we're going to just let you soak in the offense for a year? I just think if you draft someone this high, that it becomes an open competition.
I think they're trying to
healthy. If Garoppolo's healthy, you play him. Let Trey Lance get as many reps as he can before taking completely live bullets.
Yeah, I think he would at best push. I don't think he'd be ready. I mean, Jimmy G would have to fall completely on his face. And even then, I'm talking like Schaub in 2014 levels, where he just looks like he just completely forgot how to play football before they just
Matt Flynn.
Like we're talking levels,
If it comes down to Beathard and Trey Lance, yeah, all right, you start thinking about it. But if Jimmy G's there, let him do his thing.
Well, Beathard's Beathard's in Jacksonville now, and he's the backup to Lawrence. And just side note, Tim Tebow worked out for the Jaguars today, and they're talking about signing him as a tight end. I just want to put that out there. I don't know if you guys do that.
Yeah, cool.
Love it.
I'm good with this pick. I'm good with this pick. If it was going to be one of those two, because I had already heard that it wasn't going to be Fields, and I'm not down on Fields, but I'm not so up on him either. The broke neck syndrome. That's what I always say with these quarterbacks that don't have necks that can go left and right. Like I'm not really feeling that. But in the last couple of weeks, I was able to look at this kid and I see he comes from our system. He's got the skill set that it takes to run Shanahan's system well. And just like Gruden's system, that's not an easy system to learn. I think he comes in with a head start, having played something close to it in college. He's got that athleticism that he's got the thing that Jimmy is missing. I know everybody down on Jimmy, but like Jimmy's had a pretty good damn career so far. Jimmy has brought the team to a Super Bowl. He's made he made a bag, and he's just had some injuries. He's a damn serviceable quarterback when he's healthy, and I don't see the need to rush Trey Lance. I think that it extends the life of this particular 49er group, and I think that's probably why they came up to get him. I always say your window for a Super Bowl is very short, and when you make moves like this, you can possibly extend it.
Well, the Falcons' offense was explosive. Their pick is in, and they just made history. Kyle Pitts has officially been their pick, the highest tight end taken ever in an NFL draft. So now's where their draft gets fun. I think Trey Lance it's him or Mac Jones. We kind of knew one or the other in that spot, but now's where the draft really picks up with the Cincinnati Bengals picking at 5. This is a spot where what'd you say?
Bro, hold on 1 second. Hold on. Can I just say something right quick? Please. I just got a text from my mom. Let me read it. Son, that little quarterback for the 49ers is cute as a button. LOL. Are you serious?
Wait, so nobody knows your mom but us in this room. So for your
Right.
mom to be into sports, that's what COVID has done. COVID made your mom a sports fan.
Yo, she loves the draft. She loves the draft. She loves the Golden Knights. But the draft, she gets gassed for it. These last couple of years, she's sitting there watching round 2 and round 3 and like all the way through it, like the whole show. And like I can't believe it. It's unbelievable, man. I digress. My apologies.
So as we were saying, now the draft gets interesting with Cincinnati Bengals at 5. This is where I think it's a 2-horse race, and I think it's the same 2 horses that we talked about: Penei Sewell and Jamar Chase.
Yeah.
Let's place a gentleman's bet on who's going to be the pick right here. I'll bang at the table for Jamar Chase. George?
Sewell.
Yeah, I had Sewell. I mocked him. I mean, he's my overall favorite player in the entire draft.
Damn, I'm about ready to be 5 for 5 here.
So I'm the only one saying Chase. Okay. All right. I like that.
Yo, Joe, I don't believe. I think somebody yesterday, I don't know who it was, but somebody was saying that somebody was thinking about putting him at guard.
No, I talked to 3 different teams. I talked to a variety of teams, but I talked to 3 teams that were picking inside the top 20 that thought that his position is going to end up being guard more so than tackle. They feel that he'll be a better guard than tackle.
I just put it like this. I mean, Brandon Sheriff ended up kicking inside, and he's been all pro in Washington, pretty much from the day he got there. And so if the worst thing you end up getting is an all pro caliber guard, then I think, you can live with that. Chase would not be one. It wouldn't be somebody that I'd be upset with for the reasons that you talked about. The synchronicity he already has with Burrow, the fact that he's an absolute beast outside, and you finally have that like undisputed top tier number 1 guy probably since Chad Johnson left. Yep. And you can go cook with gas as far as that offense now. You've got something building. I just would
got a lot of people to block up there where they play. Man. They got 6 games worth of a lot of blocking they're gonna have to do.
That's why I like Sewell.
You got to protect your guy. You got to protect your quarterback. I mean, we've kind of seen over the years teams go pretty far, and they don't necessarily have to have the number 1 wide receiver or a top 3 wide receiver, but you got to be able to protect your guy. And if Sewell kicks in the guard, and I'm pretty sure the Colts who took Nelson at 6, they're pretty happy with taking that pick. So that's fine. So if he kicks in, kicks out, again, those are just opinions. That's fine, but you got to protect your quarterback. Now, if you go out there and get Chase, okay, that's not a bad player to get. Okay. But what are you going to do then with Joe Burrow? Because the Bengals have shown they've kind of fumbled a lot on their particular draft. So, and I'll tell you what, this kid Kyle Pitts, he's got a lot of pressure on him, getting all this hype. But if you look at the tight ends who are top in the NFL right now, none of them were high draft picks. They were all lower guys who worked their ways up. He's going in at not only number 4, but all this hype that he's supposed to be them right away. And with the idea that maybe Julio Jones won't be there, it's going to be even more pressure on him. He's got Calvin Ridley there, so that should help. But it's a lot of pressure on him. Hopefully he puts in the work to live up to the hype. But he's definitely a good talent. It'd be interesting to see what they do there with him if they keep Julio.
I think part of that hype comes from other teams wanting that. They want that Kelsey. They want that Kittle.
Right.
They want that Darren Waller because you could do so much with that player. And this guy looks like he's in that mode. I don't think it's been so many that were this dynamic at one time. You had Tony Gonzalez and you had Antonio Gates, and it was them two for so long, and they had other stars on their team. But these guys have meant so much to Super Bowl contenders, especially Kittle and Kelsey. I'm thinking that a lot of teams are just imagine if we had one of those guys, how much it changes our offense. Like, this pick could keep Julio where he is. You get what I mean? Like, they need more weapons down there. And this guy is a weapon.
I'm going to tell you, Squeeze, you need to call Julio and be like, if something happens,
well, you know why that is.
You can break it first.
You know why that is, right? You know why that is, though, right?
What?
Why is that?
Hey, but you know why that is? Why these teams cover Kyle Pitts so much? It's got nothing to do with Kittle, Waller, or Little. It's because when they saw him do that 40-inch vertical in shorts, they were just stunned and just said, "Oh my gosh, this is amazing." When they saw how he looked standing in shorts and a shirt on a practice field, they were just blown away by it. So that's really where the hype really began right there, if we're just being honest.
Oh, he wasn't blocking and balling at Florida all year. The last time he played.
No, that's
you
got
didn't look at him and say he was balling.
What really happened is what happened when he was at his pro day. How he looked in those shorts when he was running, man, you can't buy that anywhere else. That's top tier talent right there.
Gus, when he starts talking nonsense, just mute him. Just mute him when he starts talking nonsense.
Oh, okay. So okay.
Kyle Pitts is a matchup nightmare.
I agree, Bo.
There's not a linebacker in the league that can run with him except Devin White. He is faster than anyone. You try and put a DB on him, he's going to get out physical. He's a matchup nightmare. He's willing to get dirty in the trenches and block, do all the things you need to do. And it allows you to go from 11 to 10 personnel sets and cause matchup problems for the defense. He's just a freak of nature. He's going to be just fine.
Well, okay, so the Bengals pick is in. It's going to be shown live in a minute. Let me tell you my theory why Jamar Chase is the pick and not Sewell. This is a deep offensive line draft, and when you have a receiver like Chase, who I think is the best receiver to come out in the last 5 years, at least 5 years, you forget what and some people may have forgot what he did while at LSU. He cost A.J. Terrell a lot of money in that national title game. He had him drop from a top 15 pick all the way to round 2, round 3. Jamar Chase is different. And you bring up Quentin Nelson. Quentin Nelson only played guard. They were drafting for a guard. They weren't drafting for a tackle to kick inside the guard. They're fine on the inside. It's the tackles. You can get a tackle picking in the upper half of the second round, a borderline first round guy to put out there and protect Joe Burrow. You don't get with this offense, you have Joe Mixon, one of the best running backs in the NFL. You have T. Higgins, who had a great year. You have Boyd, who's a great slot receiver. Jamar Chase makes all that even better, and Joe Burrow already has that relationship. Now we're talking about electricity. Now we're talking about an offense that may be
you got sacked 32 times.
The best offense in that division.
Exactly.
He got sacked 32 times. He only played 10 games. He only played 10 games, and he got sacked 32 times in 10 games. 32 times. Okay, Jamar Chase. I hope he didn't block somebody.
That's a lot.
I'm willing to bet money on it. I'm willing to put money on it. How's that?
I'm not putting money on it because you already know what the pick is.
It's already been.
Yeah, Joe,
I said it every time.
You can't do that, Joe. Hey, this is Joe. I'm willing to put money on the next pick. Yeah, he wants to bet me. Yeah, you can't do that, man.
No,
that's how he get on.
Yeah.
Hey,
that's how he get on.
I tell you, I called it. Who wants to bet?
I'm just telling you. We sat here and did it ahead of time. I said, let's just do it. I mean, we didn't put money on it, but let's place this. Let's see who's all going to take. Only one of us said they're going to take Jamar Chase.
Yeah, because you already knew.
Someone in their organization told me. I'm not saying it because
that's my point. That's my point. You're making my point. You already knew.
Like, hey, that's
so what are you talking about?
That's my default.
Thank you, TJ.
I've been saying this. Yes, I can speak from experience. I can just be like, that's the Bengals.
Thank you. This is not knocking Jamar Chase whatsoever. Like, I don't think any of us on here think he's not a good player. He really is. But this is the first time in how long that the Bengals had a legit franchise quarterback who shows signs that, hey, this kid could play at this particular level without having all this college experience. You need to protect him, just like the Texans didn't protect Carr when he was there. Look what happened to him. And then continuously throughout the years, quarterbacks who aren't protected, what ends up happening? I'm happy for Jamar Chase. Congratulations to him. Seriously, he's a very good player. But if the Bengals don't start investing in that offensive line, it will not matter because Burrow won't be able to get these guys the ball.
But who's to say they're not investing in the offensive line just because they didn't take them at 5? There's guys that get Andrew Whitworth was a late round pick. David Bakhtiari, the highest paid tackle in the game, was a 4th round pick. There's guys that are picks that get taken after the 1st round. Same thing with receivers. And just like you bring up a lot of pressure on Kyle Pitts, there's going to be a lot of pressure on Jamar Chase. There's going to be a lot of pressure for him and Joe Burrow to have that same type of connection. But you're going to tell me that if Derek Carr didn't have the chance to have Devontae Adams drafted, the Raiders could have taken Devontae Adams in that draft. If they had the opportunity, they wouldn't have done that. Looking back,
the Raiders were about
Derek Carr gets his numbers because he is most of the time he's well protected. The majority of his career, he's been well protected.
The years that
and the
we've
times
gotten
when he's
back,
well protected, you could see the difference in his play when he wasn't well protected. During games when he was losing, when he was missing key offensive linemen. So it's a comfort level, especially with a quarterback who's been sacked 32 times and he only played 10 games. Like, you don't want it to start getting psychological. You know what I'm saying? Joe Burrow is a hell of a talent, but you could smash his talent. Do y'all believe that Derek Carr getting that leg broke took a little bit out of him?
Absolutely.
Same thing could happen here. Same thing could happen here. So I'm saying when you get somebody that could be a generational quarterback that showed you what he could do in a short amount of time. I mean, I don't know. I feel like Sewell is head and shoulders above the rest of the offensive linemen in this game. His build, his speed. He's got a thick lower body. He's like a tree stump at the bottom, but he's still tall, long, rangy. I mean, I feel like that's
that I've seen in a long time. And
yeah, man.
What I'm saying is the thing between him and Chase is I've got him at 1 and Chase at 4. So it's not like you sat there and reached for a guy or you don't have
exactly agreed.
Spot. I just, again, it's about preference and, trying to maybe defend Joe a little bit here, even though I would have taken Sewell. Yeah, if you've got a guy targeted at the top of the next round, then okay, you can sort of say maybe I don't have the wide receiver on my board that's going to basically match this talent level, and maybe I can have a guy that maybe not be as good as Sewell, but at least is somewhere closer to the vicinity of him than a wide receiver gap might be between Chase. Because by the time Waddle and Devontae Smith and all those guys are gone, we're looking at kind of a drop as far as the wide receivers, in theory, because there's a couple of guys that I like that I think have some Justin Jefferson type potential on the back half of the first round and then into the second round. So I think it's just kind of a matter of preference and where you fit. Team fit is going to matter a big deal in this draft.
You know what they say, guys. You know what they say. You can't throw the ball from your ass.
100.
So, good luck.
100%. I think we do agree that they have to address that offensive line somewhere in this draft, though, right?
We all agree on it. I'm just saying, I'm not surprised it's Chase. They targeted him early on. They liked him. They like him and Burrow together. Now they can go ahead and address that in the second, third, fourth round. They could take 5 offensive linemen in the rest of the draft, and you address the offensive line situation. You don't get that talent with Jamar Chase in this. And mind you, the Dolphins are up. After the Dolphins pick, we are going to take a break. Where do you think the Dolphins go right here?
Penny.
They got the same issue. I feel like they're in a great place. If I wanted to trade places with anybody in this draft, this would be the team that I want to trade for, because it should be hard to make mistakes with with the positions that they're in and their need. Dolphins on the up and up. I feel that's a team to look out for.
I agree.
Dolphins, despite being this high up, they're in a position where they could, for whoever in their eyes is the best player, they could just go for that. They do have to protect the quarterback, but in a sense, they could just go for a best player that they have left on their particular board. And I don't think it'll be that reach, but I would say go off.
Also, remember, Tua's left-handed too, so that plays a part.
Yeah, your blindside flips, but.
Right.
Yeah, Kalani makes a good point. I think they're in a position where their needs aren't so pressing.
My man played that so cool. He played that so cool.
Can't just take the best guy.
I think this pick will say a lot about how they feel about Tua. I'll say that much.
In terms of if they get guys to support him, or are you talking about
go both ways
in terms of helping him out, or that maybe they just Because honestly, I think
Mac Jones from the cloud.
I think Waddle goes
Jalen
here.
Waddle. Yeah.
It's Waddle.
I think it's Waddle.
Waddle.
Yeah, and you put him with Devontae Parker, and now it's like, okay.
You got your slot guy that Tua can get the ball to that has a relationship with him.
Yeah.
And look, and I think, Squeeze, I think we talked about it, and I said this to CJ. I think Waddle is better between him and Devontae Smith. I think Waddle's the better overall receiver.
I believe Waddle is the best receiver in the draft. I like him better than Jamar Chase. Absolutely.
I think when it comes to Waddle and Chase, that's literally picking hairs. I mean, that's two terrific talents, but this is an absolute dynamic playmaker who you can put all over the field. And despite not protecting him, it does give Tua another option to go out there and make some plays with. Hey, if you can't protect him, at least try to outscore him.
Yeah, this dude can line up anywhere. He can line up anywhere on the field and be as effective in any one of the positions.
I thought I said that, but okay. I guess you said it better, but okay. I thought I said that.
Let's check this out, bro. I'm just trying to boost you a little bit. You know what I'm saying?
The guys.
Trying to boost you a little bit, bro. That's all. Trying to give you a little love. You know what I'm saying? You need it in your life.
What we're gonna do is we're gonna take a quick break. We're gonna come right back with the rest of the draft, finish out the top 10 in the first round. Talk more Raiders. We're gonna get into some top 5 draft crushes. I'm gonna give you mine and tell you the funny story behind my number 1 guy. This is the FSM Draft Show on Franchise Sports Media. Welcome back to the Franchise Draft Show on franchisesportsmedia.com. I'm Joe Arrigo. Join me for this portion of it is TQ, CJ the Raiders Realist, Kalani, George Takada, and Coach Bo Ward-Bell. Brought to you with our director Gus. We're back. So, all right. So, the Detroit pick is in. Sewell's still out there. I would think
that's
that'd be like
who it's got to be for me.
It has to be at this point. He shouldn't have.
It is Detroit. You never know.
This is crazy ass Dan Campbell. I don't know who this is going to be.
He might go for a kicker.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He might go for.
Let's say this. Let's get this out in the open right now. We mocked it yesterday. Mac Jones sliding down potentially to New England. Let's just put that out there. Bill Belichick gets his young guys.
It's absolutely in play, and I think that's the one place where he would actually work right away. And I'm almost dreading it because it feels inevitable. Like It just sort of feels like one of those matches.
Yeah, why does this kind of stuff? This kind of stuff just happens for them. What is going on?
Like no effort needed. They don't have to move off their spot, and a guy that ends up, working for them is just going to drop right to them.
I know what I said. I know what I said earlier about Fields and quarterbacks from Ohio State. I completely agree with that. But I kind of noticed that with Cam Newton being in New England, it doesn't really seem to be a style of play that Belichick has an issue with Cam Newton. With him being there another year, if Justin Fields is there, maybe he brings him along. He has somebody with a similar skill set that Fields can look after. Look, you say what you want about Cam Newton, about how he dresses or whatever, but on the field, he's never had any complaints from teammates or coaches. That's somebody that Fields could then take a year to learn the system, look from him, and then it won't be such a big transition going to the next style of quarterback. So while Mac Jones does seem like a logical pick, I wouldn't be surprised if he was there if they went that route instead.
Yeah, I mean,
I can just see Belichick and Saban sitting at some damn big wooden table, just conjuring this up. You know what I'm saying? I just see this scene. Don't you see this scene? Don't this just look like what happened the other day? Like,
saying about 5 words in 45 minutes.
Yeah, exactly. Like oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Just some diabolical meeting, and they get the next Tom Brady at the end of the first round. Like,
but you made a great point there, Kalani, because that's the thing. It's the only problem with Cam last year was just his inaccuracy. They clearly didn't have a problems in the offense with him. He just missed throws. If you get somebody that cleans that up a little bit better.
Can you hear Belichick when he tells Cam we're on to Mac Jones, like just we're on to Mac Jones. Hey, Nick.
Well, you're right, CJ. They Lions took Sewell. That was like a no.
Nice work, Lions.
You got to do that.
No brainer.
Nice work, Lions.
So Kalani, or not Kalani, CJ did a great job with that with Sewell. You guys did a great job. Now I know CJ had him as his number one guy, right? And we all have our draft crushes. We all have the guy that we've liked so much coming out of a draft. And so I thought it would be kind of a cool idea. CJ and I were talking about this when we were putting the show together a little bit about who would be our top 5 draft crushes, the guys that when they were coming out, that we knew damn well they're going to be a stud and they're going to be that. And we wanted to go to our team so bad. And so I'm going to give you mine to start so you guys can kind of play off it. Number 5 was Reggie Bush. I mean, I covered Reggie Bush, got to know Reggie a lot. And there was a lot of speculation when he was coming out. I actually broke the story that Green Bay was trying to trade up. New England, on the other hand, New Orleans, when news broke that they were going to trade back 2 or 3 spots, fans had a revolt. So they kind of pulled out of that trade. And there goes Reggie Bush to Green Bay when they would have had, Aaron Rodgers and Brett Favre, and Reggie. That would have been crazy. My number 4 is Taylor Mays. I thought Taylor Mays, watching him play, talking with coaches at USC, talking to Pete Carroll, he's the next Ronnie Lott. Yeah, he's kind of like probably working at a parking lot right now because he didn't have the hips, wasn't that guy. Taylor had a lot of other issues. As a kid, my number 3 guy was Terrell Buckley. Man, I love T-Buck coming out of Florida State. Short corner, swagged out. Oh, my God. And he goes to Green Bay, and he's burnt like toast. He ended up having a great career playing. I think he played in Miami and I think a couple other places. But T-Buck was something different. And God, he sucked. Sean Taylor was my number 2. I thought, God rest his soul, I still think Sean Taylor would have gone down as the best safety to ever play the game. Sean Taylor was just special.
Rest in peace.
Yeah, and everything about him. But my number 1 guy is Randy Moss. Now, Randy Moss coming out of I remember reading in Sports Illustrated about him at Notre Dame and having to go to Florida State because, he got in trouble. And then at Florida State, he was dominating as he redshirted. And Bobby Bowden couldn't wait to get him on the field. Then he gets kicked off, and this guy's at Marshall. And I'm like, okay, who's this guy? And that's when Marshall was on TV like every Thursday night when they were on D2 on ESPN. So
with Pennington.
This guy, I'm like, Chad Pennington. And I was just like, this guy is like just beyond, like, I want him. So when he comes up for the draft, Green Bay's sitting there, and they're at pick 20. And I'm like, oh, hell yeah. And he starts sliding. He gets past the Cowboys. He gets past this team. Green Bay's on the clock. Now, mind you, this is in right around the top, right after Kobe Bryant got drafted, and my boy that was with me when Kobe got drafted was pissed at, why are we taking this guy? He's a high school kid. I go, nah, Jerry West is the GM, bro. Like, Jerry takes him, where it's good. Don't worry about it. So he's watching the draft with me. I'm at my grandparents' house. I'm sitting on the couch. The TV's in front of me. I got a bottled soda in my hand because it's on the Saturday. By the time it's like 12:30, we got the pizza going. We're eating. And with the 20th selection in the NFL draft, the Green Bay Packers select, I'm like, Randy fucking Moss, Vonnie Holiday. I threw my soda down. Fuck you, Ron Wolf, you geriatrical bastard. What the fuck? Oh, I went off. I called Ron Wolf every day under the sunshine. And 2 picks later, he goes to Minnesota, which makes it even worse. And so my buddy tells me, Ron Wolf drafted him. I said, shut the fuck up. We didn't win the Super Bowl last year. We could have won 3 more with Randy Moss and Brett Favre. What the hell? So that's my number one story. Randy Moss not going to Green Bay. My biggest draft cuts broke my heart. So, yeah, I'm still pissed about that.
Well, I'll jump in, and I'm not nearly as smart. Like, some of these make me look like a village idiot. But, you like who you like when they're coming out. Number 5 for me was, and it was on the heels of a guy that I really liked, and he's actually on the list, but it was Justin Blackmon. I thought he was the goods. I watched a lot of Oklahoma State games the year that he declared, and I was like, damn, he's sort of like a sawed-off Megatron. Yeah. He was more like a GoBot.
Dang. Right out the GoBot mention. I haven't heard GoBot in 15 years.
Number 4 was another guy who didn't pan out quite the way that I thought, and that was a guy by the name of Larry English, who got drafted by the Chargers. 3-time All-MAC. He was the MAC Player of the Year. He was 6'2", 255, and he was precisely why I had reservations about Khalil Mack when he was skyrocketing, for the exact same reason, because he had the same pedigree. He dominated at Northern Illinois the way that Mack did at Buffalo, and it was just like, well, level of competition. Well, his didn't pan out. He never had more than 3 sacks in a season. It just didn't work out. Have they made the pick on the commercial? Number 3 is a guy that I'm still mad at to this day. You want me to jump in?
Hold number 3. The Panthers pick is in, and we want to hear this.
And
the Panthers need a lot, but we know they need defense. Am I correct in assuming this?
Yeah, we haven't had a defensive player go yet, and they have a quarterback. So
this is where we start. Yeah, this will be. We start holding our breath. Don't take Micah Parsons' watch.
Please don't take Micah Parsons.
Well, I don't think it's Parsons. They signed too many backers as it is.
That's just where I'm at right now. I'm officially on the please. I don't want to hear his name.
Me either, man.
It's J.C. Horn. J.C. Horn, South Carolina. My guy.
Nice. Went before Sertan, huh?
Ooh, yeah, he did.
Wow.
I'm glad that so far my rankings haven't the rating. I had him as my number one corner, or I had him as my number one corner.
Yeah.
So
he's a beast though.
No, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, it's just he didn't have the bright lights. You know what I'm saying? He's playing in the SEC East, so it's a bit they don't necessarily get as many of them national games. And he wasn't playing, he wasn't playing for the national championship either, or in the playoffs. So, but he's a beast, man. Come from good stock, and I mean, I spent a lot of time in New Orleans, and bro, his dad is different. You know what I'm saying?
Joe.
Joe's different, man. This is a little dog right here. So, damn good pick. It's a good pick for them.
I can say this publicly now. JC is a football junkie. I talked to a couple of teams that talked to him. This kid, literally, all he does is think about football. He plays Madden all day. He watches film. He's working out. He's working on all the different facets of his game. He eats, sleeps, drinks football. He's a football junkie, and teams fell in love with him. I know some teams on the back end was hoping he would slide. They fell in love with his competitiveness. They fell in love with the way that he just handles himself. He conducted himself in interviews. They fell in love with everything about J.C. Horn. The draft is interesting here because the Broncos are on the clock, folks. So let's go back to CJ. He's at number 3 with his draft crushes. So let's go ahead and get to that.
George, cover your ears. My number 3 is a guy that I didn't think it should have taken more than 3 seconds, even though I knew we were never taking him, and that was Calvin Johnson. That entire time when Jabustus was being hailed as this guy, I'm not calling him by his government name. He's Jabustus.
I call him Jawalrus.
Jawalrus, Jabusta
Squeeze, you got to tell some stories about Jabustus, Jawalrus. You got some stories.
All I know is that you watch Calvin Johnson do what he did in a triple option offense at Georgia Tech, where he was averaging 27 yards a catch because pretty much every time they chucked it, it was going deep. And him in that 2-1, going 2-on-1 on guys, just mossing guys as they call it. I was like, oh my goodness. If there was ever a prototypical Al Davis pick, it was going to be Calvin Johnson, and we didn't take him. And I can never get over that, because I'm like, if there's the ideal for what he wants, the measurables, the speed, the power, he was perfect. He would have been absolutely perfect in silver and black. And then, of course, he bodies us in his very first game for Detroit, setting a trend. It was just like that very first game of the Lance Kiffin era, of all of that. He just completely, he cooked us. And I'm not going to talk about him beating Rolando McClain one-on-one in 2011, because only the Raiders put a middle linebacker on the best wide receiver in football, with the game on the line, going deep. But I digress.
Jeez, man.
My number
just
2
brought my whole mood down.
Is another guy that I really wanted when it was there, and that was Ed Reed. I thought he was the guy who made all of that stuff with all that talent they had at Miami. He made them different. I was like, he's better than all of these guys, and they've got like 9 guys that are going to get drafted in the NFL. And I just beat the table. I was like, we got 2 picks. Napoleon Harris is going to be there at 23. Take Ed Reed, please. Pair him with Rod Woodson, and it's like, who's throwing on Charles Woodson and Torrey James in that secondary? Ain't nobody throwing on that team. And we reached for a guy. We reached for need. We established that problem. You go and take Napoleon Harris instead of maybe the greatest safety to ever live. And then my number 1 is a guy like, people, I'll sit there and mention him, and people don't even know what I'm talking about, was Derek Harvey, the defensive end from Florida, who I thought was going to be Javon Curse 2.0. And he turned out to be Javon Curse 2.0. He was absolute garbage from the jump, and it just never translated. At least Dante Fowler sort of found it, because that's kind of who he's reminded me of. But Fowler found something. It never worked for Harvey, and I told everybody, I was like, this guy, he might be all pro his first year. I was talking off the side of my neck for Derek Harvey. He was pretty much Jabustus on the D line. So that was my 5th guy. So I've swung and I've missed. Not afraid to say it, unfortunately.
So the Broncos, and I remember Derek Harvey, first of all, and I agree with you. I thought he was going to be something special. He was something special piece of crap for TV draft. Wasted money. I don't even think he made it through his first contract, and that's his volumes.
He got traded from Jacksonville in his 3rd year. Yeah.
And he's out the league by year 4. The Broncos are still on the clock. The clock is going down. So this is one of those where, if Denver's going to pull the trigger, if Green Bay and Denver are talking, this could be, because the clock is running down. It's about a minute or so, it looks like.
If I'm the Packers, I'm just saying, I'm not letting Aaron Rodgers do anything but retire. I'm playing hardball. I'm not letting him leave. It is what it is. I've already drafted my next quarterback. If he don't want to play for me, I ain't letting him play for nobody else. That's that. Carson Palmer.
And if Rodgers does go to Denver, if I'm the Raiders, I'm switching my mindset from this offensive tackle thing and go best defensive player available, because 6 games you got to face Rodgers, Mahomes, and Herbert. You better go find an offensive tackle in round 2 and get whoever is a monster on defense available at 17.
Absolutely.
But what are the Broncos? What are they going to have to give up? I mean, a lot.
Everything.
It's like a $39 million price tag with Rodgers, first of all.
Right. The pick is in. So I'm going to be interested to see if they're picking for somebody. If it's a quarterback, you know that's staying there. Now,
Right.
what they would
It's
have
kind of a telegraph, isn't it?
Yeah. So this is where we're going to see if it's a quarterback thing. You know, it's no Rodgers deal is probably going to happen. If it isn't a quarterback, depending on the player and position, that could speak volumes to who, you know, could be on the move potentially. George, to answer your question, you'd have to say at least 3 first-round picks. Probably a player, a couple 2s and a couple 3s. I mean, Green Bay's not going to get value for Aaron Rodgers from anybody.
No.
You know, so when you look at this, you know, Aaron Rodgers wants some control and wants to have a say-so in personnel. Green Bay's not going to give that up. That's not the way they do things. Mike Sherman did that with Brett Favre, and that caused a whole situation when Ted Thompson first came on and took over. And
he doesn't need to. He doesn't need to have control over personnel at the places where he's going. He wants control over personnel at Green Bay because they haven't given him what he needs consistently. They're doing dumb stuff at the end of his career when he's ready to win a Super Bowl. They going and picking up damn quarterbacks. Like, it's stupid.
So in this case, if it's not a quarterback, I'll say if it's a receiver or a defensive back, if I'm a Packer fan, I'd hold my breath still. Only because Green Bay has a weakness at corner, and they could use another receiver. And it is Patrick Surtain going to Denver.
Well,
so
I hate to say it, but I love that pick.
I thought did we
I love that pick too, because I think our wide receiver is about to get some yardage. They about to get some barbecue chicken.
No, we had him going 10th. We had him going 10th, and then we had Horn going 11th.
That's right. So this leads to the Cowboys, which now Micah Parsons watch is on.
Yeah.
Parsons watch for your Raiders fan is really on right now. Hey, and here's the other thing. I don't know if you guys have been told. I've been told this, Squeeze. I don't know if you've heard this. CJ, I don't know if you've heard this or anybody, George, you or anybody else. Bill Belichick likes Justin Fields. He thinks he could do something with them. Justin
makes
Fields
sense from what Kalani was saying earlier. That makes sense.
Has a lot of Cam Newton in him.
Yeah,
has a lot of Cam Newton in him, and that could. And he actually played for Cam's 7-on-7 team. A lot of people don't know that. So there's already a bridge there. So that's something to watch for as well. Squeeze, who's your top 5 draft crushers?
I'm sorry, you guys with y'all boring ass draft crushers. That's not what I'm on. Okay, first and foremost, I was born in Alabama. It was college football before it was the pros. My college football heroes turned me into the fans of the teams that I am fans of today. Number one Marcus Allen from the University of Southern California, who went to my Raiders. Bo Jackson from Auburn, who also went to my Raiders. Deion Sanders, Charles Woodson, because I'm a stickler for a defensive player that could win the Heisman. That's the ultimate feat as far as I'm concerned in college football. So he was solidified in my brain as one of my favorite players forever from the point that happened. Wherever he went, I was going to follow him as far as wanting to see him do well. And then the last one, Julio Jones. Julio Jones, who is my family. That's my cousin. And I remember how happy the whole family was for him. We all knew how much of a beast he was going to be in the league because he was a beast in high school. He was a beast in college. He's just always been a beast. He's always walked around with a football since he was a little kid. And just superhuman athleticism, strength, speed. We just get past the injury problems. I still think he's got a lot left in the tank. And I hope that there's a trade looming later on in the draft somewhere to bring him out west. That would be wonderful. And that's my 5. All Hall of Famers. Gold jackets.
To quote Chris Rock, I'm only going to say one thing. Cornbread. Ain't nothing wrong with that.
For real. Look at Joker sitting here. He's sitting here. He thought he was going to be a 49er, didn't he, Mr. Jones?
That is
No,
the
sir.
most randomly funniest line ever be put in the song.
Hey, so I'll say this. This is a prime spot for a trade with Dallas. They wanted one of those two corners.
Bad.
Now, to me, and I know I didn't change it on there, but Craig Newsome the third moved up to my number 3 with Farley dropping down to 4.
Eagles just traded up.
Okay, so this is where prime spot, and again I'm looking Devontae Smith.
Wait,
the prime
the Eagles
spot
traded with Dallas?
Yeah, they might have just swapped the spot, but yeah, they're trading here.
Wow.
Yo, you don't see that too much trades within the division.
Wow,
yeah,
for real.
not in round 1. They can
Okay.
see it back end.
Yeah, 2 spots. So they're jumping the Giants. So whatever it is, they're doing this. Philly doing something with the thought of the Giants.
You know what? I'll say it. This could be Micah Parsons.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it makes
This
sense.
could be Micah Parsons. It make a lot of sense for them right here. And they jumped the Giants, who historically
Definitely.
love
They
taking-
were snatching like that's why I thought he was going to be gone because the Giants. I just knew that's where he was going. And Philly jumped him. Yeah, I think he's going here.
Yeah, they gave up a third to move up 2 spots.
Are you?
I mean, unless they're trying to go after.
Are you surprised that Devontae Smith is sliding like this?
No, I'm not. Well, I'm sorry. Thought you
You
were
guys
talking
are
to me.
surprised that Devontae sliding?
I'm not.
Whoever. I
He's
asked
so
George,
small
but-
that that's probably where the pause is. I can't see it being too much longer, but yeah, just his frame was just, like Hollywood Brown was bigger than he was, and so yeah, I think that's probably where the concerns are. If you're going to put him in the slot, can he be able to absorb all of that over the course of a year?
Yeah, Dallas
Well,
Dallas
it's
traded
about-
number 10, guys, the number 10 and the 3rd round pick.
Yeah, number 84. So they gave up their third to move up to the 2 spots, which probably means Parsons.
Freaking Devontae Smith looked like a high school sophomore sitting there in a suit, like he getting ready for a junior prom or something.
It's one thing to be, it's one thing that his weight or whatever, but like, you can be small and muscular. Like he's skinny and
maybe
tall. You know what I'm saying? So I don't think he's gonna get much bigger. That's the difference. It's guys that come in small and you can put some weight on them. But like if you wasn't able to pack no weight on him at Alabama, man, I think he said he gained 25 pounds throughout his whole college career.
He came in a 145 or whatever it was.
Yeah, and went out where he is right now. It's not even 30 pounds at the number 1 strength and conditioning program in the world. Like,
speaking of strength and conditioning, let's plug our good friends at the Institute of Human Performance. The Jesse Halberstadt, Coach
Yes,
Sean
sir.
Manuel, Sean Friedis, everybody at Powerhouse Pilates, Project Eat, everybody over there with the Youth Academy. That's the Project Wellness. Yeah, that is the spot if you are in Vegas and you want to get bigger, faster, stronger, but you also the Youth Academy for education to get your wellness done. That's the spot to go. There's over 47 Raiders that go there to get their wellness done. That's where we held the Franchise 50s Combine. That's where they had the basketball combine a couple weeks ago. We got a quarterback combine taking place there and at a high school locally there in a few weeks. This is a big deal. So that's what you see their commercial with us. They Institute of Human Performance. Give them a call if you have anyone to get an assessment. Tell them the franchise sent you. They'll take care of you. They'll even give you a discount if you say the franchise sent you. I talked to Jesse today about that. So want to give them a
sweet.
He just looked physical. I'm looking at Michael Parsons. He just
a mean, just a
he looked like Clover
mean.
Lang. Like, yeah, he just looked like ready to steal on somebody.
I wish somebody could get here and they say, Micah, when they interview you and they say, "What do you know? How do you feel? And what are your plans for this season?" Just look at the camera real slow and say, "Pain."
Pain.
It'll be perfect.
What's he look all pissed off for? He's about to become a millionaire. Pain.
Micah Parsons? Well,
Yeah. Just saw
Well, I
pictures
have
of
it
him
on-
in the war room.
Are you
He's
guys
a linebacker,
on,
man. He should look
you
pissed
on-
off.
Are you watching it on ESPN or NFL Network?
Me?
Yeah.
ESPN.
Oh, okay. I have the phone on NFL Network, so I didn't see him in there.
Yeah, he's looking
I
all
should-
pissed. He's looking like a
I would be
linebacker to
too.
me, though.
Nah,
He's
man,
looking like a Raider.
you figure.
He's looking like a Raider. I swear he's looking like a Raider. He had on a blue suit. He had
How long
on a
has he
blue
been
suit.
sitting there?
Just imagine
He's
him in a black
probably
suit
hungry.
sitting there all pissed
You know
off.
what I'm saying?
Oh,
He
man.
wants to get out that suit and relax. But I haven't even put it in yet.
I don't know. The pick is in, so we'll see.
Slater's my best guy on the board still, but I don't know if they jump to snatch him. It feels like it's either gonna
Roger,
be.
get down to that lady. Lady, I'm not here for you. I gotta go.
Yeah, they had some. Who's retiring? Somebody retired on the O line, right? Or two people, huh?
Well, I think Jason Peters is gone.
Yeah, Peters and
Oh, Peters. And
yeah.
Is Kelsey?
No, I will.
Is Kelsey?
Kelsey came back for the year. I will say
Oh,
this:
he came
this
back?
boat,
Okay.
Rashawn Slater is still there, and he is sliding
Uh-oh.
down.
There we go.
So that's another guy. That means that the offensive linemen are sliding down. The pick is in, and it is Devontae Smith.
It's got to be
from
Devontae Smith.
Alabama.
Yeah.
So you take Jalen Reagor last year, and now you have Devontae Smith, two slot guys, even though Smith still is reunited with Jalen Hurts. That's interesting. What does that say about Jalen Reagor last year? A guy who many thought could go in the top half of the of the draft, and as an impact guy.
It doesn't say anything about him at all. You need weapons out there. You need guys out there that can electrify the field and put points on the board. It can't just be one guy. It's got to be by committee. When you look at Kansas City, they got Tyreek Hill, but then they got Travis Kelce, then they got Sammy Watkins, then they got Harmon, then they got this. It can't just be one guy and then that's it. You got to have a committee. So them doing this is like, hey, we got holes to fill on defense, but we coming after you and we looking to put points on the board. So I think it's a good move to go out there and get two dynamic receivers. And like we were saying earlier about Smith's size, if they utilize him correctly and not try to have him just go in the middle or across and whatnot and get him on the outside where he utilize his athletic ability, man, they are going to be a threat to watch. Jalen Hurts can move. These guys moving around. Offensively, this is a good move.
And just like Burrow and Chase, Smith and Hurts are reunited. They have a connection. They have that Alabama connection, and I think there's something to do with that. And, of course, to move up and try to get your electric Deshaun Jackson clone.
And now it looks like the Giants have traded to Chicago, who's now basically in this spot.
And if the Bears don't pick one of these quarterbacks, they're
right. If they trade up and don't take a quarterback.
That would be hilarious. I would.
Yo, Chicago would riot.
Laughing.
Yo, Chicago would riot, bro. This is Justin Fields all the way. It's Justin Fields all the way. Chicago would lose their.
But this is the Bears. TQ, it's the Bears. It is Mac Jones.
Bro, they're not taking Mac Jones.
Yes, they are. It's Mitsubishi 2.0, baby.
Offensive genius is their head coach. Yes.
Bro,
The Bears are going to go with Mac Jones. They're going to say they're going with the same model as Mitch Trubisky, but Mac Jones can do it because he played a bit. Come on.
Yo, come on, man, please. You don't believe that. Well, you don't even believe that, bro.
I believe it because it's the Bears. That is the only thing. All right?
Oh,
so
my
I will
God.
say this.
Leading
I'm
the
a little
blind
fun.
and drafting the depth.
This is a fun fact about Dave Gettleman. This is the first time in the history of him being a general manager that he's traded up or down in the first round. He's always stood pat in the first round. So the Bears had to make him a damn good offer, or the guy that he wants just isn't there. Here's details of the trade. The Bears trade pick 20, pick 164, a 2022 first rounder, and a 2022 fourth
They
rounder.
traded 3 picks.
It's absolutely a QB since they're taking a quarterback.
Damn, they gotta be taking Justin Fields, man. Come on. They're not
They traded 3 picks.
No way.
Yeah, that's Justin Fields.
Come on, bro. That's Justin Fields, man.
Yeah.
Gotta be.
Hey, as long as it works, as long as whoever they pick works out and it starts to turn things around, whatever you give up is totally justifiable as long as it works out. You know, the Bears don't necessarily have a horrible team. They probably don't have that good of a coaching staff, and that's the reason why they struggle so much. But if you look across that roster on both sides, they're not horrible. Not saying they're great, but they're not horrible, but very poorly managed. So if whoever they draft here, they tend to work out, what they gave up is peanuts.
This ain't even about the season. It's about, is Soldier Field still going to be standing between now and opening day if they get Mac Jones right here? City of Chicago.
There's no way.
City of Chicago is going to burn.
Even the good parts is going to be Chirac.
They are going to have a fit. You understand me?
They've been doing it'll be nothing new to Chicago. It's been decades.
I want this to be Mac Jones because I'm just petty like that.
I'm with you. I want it to be Mac Jones, but I don't think it is. I think it's Fields, but
it's gotta be Fields.
Jones.
Hey, come on, man. It's gotta be.
With them giving up so much, you expect a quarterback, but is it possibly Micah Parsons?
No, there's not for that team.
For that much, they gave up a load.
They gave
which leads me to think quarterback, but I'm a little wrench in it.
Their coaching staff and GM are on the hot seat, and they gave up ass again for a quarterback. And a quarterback, like TQ says, whose neck is broken. He doesn't look left or right. He looks here and he throws. He looks there and he throws. He doesn't go like this. He's got the JT Daniels disease.
Ooh. Hey, no, but he can move though. He can move, Verb. You can't.
Yeah, he can't move. JT can't
run.
run.
That could change some things up there. They kind of the opposite of the Raiders, the way I see it. I feel like they have a defense. They have a playoff caliber defense. They don't have to have the best offense in the division. They just need to be serviceable. They can't be Mitchell Trubisky. You know what I'm saying? So I feel like this is the chance that they have, and the only chance that they have is to pick Justin Fields right here and hope.
Let me point this out. Jim McMahon, I think we agree that Jim McMahon is the greatest quarterback in Bears history. Am I correct?
Sid Luckman, but we're talking since color film. Yes.
Yeah.
I just want to point this out.
Color TV, Jim McMahon.
Yes. Okay. Jim McMahon went on record about a month ago, was on a Chicago radio station and said, Chicago is where quarterbacks go to die.
Yeah, he basically called it for Phil. He said he
stops today.
It was better in Green Bay backing up Favre.
About to turn it around right here.
Yeah, this guy.
The Chicago Bears select Matt Jones.
I hope it's Justin Fields.
And the Bears just signed Andy Dalton, so they're gonna have. I mean, whoever this is going to sit. You would assume.
You gotta sit.
And it's Justin Fields.
Yeah,
there it is.
Good job, Chicago. That's all you could do right here, baby. That's it. Y'all on your last leg.
That coach, if they're not winning this year, if they don't make the playoffs this year, that GM and coaching staff is fired. He literally pulled a Kevin Costner and said, if I don't make these picks, someone's going to be drafting for me next year. And they're going to be drafting their team. I can't draft my team. That's Ryan Pace right now.
I mean, but what other possibility did they have? Who's coming up next? Was anybody going to take him right here? Somebody would have took him. Who's next?
Well, it's Dallas next. So
Dallas back on
give me the
Minnesota.
The next 5 picks. Minnesota and Maybe.
Minnesota's probably going to take a lineman since they dropped to him. They're going to have Darisaw or maybe Slater to choose from.
Yeah.
When is New England from?
New England is like,
I'm worried about New England. I'm worried about New England, and I'm worried about Arizona. And they're the two teams in front of us.
New England's at 15.
Yeah, Arizona's 16th. I think if they were thinking about it, they'd probably want to trade to 14. But I like that pick.
I can't. Good for Fields. Good for the kid. I hope that he does. Well. You know, and you know he's in a good market for him. I hope that he. I hope he does
and he's
well.
so mad right now that he got picked right here. He's so mad. He just knew he was going to be higher than this. Look at him.
and then you got somebody.
I ain't mad at him. Shoot, I'm happy. Whoever that is, boy, I'm happy for him.
Hey,
And then you guys, was he drinking a Four Loko?
Oh no.
He gonna need it. He gonna need the original formula too.
So now you got somebody in the East Coast saying, "We just got to stay the cares. We got to, Mac Jones is going to follow us. We're going to get our guy Mac Jones.
We're on to Mac Jones.
We're on to Mac Jones. Sorry, Cam. We're gonna cut you, but we're on to Mac Jones." Cam,
turn in your playbook.
Cam,
just so you know, your impression needs some work, buddy.
My what? That's the whole point. I do bad impressions, Kalani. Thank you. Wait till you see my Gruden. It's horrible, and I still do it.
Your impression needs some work, buddy.
Your analysis needs some work, Kalani.
I mean,
you need to go to a pro day, Kalani.
What?
You need to go to a pro day.
Hey, who is Dallas? Who is Dallas picking now?
I'm gonna go to a pro day.
Who is Dallas picking now? Are they picking they're gonna pick the best player available, or are they picking for need? Because the quarterbacks are going.
No, they could go offensive line. They could go Slater's there. I mean, Slater would be a hell of a pick for him.
Yeah, Slater's my last top 10 guy. I mean, this is where I get nervous. They might pull the trigger here.
They're not okay. We said it they have too much money invested in linebackers. Parsons is going slipping. If they take him here, I'd be shocked.
Hey, what about the safety?
They could take.
What about the safety
here
from TCU? He's supposed to be the number one.
Safety.
I mean, yeah, but I mean, they do need somebody on defense, especially.
It'd be a little high, I'd like to see if I could move back down a little more, but it's in play. That's the thing. Like all of this stuff is really just sort of guesstimating. So
you know who's a good guy? Jalen Phillips right here. They could use some edge help. They could use an edge rusher. Jalen Phillips.
I like him. Is this too high for him though?
I mean, maybe, but I mean that's all relative at this point. Like you already traded back once, you're going to trade back.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's all relative. You already traded. You could trade back again. You could accumulate more picks if you have a team like New Orleans that wants to move up, and if they feel like they want to go after Mac Jones or go after somebody, a corner that they feel may not be there. This could be Craig Newsome. I mean, he would fit well there in what they do. It could be what's his name? Farley could be him if they wanted to.
Farley's an intriguing guy.
But
why wouldn't they pick Farley? What's the deal? How did Farley start falling so much?
Just injury history.
Just the injuries?
I think it's the injuries, his injury history. I wouldn't be surprised if it's Parsons because they traded back and they legitimately
another linebacker, bro.
But you know what? Jerry Jones could, it could help him get out of Jalen Smith's contract at the end of next year. And I think the Van Der Esch have some neck. Sean Lee has neck issues, so you can kind
Sean Lee retired, didn't he?
He may have. So they could use him as a will.
Sean Lee retired. I said they have Smith and Van Der Esch as the two guys. But I mean, if you go 4-3, I mean, you got three of the better linebackers as a tandem or as a group, right away.
I could see this. I could see this being Parsons right here. Parsons or,
Yep.
But to answer your question about Farley, his back is, he had 2 back surgeries, nothing major. And then he recently tested positive for a false positive for COVID or asymptomatic. It's gone now. So and then he sat out last year. He took he was a COVID opt out. So yeah. So that would be the other reason, more than likely.
I like Parsons in Dallas. I mean, Sean Lee just retired. I know they have a lot of money invested in the linebacker position, but how can you not take this dude?
I don't know.
It's a great question.
I
Number
don't know.
2 player in this draft.
Mine too.
Sounds familiar to what someone said earlier.
I wonder who that was.
I don't know. He probably was making a lot of sense, but was told no. Go to a pro day.
This guy.
Joe, let's take this fool. Let's take this fool to USC Pro Day next year, man, so he can see what's going on.
He really needs to. He needs to. We'll take him to UNLV.
Andy Dalton chose Chicago and
Fuck that. Take someone who'd appreciate it, like myself.
Yeah, there you go. Right. Take somebody who like you gonna care about that, because I'm not gonna be paying attention. I'm looking at the buildings and taking pictures of the trophies.
Oh, that's great.
With my whole heart,
So
my whole heart, I hate the Cowboys.
Yeah.
There he goes.
Everything inside of me, I hate the Cowboys.
Me too. And right now who's laughing and smiling?
Hey.
Lunch is smiling right now.
There it is.
Oh my
Parsons.
goodness! Damn it!
That's a Jerry Jones ass move right there. Just, need be damned. I'm just I like the guy and I get the biggest splash and oh boy, somebody popped the pin in me, man. I was holding out.
It makes sense though. As much as I would love to
wreck, man.
It makes sense for him to go there. I would love him as a Raider, but it makes sense for him to go there, especially when you lose Sean Lee. You need another linebacker there. I hate this. Why does everyone need to have their camera out recording? How many followers do you have where they need to see too? One person off to the side recorded. The rest of us just enjoy the moment. You got 5 people there holding the camera. Ain't nobody watching your damn feed.
Fool, you know damn well you would be filming right now if you were standing there next to that man. You was just talking about taking pictures at the damn pro day. What are you talking about, man? Get out of here.
What's a pro day? I don't care about the pro day. That's not a moment for me to live in.
If you ain't been standing like
that's not a moment for me to live in. But if I'm there at the draft and I'm sitting there trying to moment, I'm not gonna be there like, oh yeah, check this out. For what?
Boy, please. You be the first one.
Now, fool.
And we be here like, Kalani, send us that video. Tag
now,
me.
hey, look, I'm gonna be like, I didn't take it. I don't take videos when I'm at live events.
Damn, I don't like this pick right here. This dude is gonna be a problem.
Him, Jalen Smith, and LV.
It's the second year this happened. It was Isaiah Simmons last year. It's like I wanted that dude so bad.
Yeah.
Well, scare money don't make money. You want somebody bad enough, you gotta be willing to make that move.
This dude is rangy, man. He gets around.
He's a dynamic player.
Yeah.
Yeah, they just basically put Van Der Esch on the clock. Like, hey, you gotta show out for us to bring you back, or we'll just let you go to the market now because they just upgraded right there. And I like Van Der Esch.
Yo, I was such a Van Der Esch fan when he was coming out, and we still had a 10th overall pick. I said it might be high because he's coming from Boise State, but I definitely think we should take LVE and whatnot. I really liked his skill set. And whatnot. It's unfortunate we couldn't grab him, but I liked him a lot coming out of college.
Look at these Joneses, man. Oh, these people, bro. Goodness.
Okay, well, now that that's out of the way.
Man,
Yeah, the Chargers.
All people, bro.
Chargers feel like
it's time to regroup, fellas. Time to regroup. That's gone. Let's move on. I mean, what do we have? Offensive line. I'm not gonna be mad we get offensive line because we need it.
Darrisaw and Slater both being on the board.
Yeah. Like I've been telling Joe,
they're in the second tier for me.
Keep your eye on Brady Christensen from BYU in the 3rd round. That's for me. I really like that guy.
Yeah. Same here. But
I'm still going to source.
Apparently he was hot whiz, cheese whiz in college. So some people don't think he's worth the draft pick because he was blocking cheese whiz.
Mm.
Yeah. What are you gonna say, I'm just still gonna go with the source and think they're gonna draft an offensive tackle.
That's what we need.
And I asked my guy like Slater, Darrisaw, or Jenkins, and he said one of those. Don't know which one, but it's going to be one of those. So we'll see if the source is right.
The Chargers and the Vikings could both go offensive line here.
I expect them to be honest.
Yeah. The Chargers definitely need it. Minnesota, yeah, they could both go offensive line here. So, oh man,
Mac Jones is going to Bill Belichick.
And who said that yesterday?
He is going to Bill Belichick. I guarantee you. And I'm gonna tell you what else. We're gonna have to deal with Mac Jones' ass, and that's the only reason. That's the only reason. He could have went somewhere else and went off into oblivion, and we never had to hear from Mac Jones. Now we're gonna have to deal with Mac Jones.
Who?
I did not want to deal with Mac Jones. I just dealt with Mac Jones. I just dealt with Mac Jones in college. I don't want to deal with this man. Jeez, the one place.
Yeah, the one place.
And you know what? This is the way he can go anywhere and just fall off the face of the earth. Don't let him go to Belichick. Don't let him go to Belichick. He's about to go to Belichick.
I couldn't say that enough. You put him over there, and then all of a sudden, it's just going to end up working, and it's not even going to make any sense how good he's going to be in New England if that's where he ends up going.
Yep.
TQ, who is your team? Like you're all over the place. You don't like anybody that's drafted in NFC East. Now you don't like anybody going in the AFC East. And I don't know what you got. What team do you like, man?
Like the Raiders, and I like the 49ers. I like them both.
Okay. Well, just remember, guys, the Raiders' extra game is against the Bears in Vegas, so we'll just see how good Justin Fields is when he comes into town with Khalil Mack. So I'm looking forward to that. Because I got to
tell you this much: we better get somebody that could tackle him.
Is that possible? Can she get a +1? Because boy, she got some yummy yums, boy. My bad. Hey, so I was in the Bible the other day, and did you know?
Where did this just go?
Nothing.
Guy talking about
way to the left.
Hey, don't say we can drink on here, so my bad.
Gee.
I was talking about Justin Fields, and I'm hearing all yum yums, and I don't know what the hell that was.
Chicago is really known for good food. They're known for having good food there, so it's like
really good pizza, cake, right?
Hot dogs, steaks,
really good cake, bun cake.
Oh man, some of the best cake you can have right there, boy. It is filling and nice all around. Oh man, put a little cream on it. Woo!
So when you look at the Chargers, they need to keep Justin Herbert upright.
It's going to be Slater.
I like Slater in LA. I like that pick for
that. And he fell to him too. It's not a precipitous drop, but he's the second best tackle in this draft for me. And
I agree, 100%.
And they just.
No, I think Tucker's going to fall a little bit further.
Yeah.
Okay.
So do you think this is the player they wanted? You think Slater is who they wanted in the beginning? Or you think they had school first?
Go ahead. I think they wanted Darrisaw. I thought Darrisaw was going to be the guy, but with Slater there, they're ecstatic because they had him.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I think they love the fact that he fell to them because I thought that Slater would be gone by like 8 or 9, to be honest.
The board fell.
I thought Carolina might take him. And yeah, that just gives Herbert a little bit more protection. Good times.
I have an interesting photo of Justin Herbert that got sent to me wearing a UNLV jacket the other day.
If it wasn't for us bringing on Brown and Snead, I'd really be in favor of us also going after a wide receiver.
What damn wide receiver?
Who?
Wait, what are you drinking again?
I'll have
You
some.
look like a nerd.
I'm about ready. I didn't know we could drink on this. I'm about ready to go get some Pabst Blue Ribbon. I swear to God, I got it in the.
I thought you were gonna get some Natty Ice.
Oh
no,
no!
Slater, like when they were showing him right there, he was looking like he was.
Yeah, Mac Jones looked.
It looked like he was. Looked like he was doing the measurements of the room. Like, yeah, the circumference of the corner over there divided by the angle of this. He just looked like he was doing numbers in his head.
Yeah, Matt Jones looking like Aaron Rodgers, man. So depressed.
Rodgers got to be pissed. The
Nobody lost him.
Seriously, like I understand the diversity need, but come on, man. There's got to be somebody else out there we can grab.
Not
an offensive lineman.
Look at. I take Tuck, man. He's a beast.
Niners said no to Rodgers twice. That cuts.
Yeah. The California card has been revoked.
16 years apart. I don't mind it.
Fudge.
Good Lord.
So, but with the
He's
thing
just
about
fine. Rodgers is fine. He's got the best receiver in football.
No doubt about it.
A little biased.
Disagree.
But
I just
disagree 100%.
I sit here and I think Slater's going to go here. I think Darrisaw goes to Minnesota, and then I think that sets up Mac Jones.
But they need more. You need more.
It just feels.
We're gonna remember this day. Watch. We're gonna remember this day.
But hey, Mac Jones will have better receivers with the Patriots or in Alabama than with the Patriots.
I'm just telling you. I think that place would be where he balls out. I agree. And I don't even have any sort of tangible explanation other than just
the tangible explanation is Saban to Belichick.
Oh, here we go again with that.
That's the pipeline.
Literally, it's one of a couple of places that he could have got an upgrade in coaching. One of the couple of places that could have took him higher than where he is right now. It's probably them and them only. And I'm not saying that Mac Jones is a bad player. I'm saying for the 49ers or for somebody who's going to give away a load to go up and get him, I couldn't see that happening because I don't see his upside being there. And I don't think I don't think he's going to get much better than we've seen him on the field already, which is pretty good. I'm not saying that's a problem, but the one place where he can get better is where he's about to go.
And he can learn.
Now we're going to have problems with him. We're going to have to deal with him. Watch.
Yep.
Gonna be in some AFC championship year or two from now.
Just
we're all gonna be looking at each other stupid.
So what the Vikings are next, they need help on O and D line. So
I say Darrisaw here for Minnesota.
Darrisaw or Phillips, maybe.
Or
Phillips the beast.
I mean that's that would kind of be the two guys that I would look at. They're we know they're not going quarterback. We know they're not going to go receiver. Maybe center.
So who was the didn't the Raiders draft what was the old lineman last year that the Raiders drafted and he got hurt or something?
Simpson.
Yeah, what's the deal with him?
He played well when he was in.
It's one of those. He's still being groomed essentially to take over. Like they'd like for him to basically be good enough to take one of those spots, but they had plenty of insurance with Good and Incognito in the event that he's not. Because it took Colton 3 years to basically get to where he was at, to where he ascended, to where he's a high level tackle. And I think that they're figuring that they can buy another year with Good and Incognito being the starters this year, have them ready in case of injury, develop another year, full year now with the whole not COVID deal, all of the stuff that goes into that. I think he's solid. I think there's some stuff he needs to clean up. But I can't believe I'm saying this, but Tom Cable is a benefit to have as our coach. Like, I had to eat my words because I was.
Well, we have a trade. We have a trade. The Jets are trading up to pick 14.
The Jets.
The Jets are now on the clock.
Could they be taking Darrisaw here and fix their O-line?
Well, they picked Mekhi Becton first.
Because they got Becton last year. That's,
This could be maybe Editone.
ATN?
ATN, maybe Najee Harris.
Maybe Najee Harris. I didn't even think about that. Yeah. Maybe go get your other weapon
But the Vikings only had one pick in the first 2 rounds, so it makes sense to get some extra picks. So
what'd they go down to? 21, 22? Where's the Jets at? Was it 23?
In the 20s. And here's a name to watch. This is where you watch Tucker, Elijah Vera Tucker, because you got Beckham on the outside. Tucker's a guard. You put him on the inside.
That's true.
Now you're keeping your young quarterback upright. And that's the best thing you could do for him. And you can get some of them weapons a little bit. Those guys can get some of those weapons a little bit later. Let's see. See if I can get them to tell me what the.
That's what you should do every time you draft your young quarterback is protect them first, then weapons later.
Yeah, supplement him with a line.
Agreed.
No faster way to see if he's got the goods or not, to see that, well, we've given him a pocket. We keep him clean. Can he make the plays? Yeah.
Let's see.
Exactly. Skill positions come and go. And, it's no disrespect to them, but you can find skill position guys any round or in free agency. But those linemen, man, if you get a chance to get some good ones, go out there and grab them, and the chips will fall more so in your favor than not.
Yeah.
Especially with a young quarterback.
Drew Brees is doing Lowe's commercials.
Still getting paid.
On the low.
I don't blame him, man. Get it.
Breezy owns the city. He's straight.
Yeah, whatever.
Let's see.
Yeah.
Mac Jones is gonna be there. Obviously, with the Jets aren't gonna take him. So Belichick could get his young quarterback. Whatever the Jets gave up, I haven't gotten anything back yet. I'm waiting to hear back. That would be.
Could Belichick maybe go defense?
I think it's Mac Jones all day. That's Mac Jones all day. It just says Saban. Just says Saban.
There's a high chance he'd go there, buddy. Or just the Bengals kept calling him.
There's only one guy that I think is a wild card as far as the Patriots, even though I'm pretty sure it's going to be Mac Jones. And that's my man, Zaven Collins from Tulsa.
You really like him. You
like
him a lot.
I like him. He projects well to a team like New England because he's that Swiss Army knife. He's sort of you'd get a souped up Van Noy if he would play the projection in terms of what they would be able to do with him. Because you could use him on the line, you could use him to drop back, and then he's a smarter guy. Belichick loves those guys, those Brewski type guys who the measurables don't always jump out or whatever, even though he's got the real good measurables, but he's got ball skills for a guy that plays up front.
Here's the terms. Excuse me. Here's the terms. Vikings traded 14 and 143 for 23, 66, and 86. So you're looking at a first.
2/3?
Yeah. No, a second and a third. 66 is a second, I believe.
No, I think that's high third. That'd be like
high third. Yeah. So a 1 and 2 and 2 threes. Swapping that and you get 2 threes.
It's not bad value, especially those are pretty high thirds too. Well, high third and then a medium third, not back of the round.
Not bad. Not bad. Thank you. I mean, so right here,
You know, and sometimes you don't also want to be a prisoner of your draft picks. I know the draft is how you build your team, but sometimes you got to be willing to take that chance to go after a guy especially if you really covered them. You got to be willing to take that chance and hope that it works out, and not just say we got to keep our draft picks. We got to keep our draft picks. Hey man, scare money don't make money.
Agreed. If you can target a guy and if you've done the work, yeah, I'd rather go get a guy than just kind of hope that something sufficient falls in my lap. I mean, if that's the way you've done it, you've done your work, that's what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to trust your scouting and all of the stuff you've done to set everything up on your board. So I'm with that.
Well, after the Jets pick, we're gonna take our break. But right here, I have a hard time thinking they did anything but offensive line.
I think it's Vera Tucker.
And I would agree. I think it's Vera Tucker.
Because of the reason you just said. The more that I've marinated on that, yeah, they're going to sit there and compensate the fact that they got their tackle last year, Big Boy Becton, and then you'll buffer that with your inside guy now, because he can play all three of the interior spots, and he's probably the best interior guy, hands down, in this draft. So, yeah, give Zach Wilson a chance.
And it looks like that is the pick, Vera Tucker to the Jets. USC offensive lineman Morris. He was in it for the Morris Award. Played inside and outside, guard and tackle. I think he projects more. I project him he's my number one guard in this draft. I project him inside. CJ, I know you felt the same way.
Yes.
Big, strong kid. And look, SC
Mac Jones on the phone with Belichick right now.
If there was ever one of those, like, yeah, duh.
There it is.
I was just putting that in the chat. I was just about to say, did y'all see that mess up there? Because they showed the wrong play. I'm like, how the Jets pick Mac Jones?
Mac Belichick, we're going to welcome you to New England.
All right, so
that's crazy.
What we're gonna do? We're gonna take a quick 2-minute break. We'll be back with the the New England Patriots pick. Right after this is the Franchise Sports Media Draft Show on all Franchise Sports Media platforms. All right, the pick is in. We're getting back to it. I want to point something out to you guys. I just want to point this out. Cam Newton is spelled C-A-M. Mac is M-A-C. It's Cam backwards. Hey, it's written in the stars, baby. Alabama's Mac Jones. And this, I think this is the fastest Belichick has ever put in a pick. George, I got you. Hold on, brother. I got you. Let me pop another one for you. Hold on. We on this.
I'm out of King Cobra.
You don't have any slits.
I'm drinking some El Segundo brew.
I'm going all off the board now. I'm going to see if Pabst Blue Ribbon goes well with these Dynasty Oreos.
Hey, did you?
Oh my goodness!
I'm
like
surprised you didn't cook and barbecue out, bro, with your famous burgers.
Oh, everybody in this group here wants to come and have my famous burgers. Come on over to Fresno. I'll take care of you.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a ringing endorsement to come to Fresno, isn't it?
Hey, what's that barbecue joint next to the campus up there in Fresno?
Doghouse, man. Doghouse.
That place is fire.
Yes,
That
yes,
place
sir.
is fire.
Doghouse is fire, but my shit would be free.
I'll keep that in mind because that's my second 4-letter word.
I got a few of those 4-letter words.
I got a question.
He walked.
Go ahead.
He walked.
Fire away.
So the Patriots are going to take Mac Jones,
right?
Or they did.
There you go. They took him.
The Niners aren't going to keep Jimmy G around forever. So where would he eventually go?
That's the main. Where's he going? He's like a man without a country right now.
Yep.
I'll say it.
He is not a man without the country, without a country, CJ. Why are you saying this? He is the starting quarterback for the San Francisco 49ers. He might be playing in the Super Bowl in a couple of months. We don't know.
Okay, but you get what I'm
saying. He was still on the roster.
I'm saying he's on the clock. Let's put it like that.
Oh my God!
I mean, a lot of these dudes on the clock. But that's
you
a nice
never know how
to be on. I don't mind being on the. I'd love to ride off in the sunset with a championship or somewhere close.
True. When we see Mac Jones against Tom Brady in like Super Bowl 56 or 57.
Yeah, exactly. Yo, you know what? Listen, that Dallas pick and this pick, cut me out. I'm going to get a beer. See y'all in a minute.
So look, let me. I'll say this: when you look at Jimmy G, I think a landing spot down the road for projecting Minnesota. They need help at quarterback. Kirk Cousins is the answer. Kirk Cousins is far from the answer there. You could look at a team. Maybe Houston. If they get the Deshaun Watson situation cleared up,
they're stuck. Houston is stuck with that. You know what? Happy ending, loving.
Allegedly.
Yeah.
Allegedly.
I think there's more to that story.
There's always two sides.
Well, the third side is the truth.
3 sides.
There's
3 sides.
I think there's about 17 sides. There's been a lot of women.
I thought it was 22 sides.
So how about this?
Either way,
ever?
Either way, he's been on his backside.
You know what?
How about this? The prospect of Garoppolo actually balling out this year and not making any changes, and this kid sits this year and he sits next year. You saying that's not possible?
No, it's definitely possible, and he's young.
Yeah.
That's the thing that you guys have going is that he's so young.
But you traded up all that for a quarterback to back up a quarterback that could ball out. That you're one play away from winning a Super Bowl. The same shit you said about Jordan Love. It's the same shit. You gave up ass to move up for a guy you're going to sit for 2 years.
You're doing the Kalani right now. You gave up ass to get rid of to not even get rid of Aaron Rodgers. You got Aaron Rodgers, and then you draft. Just put a name. It don't even have to be George. Just say another name. Quarterback. Aaron Rodgers plays for your team, and you draft a quarterback in the first round. That has got to be some of the stupidest. That's idiotic. That's what has you in this position that you're in today.
So
that's just being an idiot.
Arizona's on the clock. Arizona, hold on. I'm not trying to change it. We'll come back to that. Arizona's on the clock. CJ, you had Zavion Collins as your Collins. What do you have him as your linebacker?
He's number 2 behind Parsons. And I think that this is where he ends up going. I think
I had him 6, and I think he ends up here too.
He reminds me of Carlos Dansby, a guy who played well down in Arizona. And we talked about position-free football. He would epitomize that, playing there with that defense with the guys that they have, like the Buda Bakers, who kind of jump in and out of spots. And then Isaiah Simmons. they're building one of those teams where they can send you and give you like 4 or 5 different looks with the same personnel, and you really don't know what they're trying to do because they got guys who can do a variety of different things. He completely fits that to a T. You can play him dropping back. He's got great hands and coverage. He plays zone coverage really well for a guy that size. And then you can put his hand in the dirt and go after the quarterback on 3rd down or blitz him off the edge. He's got so many different things if you plug him and play him the right way that he's capable of doing. Maybe more so than anybody in the draft in terms of just the ability. He's not the best athlete of all the guys, but he's got that Swiss Army ability to go and do a variety of things for a creative enough defensive guy.
So he's a guy that could take Hassan Reddick's role essentially from last year.
Yeah.
I think that would make a lot of sense. I think I would agree. The Raiders are on the clock, and
who the hell is this dude that the Cardinals picked?
That's what we were just talking about.
We just talked about David Collins.
All right, I got all my Raider buddies are texting me.
You just hit the snoop. Who?
Who is this Darius Hayward Bay of the draft has just been selected?
I
like him a lot.
Unlike DHB, this dude was productive in college.
Yeah, he was an honorable mention.
Yeah, he didn't just have a really good pro day and do everyone away. Well, hold on.
I'm saying, like,
I know that's the narrative, but that is why he was chosen because he had the best numbers at the pro day. So I'm just saying.
But that's Al Davis. Al Davis would have literally been like, who ran the fastest?
Yeah, and how did that work out after 1979?
What's ironic is we need those guys now.
Yeah, but everyone else gets those guys. We need the guys who not only
listen,
fast,
man.
but
Listen, y'all keep running this narrative about Al Davis. You know what used to happen for the Raiders back in them days when they used to go get speed? They used to tackle quarterbacks. We don't do that no more.
Yeah.
Y'all keep leaving that part out. That's the difference. That's why you used to go and get speed, because it was people on the defensive line and it was people behind the defensive line that used to go get quarterbacks. And there was people behind them that used to make interceptions and pop people in the middle of the field. We don't do that stuff no more. So when you go and draft the speed now, you don't have the foundation that you used to have back in the day that allowed him to go say who's the fastest guy. Shit, that's all he needed back then.
Well,
yeah, dogs all over the field. We don't have dogs no more.
Guys who aren't necessarily football players, but they're extremely fast or they're athletic. And as I was saying yesterday, you need football players who have.
What are we trying to do right here? Since we have 3 guys that are all theoretically worth taking available.
It's Darisaw. Sorry, that's my pick. I mean, I think
he's the best of the bunch.
I'm just,
do they trade back? Do they entertain a trade back since they've got enough guys?
Where do you guys see Denzel Good playing on the offensive line?
Right guard.
Right guard.
He's gonna start at right guard.
I think this is Darisaw. That's just my pick. I mean, I'm just rolling with
okay,
the sword.
so if you want to keep him at right guard, then yeah, someone like Darisaw would be a better pick.
Wait, where you see Denzel Good playing somewhere else?
It might be Liam.
It could be Liam. That's a reach at this spot when you've got a guy like Darisaw available.
No, but you know how he kind of filled in at times at tackle and at guard.
But
it was necessary for him to.
This comes back to evaluation. Like if he wasn't so bad at tackle, would you rather see him at guard or tackle and then where they go?
Cut out. I didn't hear you.
Yeah, you broke up. Like, repeat.
So right now, yeah, they could possibly trade back, and that could be good, especially since there's some gaps in between our draft picks in the middle. But right here, just offensive line.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. I would probably just go ahead and take Darisaw here. I don't get the feeling from.
If we didn't sign Kenyon Drake, would Najee Harris be a reason?
Me and Joe talked about this. I said, would I be mad at it? Absolutely not. If we got a compliment who could, assuming that we didn't have Drake, I would not have been mad at it whatsoever. I know that ends up being.
But yo, Drake is that guy though. I think Drake.
That's what I'm saying. I don't mind Drake at all. I wish we didn't pay so much for him, but I love that player.
Yeah, for real.
No question about it. But yeah, Najee Harris is one of those guys. I absolutely would have been like, yeah, go get him. You know.
I think Najee's different. And I don't think he's
yeah,
a guy here.
I feel like if we didn't bring in Drake, that definitely would have been a possibility.
I think that's a definite. That would have been a definite.
We don't need a running back, man. We didn't need a running back, man. Come on, man. Come on. The Raiders got problems.
No, at that time.
All right, at that time, fellas, the pick is in.
All right, name a name. I hold on. Let me check.
I'll go Jock.
I know.
Or
walk hard.
Even if we
Gus,
bring
Gus, look in the private chat. Nobody else look.
Even if we didn't bring in John, Moore might have been a possibility, but we brought in 2 receivers. If not for that, maybe Moore could have been a possible receiver.
The guy that I'm terrified of because of their reputation, is Leatherwood, because he's an Alabama guy, because he's one of those guys who has big pedigree, and they have a history of that. That's what I'm nervous about. That they reach.
Well.
What makes you nervous about it?
Because they're picking on pedigree. Like they take a guy because he's a big school guy, and it's funny. Kalani was talking about that stuff, but he's not as good as the other guys. He's not quite as good as the other guys that we mentioned, and like he's good, but let's just put it like this. I had him. He's my 39th guy, and I've got him right. I've got him behind Cosme. I've got him behind Jenkins.
Okay,
I've got him behind Darris.
So I have him as my 5th best offensive tackle, Leatherwood, and I have him behind Darrison Jenkins as well. But here's the thing. They love guys from those cultures, from Clemson and Alabama cultures. They love them. That's what they've done in the past under that's what they've done in the past under Gruden, under Mayock. I think they're going with Leatherwood here. That's just my opinion.
And what I like about him, because it's not all negative. It's not like he's a bad player. Like I said, he's 39th to me. What they're loving about him is that he's got the ideal plug-and-play right tackle body from day one. He's got the arm length. He doesn't have the T-Rex arms. He's got the physical ability to play right away. He's got the good kick slide, and he plays well in the outside zone, which is like what they like to run. We had problems with that because our guys were so immobile last year that we couldn't get to the edge on some of the stuff that Jacobs was eating on in 2019. So, I would have moved back to try to get him since he'd be available. But what did Kalani say earlier? If you like a guy, sometimes you just got to go and get your guy. And this isn't one of those where I had Arnett as like 58. He's not that far down. So it's a preference in terms of
here's the thing with him.
Look, I'm not even going to sit here and make an analysis. I'm just going to sit here like this.
Somebody's TV's too loud. Turn your TV down. Go ahead.
My TV's been on mute. But at 17, this is very surprising because, yeah, he's a big body guy and he's physical. But, like CJ was saying, it's another Alabama guy. And I kind of just feel like that was like what put him over the hump. Oh, he's from Alabama, so we know he gets very good coaching. And he's been around. And it's like, yeah, but is he among some of the top prospects at that particular position? Whether I'm talking to Joe, TQ, CJ, any of you guys here, I haven't heard one person bring up Alex Leatherwood's name when it comes to top offensive line prospects, even on social media in the weeks leading up to the draft. So I kind of feel like, okay, you liked him. You probably could have got him at 48 more than likely, or at least later on, the trade or whatever. But, hey, it is what it is.
But
congratulations. And definitely hoping with him being here, and that's a big boy, come here, time to eat. Barbecue chicken.
Can I interject part of their message, right? Like, they go levels down there. Like a lot of these guys who go to other schools and start, go to Alabama and sit on the bench or play less time. Because in that pitch, he talks about today. You come here, you're going to get drafted. And he's proven it. He's proven it every year. Like, just like you said, we ain't heard about this dude as much as we've heard of the rest of them. He wasn't, you know, it wasn't a big name coming off the board, this and that. Everybody's going to look at the Raiders like, what are they? They reaching again, blah, 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 blah. But there's something to be said about that program and the type of players that they turn over. And I'm here to tell you, all of the dogs on that team do not start for that team. And a lot of the ones that do not start there can start in other places. Who knows?
Let me point this out, and then we'll go to Bo after this. One, he was the Outland Trophy winner last year, so it's not like this guy's a slouch. Two, he is a natural right tackle, period, point blank. Three, there's a kid I know locally that's being recruited in Vegas, offensive tackle Jake Taylor. Saban called him and said, we're offering you. Taylor, Gorman kid, offensive tackle, said, you know, in Oklahoma, USC, all the schools around him, you name the school. Saban told him, you're going to come here and you're going to sit for a couple years and you're going to get better and you're going to be drafted. This is the 5th Alabama player taken in the first round in the first 17 picks.
Factory. It's a factory.
Go ahead.
It's been a factory for years. And I'm not just talking about the winning. I'm not talking about the winning championships at all. I'm talking about when he goes into their houses to get them to come to that school, he sells them on today. He sells them on today. That's why they all want to go there, because today they're all sitting at home watching, and over and over and over again, this happens. Alabama guys getting drafted. Alabama guys getting drafted. You think this is it? They got more. It's more coming. It's going to be names later on that we ain't seen even really play ball. And they're going to come off the board. They're going to come off the board. Why? Because you know that's the tip-top coaching that you're going to get at the college level. So this guy is going to come in here knowing something. Some of the time here is not going to have to be spent teaching so much. The repetitions these guys already have. The strength and conditioning, the nutrition, they've already had it. A lot of these guys are coming out of that program, getting drafted to the NFL, and I guarantee you, between each other, they're saying, hey, you know, we had a better version of this back in Tuscaloosa. Whatever it is.
They were saying that when they were in Oakland and they were going and they were playing for the Raiders. They're like, damn, these are the facilities.
I have no beef.
Go down there and see that. Like literally, it is worth a trip to take and just go see it.
I have no beef.
It's another level
with any of that stuff. The problem I have is the first 16 guys that were taken. The guy that was lowest on my board, and I'm just, you know, was Trey Lance at 19. Leatherwood is 39th on mine, and that's generous. I think a lot of people have him more of a mid to late second round guy. It's not the pick, it's the location where you get him. You could have maneuvered, you could have done all kinds of stuff. And if you knew this was the guy you were locking on, I mean, you can get something that's not of the equal value in terms of, you know, you demanding a high second or a third round pick. If you knew this was your guy and you know 20 picks later, he's still going to be around.
How do they know that though, CJ?
But my whole thing is
how do they know? But here's the point. I'm not trying to cut you off, but I'm just saying, do you know who's on the phone batting for these guys? Are you bringing that part in? These guys are getting bat for by the man. The man is calling these coaches and these GMs saying, look, this guy, you can bet your house on this guy. And that's holding weight.
It's a continuation of a greater problem in that they continue to reach for guys. You know, it seems like guys are able to move back if they need to move back, or guys, because to go from where the first 16 picks are all in the top 20, 19, and then our guy is all the way down at 39. So there's something in either the way we're evaluating guys or our ability to put ourselves in a better position to get them more that's commensurate with their actual value. Because to take a guy that's a second round talent pretty much across the board, it's rare that he's
was he a second round talent for Washington, for New York, for Indianapolis?
That's
was he a second round talent for them too?
Now I have to start because
if he was high on their board,
but we
because
have
they
a
had
bad
some talks
track
with
record of taking guys too high that we're overvaluing. I can go back to Arnett. That's exactly it. He was 19th. A lot of people said anywhere from about 45 to 58 was where they had him. We took him at 19. We didn't make any, because you said it does take two to deal, but we continue to just do this. We could have moved back Colton Miller twice. We took him at 15 after we traded down once. It's like
I get that on all of those years. I get that for all of those years and all of those players.
That's all
this
the group
particular one, I'm gonna say it's a little bit different because we don't know that that's the one team that found anything out about this guy.
Right.
There might be teams behind the Raiders that said, "Yo, this is our guy. We've done our homework on this cat, and we want to take him."
But
the
I can
Raiders
only
catch
go
wind of that, and it's like we need to pull him
the
down.
whole point of doing all the excess sort of work and watching all his film was to put guys in valuations. And I'm saying, if he's 39th overall, you can use the collateral that you have in the next couple of rounds for day two. If you can go and get that guy, because you could have targeted a defensive player and then gone up and gotten him back in the first round if it was like he was still around. Because that's what I'm saying. To take a guy that's rated down that way, something is off, especially if he doesn't hit. I got to start wondering what the hell they're doing with their scouting department to where we continually take guys. We're trying to be smarter than everybody. It's like, come on, like make a move or move up from 48 when you have the chance if you've got the valuation on.
Let's go to Bo real quick, Bo.
So there's been a lot of like Alabama slander. I don't know how many times I've heard it's another Alabama guy. This is piling on TQ. What TQ said, but there's a reason for that. Is they're the best program in the country. Doesn't matter that they don't win it every year. They win it every 2 or 3 years. Every class Saban's had since 2007 has won at least one national championship. So getting a guy from that system who also hasn't given up in sack in 3 years, like you can't go wrong with that. So the Alabama slander is just what I don't understand, because it is the program, the premier program that sports has probably ever seen.
And I hate Alabama, for the record. I hate Alabama more than I hate the Cowboys.
I think the Alabama there isn't necessarily because, yes, as far as college goes, those guys are phenomenal. There's no question about that. I think the Alabama slander comes in that with Nick Saban's been there for like a decade now or over a decade. And, yeah, he's got some dogs in the NFL. Not everyone's always going to work out. But at the rate that these guys get drafted, if you look at the top 10 at all the positions, it's not littered with just Alabama guys. And when you kind of look across the board, some of these guys feel like they're getting drafted high simply because they're from Alabama, which I get it. Hey, we're going from a program. But it does start to feel like, are you not doing proper homework on these guys? Or are you not continuing them up once they get to the pros? Because there is a drop off between some of these guys going forward. I.e., and I'm not trying to harp on this narrative, but part of what I was saying earlier, you look at the cornerbacks that come from there. They've had some really good corners, but when they get to the NFL on multiple teams, they don't pan out the same particular way. But they're dogs there. So, yeah, for a college purpose, I can go to any high school and grab the top guys that come here and win and tell them they're going to the NFL. But the NFL is like saying, yeah, we're taking these guys. They're not working out. So there is some type of drop-off there, and sometimes it does feel like you're taking the shiny coin just because that's what stood out, as opposed to saying, well, let me go grab this particular guy, or let me go get this particular guy. For an example, we're not going to take Trey Lance. We're going to take the guy from Alabama because he's from Alabama, not this guy. When, yeah, you look at the NFL, there are several quarterbacks, one of them being Big Ben with 2 Super Bowls from a smaller program. But the Alabama guy, no, we got to take him. So sometimes it does feel that way, and I think that's why the slander is. I'm happy for Alex Leatherwood, and I actually had him in several of my mock drafts going to the Raiders. Just later, not at 17, but he is here. He is a big body, and with Tom Cable show last season, or what he could do with the Lions, if he could get this guy motivated and continue to go out there and improve next to the other guys on the line, I definitely feel we made our line a lot stronger. It just does feel like we said, who's left on the board from Alabama? Take him.
Well, I think that's the thing. I think people come in with expectations that these guys are going to be the best linebacker, the best safety, the best receiver, the best this, that. But when they're better than average, or they're in a situation where they're not as successful as they were in college, which, let's be honest, there is very few people that's as successful in college when they go. Reggie Bush was arguably top 5 most successful college football players ever. Was his was what Reggie Bush's NFL career lackluster? I think that he couldn't live up to expectations, but he still won a Super Bowl, still rushed for 1,000 yards a few times in his career, still made a ton of money. He still was impactful. He just wasn't as impactful because, in part, you're playing with guys that are just as good as you, if not better. Like, that's you're the creme de la creme, the top 2 or 3% in the world at what you do. When you're in college, you're in the top 10% maybe of what you do. So it just to me, it's, you know,
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, say no. To me, CJ, I know Kalani, you do a little bit. I know Bo does it for a living. I sat and watched film on, I think, almost every damn prospect in this thing. I had Leatherwood going in the first round. You guys have what I sent you. I had him going in round 1. I didn't have 1-2. I had him going in round 1. I graded him there. There was guys I personally liked more. That's okay. It's all preference. What fits your scheme? When I'm looking at it, I'm looking at overall. I'm not thinking, okay, this is just for the Raiders, or this is just for this team or that team. It's for whatever team. It's just in general. I had him as my 5th best. I thought there was going to be 5 or 6 offensive linemen going in the first round. There's 3 right now. There's another 2 that's still probably going to go. It's still tracking. It's just a matter of preference from the general manager, CJ.
Well, but like I said, if it was a one-off thing, that's where it's like, okay, you live with that. This is 3 years running now with this regime, where there's a guy who's probably available 15 to 20 picks later, but you don't do anything to sort of say, well, we want the guy, but what can we get instead of just being forced to sort of shoehorn ourselves into a guy that's way too early for most people? Because you have to be, that's part of the awareness of the draft game, is being aware, like we talked about, what is somebody else's board. Like, you got to have some familiarity with what's going on and not be so myopic that you're in your own room, oblivious to the way the rest of the league is thinking. Because that is part of the whole game. It's a shell game. And so the fact that he's sort of universally seen, not at 19 or not at 17, you know, and then to take him at that point without any attempts to sort of, because again, if you get locked in on a guy, then you got to be doing some furniture moving before we get to draft day. Move back a little bit, like, and that's what I'm saying. Even if it's not to the value that you'd like, you get even a 5th round pick. That's more than what you would have. They can laugh about that, but you're getting value for the movement in terms of being able to move back and still pick a guy. Part of this process is being aware of where you can find your guy. And so if you tell me that, like, just one more thing, because I liken it to this. It's always my comparison. Drafting is sort of like going to a car lot. If you go and it only costs $7, why in the hell are you putting yourself in a position to pay $10? If you only have to pay $7, why are you paying $10? That's what they've been doing with these drafts the last few years. This overdrafting is giving up way too much capital for guys that you should be working to sort of see where you can get them closer to their actual value as far as the slotting and everything goes. Because if they've got him at as the 17th overall guy in this draft, I got a real problem with what they're doing, because he's not.
George, you're awfully quiet, and I was with you with the Cleveland Farrell pick, and I was with you with with that pick and the Abrams pick and Jacobs were at your crib.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts, brother?
Well, this defense is not good enough. By far, they gave up 478 points, 3rd most points in the NFL. They're not good enough to just go, you know, we can just ignore this defense in the first round, especially with a deep offensive tackle class where you could have picked, you know, somebody in the 2nd round. Not when you have Trevor Mooring, or however you say his last name, TCU there. Not when you have Kwity Paye available from Michigan. Not when you have the Notre Dame linebacker available. To me, it's still, you got to address what has been a problem for 20 years plus, and it's been a defense that is terrible. I guess the best acquisition on defense for the Raiders was Gus Bradley, because I hope he turns Carl Joseph and Damon Arnett and all these other guys into all pros, because I'm not I never wanted an offensive lineman in the first round anyway. I wanted best defensive player available, and I really liked Morig, or the safety from TCU. I liked, a couple other guys on defense, and I just think that defense is definitely not good enough by far to just ignore it in the first round. They should have went best defensive player available. They went with Alex Leatherwood. I don't even like that dude's last name. The prognosis on him is that he's not quick off the edge. If he's going to play offensive tackle, what a crappy pick that was. Unless they plan on moving Good to tackle and keeping Leatherwood at guard, I don't know. But, I didn't like what the Raiders did in the offensive line anyway, getting rid of Hudson and Jackson. They could have left the offensive line intact for the most part and then draft the best defensive player. It's just disappointing. It's like, you're reaching again. There are other guys that we could talk about in previous drafts. Oh, they could have had this guy. They could have had that guy. And we'll see what happens this time around. As a Raider fan, I hope Leatherwood becomes a Pro Bowl offensive lineman, and we did the same thing with Colton Miller. Like, who the hell is this dude? And look what happened with him. So, maybe we go down that route. But right now, that defense is shit. And I wanted a defensive player, and it didn't matter to me what position it was either.
I think for me, and you said you took the point I was going to make with Colton Miller. I laughed at the pick. I thought it was a horrendous pick. It was a joke, and I was wrong. I looked at the last UCLA. Jonathan Ogden was the last, up until Colton Miller, the last really good UCLA offensive lineman that come out, or the offensive tackle. And then you turn around and you look at now you get Miller and he does so well. Now you get Leatherwood. They've been okay with their offensive linemen. If you look at how they've drafted their offensive linemen, it's other positions. In a draft where the defensive line is weak at best, and the top two defensive tackles are still on the board, you may want. This is where my thought process would be. You may want to grab one of those earlier, and then turn around and get that offensive lineman in round 2. Or and to everybody else's point, we don't know what the draft boards are for each team. Like, I don't know. I'm not in the Raiders' war room. I'm not in any other team's war room and know, okay, this is what this team's thinking. So some teams may have overvalued Leatherwood. They may have thought, okay, this is the third best offensive tackle in this draft because of everything he's done in his career at Alabama. We don't know that. We don't know if that to be true or false. We're guesstimating on our own end whether or not that's actual and factual, that this guy was viewed upon by NFL to the second round pick or even longer. It's a reach because guys like, the talking heads on TV, and hell, CJ, like me and you, we talk about all the, when we talk about it, we think that someone's a reach like that. So that's where that comes into play. I don't hate the pick. Honestly, I don't love the pick, but that's how this draft has to be for the Raiders. And I said this at the opening of the show, when the pre-show, and I'll reiterate it again. This doesn't need to be a glamour draft for the Raiders. Those drafts are over. You need to have an ugly draft where fans are like, oh my God, they took this lineman, they took this defensive lineman, they took this guy. Because those are the guys that are supposed to win for you up front. And if it's their guy, it's their guy. They know what they want in a player more than what anybody else does.
That's the whole thing, is we've got a bad track record of them tearing their rotator cuff reaching. Colton Miller was not a second-round grade. He might not have been top 15, but he was a first-round talent. Like, he was seen as a first-round guy. He was compared to Nate Solder. And it took him a while because he had to bulk up and he got hurt. He played through injury. That's why his first year was so abysmal. Once he got his feet under him, he turned out to be a damn good player. Leatherwood might be fine. It's not even the question of whether I even like the player or not. Leatherwood is a good player. He's not 17 overall. And if you've got to do more, to me, with the way that we've been doing this, to get something that's more commensurate with where his actual position should be. I mean, that's pretty arrogant to me if you're just literally like, we're going to take a guy, it doesn't matter what anybody else thinks, and we're not even going to have inroads, because I haven't seen anything about any attempts to trade. They just went and took the guy. And so, like I said, if he had been around 40 and they had traded up and they'd used their second and third round bait to get that, I'm fine with that. But George said everything that I needed to hear. It's like, we've been too bad on defense for too long to just sort of to overreach for the line pick when we've got a glut of those guys, and he's one of them. That's the thing. Darrisaw is clearly a better project as far as a prospect than he is. So to not only take the guy early, but to take probably the lesser of the available options over the bigger need in terms of this defense, you know, because with all the shuffling they did last year, they still only gave up 24 sacks. That's the thing, you know, like.
But do you think that maybe there may be some medical stuff with Darrisaw that nobody knows about?
Potentially,
released.
Potentially.
Same thing with you know, you and I were talking about Jenkins yesterday, and you were saying how, you know, you're not as high on Jenkins as others. I think he slid all the way down to the bottom of the draft for us.
Yeah.
You know, in the mock that we did. And do you think that possibly? I mean, like, hey, his stuff checks out more so than Leatherwood checks out more so than the other two guys. Maybe that could be a reason.
It could be. My whole thing though is, to this point, the biggest reach outside of us was the Giants taking Kadarius Toney at 20. He's still a higher rated player for me than Leatherwood is. He's 35 overall for me. I thought he'd be right there at the very top of the board for a team like Cincinnati or somebody like that. But instead, he goes to the Giants. They went and got him. That's closer to the actual value of the spot. 15 spots is still kind of high. We are 22 based on what I'm saying. And like I said, a lot of people agree with where Leatherwood's position is supposed to be. And we're not even sure if he's a tackle in the NFL. Like,
yeah, that's the other thing. He won the Outland Trophy as an interior lineman, and they want him to play out tackle.
You know, and so there's just to do that with question marks. That's the thing. It's like when you take guys in the top 15, the top 17, the top 10, they shouldn't be guys where it's like outside of the quarterback spot where it's like, well, he's going to need 2 years. You know, guys should be pretty close to being able to jump in by some point in their first year and to be able to contribute and to be able to give you real production. So if he does it, I come back to this, use the film against me, and I'll be like, hey, Leatherwood is leather good. It's all good in the hood, baby. Fine with me. We want him to pan out. I'm just saying we've got a track record, unfortunately. I mean, they traded up to go get Brandon Parker. So, I mean, my whole thing with them is we can talk about Colton Miller, but we've missed badly on some other guys too. And like I said, it's just we're going strictly off of all the work that we've done. And I don't like the spot. The player's fine. I don't like the spot. I think we could have gotten him a little bit later. We could have made some moves or done something, you know. Package guys or package your own picks if you need to do something to get some value to where you're not reaching so high for a guy. That's all. Because, I mean, if Darrisaw's got history, you're basically betting on Cable and the line coaching and everything to basically bring him up and make him closer to speed for what it is you're going to be needing. I can't see that being any different with a Jenkins or a Darrisaw or somebody that I had higher rated that's actually projected to play outside. That's my only take with that.
Well, now the Colts pick is in, and they have a bunch of offensive. You got offensive linemen on the board. I'm not sure if that's where they go. They could use some. This is where I think so you can see a rush on edge rushers right here. Kwity Paye is still available.
Kwity Paye, away from Penn State.
Yeah, but I think Colts pick is in. I think it's Paye. I would
Kwity Paye. I wouldn't be surprised at all.
And there it is. It's Kwity Paye. He was my top edge rusher in this draft. But I say that with the caveat, I wasn't enthralled with this class. He was the only guy I gave a solid first round grade to. Jalen Phillips had a 1 first, second. I had 3 other guys, first, second guys, but this D-line draft is not anything that I'm over the moon in love with. So
yeah,
for them to, that's a good pick for the Colts.
I got a question. You might have some insight on that. How much does he remind you of your boy Rashawn Gary?
Not at all. None.
Because I've gotten those stupid. I wanted to hear you say it because I've gotten those dumb comparisons because they both went to mid. I'm like, they're not the same player at all. What are you talking about?
All. Rashawn Gary was a freak. Rashawn Gary, and the thing was, he was double teamed and triple teamed the majority of his college career. So you didn't see the sack production and all of that stuff. And I didn't like the pick for Green Bay when they took him. I was really against the pick. but he has blossomed and really thrived there with the Smith brothers and working with.
Is he a 5 technique for you guys? Does he play the 5 technique?
They'll put him down. They'll put him at the 5. They'll have him stand up at wide 9. They use him a lot. They'll have him drop back into coverage. They try to utilize him all over the place. Him and the Smith brothers. So, I don't see that with Kwity Paye. I think he's more of a hand in the ground guy.
Yeah,
I don't see that same athleticism. Yeah, I don't see that at all.
He doesn't have really much of he doesn't have any go-to moves yet. He wins basically on pure athleticism, and he's gonna have to be taught basically how to play down lineman. Use his hands a little bit better. He's a little too reactive, but that's the process of learning the game. I don't hold that against a guy like that because he's so raw and he's got such great measurables. His athleticism is really nice, but he has to fill in. That's a fill in the blanks type of pick. So, you talk about trusting your coaching and all that other stuff. That's that pick in a nutshell. Like step in.
This is good. This is good for the Colts as well because they add once again to an already established defensive line. So early on, like you were saying, CJ, while he's still learning the game and learning his position, he really could just say, hey, go out there and do what you do now as you continue to grow and learn. Right. We have the linemen here. We're not asking you to come in and be the anchor of the defensive line just yet. We got guys for that. Come in and do what you do as you progress throughout the season and your career. Things will start to come to and whatnot. So this is one of those picks where you say, man, the Colts really could have just went with best player available. And I'm according to their board, this is their guy. So I thought it was a terrific value pick here for the Colts, adding to an already tough defense.
Yeah.
I think you said something there that rings out, and that's staying true to your board. And every board is different. And what the Raiders value is different than the Colts. Is different than Green Bay, is different than San Francisco, is different than Tampa Bay. How you want to run your offense. Offensively, okay, Green Bay, San Francisco, the Jets, they all have they're going to run the same type of style of offense. Defensively, you have Gus Bradley in Seattle, so their boards are going to really slide a little bit differently. And that's something that that we don't. I mean, I don't consider that when I do mine. I do mine based off of what I look for. So. I think to get Kwity Paye right here, and they haven't had a really good edge rusher since Mathis and
Freeney.
Yeah, that now they got a guy that they can be athletic, and we talked about it pre-show with Buckner and the guys next to him. Kalani said, hey, go at it and go, let's go, go at it and get after it.
We going to Sizzler. Yeah. And just real quick, unfortunately, my internet was acting up, so I hope it continues to go better from here. But just very quickly, I do like Davis going to Washington. That might be high, but whatever. But I do think with that defensive front, the type of athlete he is, being able to go sideline to sideline, get back in coverage and do things, it's really, I feel, going to do for him what we've seen for other really good linebackers, kind of like Patrick Willis in San Francisco. When that defensive line was rocking and rolling, boy, you didn't want to see those Niners linebackers, and I think that's going to be the same thing here. That defensive line for Washington is so good, Davis is going to be a wrecking ball. So for next season, if healthy, I wouldn't be surprised if he's in the conversation or flat out wins Defensive Rookie of the Year.
He's in a position where you – Go ahead, Joe.
Go ahead. No, I was saying I like that, and I like that. As much as I like that pick for them, I hate the Kadarius Toney pick for the Giants. He can't catch. His hands are beyond suspect, and he can make guys move. He's great. He's got great speed. He drops balls. I mean, he makes DHP look like he's Flair Biletnikoff, and he goes out high.
That's impossible.
No, I'm telling you.
That's impossible.
Watch him at the Senior Bowl. Watch him during games. And I hate to say it, watch his product. He's dropping balls, hitting him in his hands. Now,
my first sentence for.
But that's something I feel that obviously that is a major problem, especially for a first round pick. But that's also something you could coach up as well, and everything. That's something that you can work on. Look, yeah, he has troubles with his hands. He's also very electric. He's quick and he's fast. And what's something the New York Giants need on offense? They need playmakers. OBJ's not there anymore. And unless they decide to bring him back, They need somebody else to take the pressure off of Saquon Barkley, who so far has shown to be kind of injury prone with his ankle injury and now the ACL. You need to give Jones an opportunity, just like with all these young guys. If you got to protect them and you got to give them an opportunity to go out there and do something. Well, that line is a little suspect, but now you give them an offensive weapon. You got the backfield, so it's like, okay, let's see what you can do now going forward. So I agree, he does have suspect hands, but at the same time,
you're being
dynamic playmaker. They probably should have went with Moore from Ole Miss. I probably would have went with Elijah Moore.
Just went to Tennessee, and I love that pick.
Yeah.
No, he didn't. He didn't go to Tennessee.
He didn't
go to Tennessee. No. It was Tennessee went cornerback.
Oh, they took Farley, didn't they?
Indeed.
Okay.
Indeed.
Well, my whole thing is I tried to write something positive about every single person that I did the work on. My first sentence watching Tony was, gets attacked by the football. It just jumped out above every single thing else that I saw. Any type of legitimate, like, pro route, he fought the football. That's one of those things that's not easy to clean up. That's not as natural as people make it out to be. But his immediate value as a slot guy, as a return guy, I just don't know if I'm taking Tavon Austin, number 20 overall. I just think that for what they need, he's not like Deebo Samuel. He's not like one of those guys where, like, his value is so good with all the external stuff, all the sweeps and all the running and all that stuff that he's not that guy. If you're going to get
a lot better than taking him number 8.
True.
George, what you think? George, what you think, my man? You still in shock of Leatherwood?
Did you mute?
Yeah, I was gonna say, is my headphones messing up?
Yeah, no, George is muted.
There we go. Sorry about that.
Oh, hey.
I told the guys I wanted best defensive player available because the defense is just so bad that you can't just pass on like someone like a Trevor Mooring from TCU or a linebacker with some juice that can rush the passer, and because the Raider linebackers, I mean, I think, like I said, Gus Bradley's probably their best acquisition. I hope he turns Corey Littleton into the guy that we thought he was going to be. But I still think they need some help in the secondary. But, it is what it is. I hope that Leatherwood becomes like an all-pro. So, but right now, I need another Pabst Blue Ribbon to deal with this.
Go grab a Pabst.
There you go.
Grab some Pabst.
I feel you, man.
You get your PBR, and I get my henny.
Well.
He's going big.
I think we all need to have a little cocktail here, man. I mean, everybody's a little. I'm so.
Hey, Gus, you look like you need one, brother.
Dude, I just took down 2 El Segundo Brewing IPAs. Look,
Gus, talk about Leatherwood, brother. Talk about the pick. You're the resident. You're the director. You're the Raiders fan. Talk about.
The pick, it was a need. I get it, but I have to go with George here. Defense. I mean, you can pick linemen, this round or the next round. Defense is such a need. I mean, even a corner I would have been happy with. You could put up 35 points, but giving up 36 points, we're not going to win. We're like the San Diego Chargers of the 80s. We got a potent offense. We had a shitty defense. We need more. We need some talent, sideline to sideline linebacker, and we just missed it. I mean, I don't think Johnson would be there.
I'm good on the young cornerbacks, though, Gus.
Right. Yeah. But I'm just saying, we need a defense, a linebacker, a defensive end, put pressure on the quarterback.
I still think Richard Sherman's in play later on. So
Hayward, maybe Casey Hayward.
I've heard Clinton Dixon. He's still available.
You don't want
Ha-Ha. He's 3 times trash.
Look, Green. When you get to year 4 of your contract and Green Bay trades you to Washington, they don't pick up the option. Mm-hmm. They trade you to Washington, who says, okay, we're gonna put you with your buddy Landon Collins, and then you end up, they're like, nah, we don't want to keep you here. And you go to Chicago and you start bouncing around. Ha-Ha is not what he was. Ha-Ha is an old name. after year two, maybe 3, HaHa is not the same player.
Hey, I didn't say I wanted him. I just said he was available.
Yeah.
I can see him not being the same player. I could definitely see that. I could also see, hey, if you look at those teams you just named, they weren't necessarily known to be the most functional at the time as far as the coaching goes. Maybe a change of scenery with a stable coach now with Gruden. We know Gruden's going to be there. Bradley comes in with the system. I mean, you never know, man. The right coach with the right system could reignite you at the same time. I'm not sitting here blowing up blowhorns for HaHa Clint Dix. I'm just saying for any player, sometimes they do need to be in the right position with the right coaches that could bring it out of them.
Agreed,
That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
His former coach who loved him when he drafted him, Mike McCarthy, down in Dallas, brought him in and cut him last training camp.
Oh, because Mike McCarthy has always made terrific decisions. Yeah. Had the best quarterback in the league and only one Super Bowl to show for it. Yeah, he's always made the right decision. Come on, man.
No. Don't go there because he wasn't making the decisions. That came from the general manager. But
it came from the general manager to call the plays while he was coaching?
Can I just interject here, like completely side note here? Minnesota's doing it the way that I was hoping that we'd be able to do it. They traded back from 14 to 23, and now they're sitting here with their choice of Darrisaw or Jenkins still tackle after they acquired capital. This is exactly why I get to see it's reignited my anger because they did it exactly the way you're supposed to do it. They're literally proving my point right now where they get their pick, but they got value for their spot in the draft, knowing that they could go back and still have somebody they wanted available. That's all I'm saying.
You want to be positive about Leatherwood. I mean, he's like probably the best run blocker in the draft, and we just might run Jacobs and Drake to death and just maul guys with this dude. So, you know,
is there a possibility? Is there a possibility Leatherwood slides inside and Denzel kicks out? Denzel wasn't bad at right tackle. That's why I was asking you. That's why I was asking you guys earlier, where do you see Denzel Good playing? Because he did fairly good at both guard and tackle. So I was just wondering, depending who we get, and I was thinking maybe Vera Tucker. If Tucker goes in at guard, well, Denzel could kick outside. I wanted to get your guys' thought on that. So maybe we do that with Leatherwood.
That's exactly what I'm thinking. Because like I said, Kalani, I mean, he won the Outland Trophy award as an interior lineman. So
you've got Incognito and Leatherwood on the inside. Then I feel a lot less bad about the pick. Even though I still think it was way too high. But then Good basically being the tackle, anything that keeps Brandon Parker off the field, I'm good with. I can't be any more clear about that. I want no parts of Brandon Parker. So if they move Good outside initially, you know, Leatherwood, if we get him, he's got to be somewhere on the line. And I prefer him to play at his optimum strength. And then you move somebody like Good, who's used to being versatile, instead of trying to make him fit in a spot where maybe he's not as good. So if he's better as a guard, play him at guard. You know.
Yeah. Whenever I watch stuff on Leatherwood, it's just I don't know if it was just maybe the way he's built or what, but I always looked at him and saying, depending where he goes, man, he needs to be a guard. He could be pretty nasty on the inside, and then you figure we're in the AFC West, taking on the guys like Bosa, Chubb, etc. Those speed guys. Maybe that they're going to expose him outside, but inside, so if we run the ball behind him and the line we got, hey, things could work out pretty well.
Yeah, Vikings are going to take Darrisaw, it looks like. So yeah, they've got my third best tackle after trading down 9 spots.
And you know what that sets up? Najee Harris to the Steelers.
Yeah. That's another one of those you can almost – we talked about Mac Jones to the Patriots where that's almost fated to happen. Najee going to Pittsburgh and then reigniting that nasty run game. Oh, Lord.
Hey, I got to say, with Najee Harris, I got to interview him a couple of times because he did Cameron Morrell's passing down 7-on-7 stuff. And I tell you what, I mean, this is the best running back in the draft, obviously, but he was dynamic. I mean, we knew that going in when he was a sophomore in high school, running past fools, playing touch football in Fontana, California. It's just it's great to see him just go the way he's, you know, how good he's been. And him at the Steelers, it's kind of a no-brainer, really.
And real quick, just to piggyback off what George said, it's a different point, but it's what he was saying about seeing him out west doing what he was doing in high school. With all of us being West Coast guys, I can't express how frustrating it is to see so many guys going from the west or far west, and they're going way east or to the south to play football. Najee Harris, Tua Tagovailoa, DJ Ugale, and several others. I'm only naming a handful. I'm only naming a couple here for reference, but a handful of others. And don't get me wrong, I get it. It's Alabama. It's Clemson. USC didn't even recruit DJ. He wore number 5 because his favorite player was Reggie Bush. You got Najee Harris. You got Najee Harris going away. It's like, man, just think where Pac-12 teams would be and where the conference itself could be if they could have got their ish together, get their heads out of their asses, and kept these guys on the West Coast like they should be. It doesn't all have to be Trojans, but come on, man. We're letting way too many guys leave the West Coast where it used to be us. Now they're going other places, and look where they're coming out from. It's ridiculous.
I agree with you 100%, but with DJ, Big Mike was involved with that. And, if you know his dad, you kind of know the way that it was going to go. The pick is in. We'll announce the pick. We're going to take a break, quick break. We're going to run 3 commercials for this one. We're going to run one for the Institute, one for us, and then the intro for the show. The Jacksonville Jaguars are now on the clock, so they traded up to pick 25. Keep that in mind. So Jacksonville's probably – they may be going D lineman there. They lost some guys. Could be going receiver. Don't know. But you got to keep your quarter, or excuse me, you got to keep your quarter. Or they didn't trade up. They had the 20. You got to keep your quarterback upright. You got to keep your new guy upright. But I would bet this is the most no-brainer pick between Mac Jones going to the Patriots, and now with the Steelers, Najee Harris makes the most sense. And
hand in glove.
Yeah. When we mocked it yesterday when we were doing our mock, you were like, you're not going to do it. I'm like, it's the fastest one. I already typed it in. It was over. It's already done. We're talking about the other guy. It's as fast as this pick went in. It's almost, I don't know which was faster, this pick or the Patriots pick. So Najee Harris to the Steelers. We talked about it. After it's formally announced by Roger Goodell, we're going to take a quick about 2.5-minute break. Everybody go grab your drinks, go to the restroom. Let's go get your food ready. George, I may be coming to your house Saturday, bro, just so I can eat the burgers.
Hey, man. Why not?
You going to be home?
I think so.
Bro, you got
60-40 odds.
He said, why not? Then he had to think if he was going to be home.
Well, I might go out of town. I might have to come to Vegas and go eat at the Raiders Tavern and Grill. That's what I really want to do.
Yeah,
hey, now if you do that, you got to put that in the message, man. So some of us are out here. We can meet up there.
Oh, let's do it. I'm gonna be out there anyway.
100%. All right, we're gonna take a quick break. We'll be right back on the Franchise Sports Media Draft Show. Hopefully, Bo will jump back on with us.
Wake up, kid. You know what it is. Been dreaming about this since the first time you put on a pair of cleats. Yeah. All through high school, two-a-days, college, the combine, and now it's here. It's draft day, baby boy. Join the franchise on all of our social media platforms and at franchisesportsmedia.com on the new home of Las Vegas sports.
Welcome back to the Franchise Sports Media Draft Show. I'm Joe Arrigo. Joining me is TQ, CJ, the Raiders Realist, George Takata, Kalani Lua, and joining us again is Bo Warpel, coach of Fort Lewis, junior college out in Colorado. Guys, it's getting to the point in the draft and in the first round where, you're looking at best player available. And I tell you, Jacksonville right now, you draft your quarterback. You have a running back that ran for over a G last year and is a really, a underrated dude. But, could the kid from Clemson be the pick there? Could he be the guy you look at? Do you get an offensive lineman to keep your new prized quarterback upright? Or do you go outside and get a receiver? Squeeze, you're welcome back. If you're Jacksonville, you have a little insight of what happens there. Where do you think they're leaning?
I would think protect the quarterback. I would think that's my philosophy when you get a young guy, especially in a draft like this when you can get some quality late there. You get somebody to start packaging them up with as his protection. That's what I would do myself. But, weapons, he's going to need weapons. Like, I don't see him having a great year next year. I think that they got a lot of holes to fill. So if it's left up to me, I would definitely be working on trying to protect him at this point.
Well, right here, hey, Jenkins is still available.
Yeah, Jenkins would probably be the guy if you're going outside. I like Landon Dickerson if they look, towards the interior as far as a player there.
That'll be the seventh Alabama player taken in the first round. They have 6 right now with Najee heading over to the Steelers.
And I don't know. I wasn't on when y'all did the Steelers pick, but is that just not one of them damn?
Yeah, we said
Mac Jones to the Patriots type picks.
That's literally
like this. So that like is there any more other is there another place that you would see picking him at that position? It's like you just fostered him. I bet you he was high up on their board too. I bet you
it's never a surprise that the good teams seem to get good players at their spot.
Bro, it's crazy, man.
I'm telling you, and we have to sit here and justify a guy who was taken just. I'm gonna drop it because we're moving on. It's in the can. Ted Hendricks used to say it. It's in the can.
Yo, CJ, stop throwing dirt on the man's grave. All right. Listen, he's a good player, bro. He's a good player. Now maybe we reached a little bit, but he's a good player. Like we didn't just get cut.
All right. So on your big board, Joe, who's your best players that are still available right now?
Great question. Let me pull it up. 8 to 10. I always mispronounce his name. Rashad Etienne. Rashad Bateman is near the top. I think Rashad Bateman is the best receiver left. Jenkins, Wyatt Davis.
Why not go linebacker and get JOK?
I've got Barmore.
JOK, Barmore, yeah.
I've got JOK, I've got Dickerson, and I've got Greg Newsome to go with Jenkins as the rounding out. Those 5.
Yep, Greg Newsome and Ashanti Samuel Jr. Those are the guys that I have pretty much, kind of dialed in. And wow, Imagine you're playing on a team. We all played sports. Imagine we're playing on a team, and the guy that I've played with for 3 or 4 years and has been my safety net, I have the opportunity to play for another 5 at the next level. How would you feel about that as a quarterback?
If I'm Trevor, I'm feeling I'm doing the same thing that you're doing, but that's if I'm the quarterback. I'm not the GM.
I think
you know what I'm saying?
I think he's gonna like the pick though.
I think he's gonna love the pick. Right.
I think do you like some
do you, Joe? Do you, Joe? Well, thank you, Joe. Thank you, Joseph. Appreciate it, Joseph. How about I just turn the TV off, Joseph?
Hey,
do they have crawfish dinners in Jacksonville?
Hey.
Do they have jambalaya? Because the guy that's going there seems to, he comes from that background.
Why does
Goodell been a theme tonight? This is kind of a theme tonight. Looks like
teaming up guys that played together.
Yeah.
You also got to think too with what was going on with the pandemic, and you're not able to get as much in the face meetings or pro days as you could. You possibly could be going not only with guys that they're familiar with, but also, okay, who's been doing good the last couple of years? The guys who just had the recent year of being good, we weren't able to evaluate them enough outside of, the just with Zach Wilson. So maybe, hey, let's just go with the guys we know who are good and let's work from there. Hey, you get good talent more often than not, things are going to turn out okay. Maybe not Hall of Famers, but if I get top talent, I'm going to do okay. Plus, the Jaguars running back Robinson, he had a good year last season, but you also got to think too. Well, nobody expected Jacksonville to do much. Nobody was talking about Robinson going from there. And given that team, somebody had to run the ball. So while he had a good season, I don't know if that's something he can do consistently. And if nothing else, then you got a two-headed monster back there, which makes it even more productive of a backfield.
That's why I like this pick here, because they already got Robinson in-house, and he gets to come in and be their home run hitter. He's their Felix Jones here, where you're going to try to get him ISOs in space and let him house it. Like he doesn't have.
But this dude busts people up though too, man. He got a little harder around the neck and shoulder area.
No, I'm saying, he be looking for defenders to run into. Hey, where you at, Stacey? Where you at?
Yeah, he looking for people to knock over. You know what I'm saying? To go back to what we was talking about earlier, the whole factory effect. I think that comes to play here also. It comes to play here also. The coaching, the level of facilities, everything else that kid has had over this time, the big games, the spotlight. Not only that, having that relationship with Trev, this is a good pick for them. It's a good pick for them. I think he's going to be a serviceable running back. I think he's definitely going to add to giving a safety valve to Trevor.
The way this team is being built, and to have a guy that is as electrifying with the ball in his hand as he is, everything he's self-made. He made himself a better receiver. He's made himself a better running back. It's a tremendous pick for the Jaguars. And again, like I said, coming into Clemson, he wasn't a guy that was known for his hands. He wasn't a guy that was known to be a receiving back. It was quite the opposite. He didn't run routes and whatnot, and he turned around and he became that guy.
And then you look at the fact that they're about to sign the greatest tight end that's ever lived, and he's never played tight end before. This team is going to do some historical things. You got your quarterback and your tight end both reading from the same chapter. Boy, we about to be going to church on Sunday. Hallelujah! Thank you, Jesus. Oh, I'm about to get the spirit. Oh boy,
where you get this dude from, bro?
Early on, they're going to look like Team Chick-fil-A because they don't look like they should be open on Sundays. It's going to be like that for a little bit. But I like the pick. I like the pick, and find guys who your quarterback already knows. We talked about that. Real weapon. Watch the Ravens. Another guy that fits a system pretty well. Watch them take Jenkins. Replace
Brown, so it makes sense.
That's what I'm saying. Like, it would absolutely make sense for me for them to go ahead and do that here after Cleveland takes this pick here. And then just, there's certain teams, like I said, they get guys who fit whatever it is that they do.
Are the Browns going wide receiver?
They're probably going receiver or DB, right?
Yeah, I would think that would be the smart play for them. That's really where they need some help.
What about JOK right here?
That'd be another good one. That'd be a good one, Joe. Real talk.
Yeah.
And
Wait.
Moore-
Time out. I have a question. Or should we wait for the pick?
Or I was going to say Newsome maybe, but
can somebody explain to me why the Browns need a receiver? Somebody just say the Browns need a receiver?
I did.
Could you explain? Please elaborate.
Well, last I checked, one of the receivers they had is coming off an ACL injury. He hasn't got on the same rapport with their quarterback. Jarvis Landry is good, but you do need other guys there who can make plays. So if you're only expecting Jarvis Landry to be your go-to guy, I guess that's a good way to go. But you do need more than one wide receiver, especially when one of them, you don't know how he's going to come back. He may not even be there before the season. And if he is, he hasn't shown to be on par with your starting quarterback. So I don't know. I don't know.
Starting quarterback was hot trash before last year. A hot cup of trash.
Dumpster fire.
Last year.
Rookie year he wasn't. Last year he wasn't. Just saying. A better offensive line and a run game. He didn't look too bad. So going forward, why not give him another weapon?
He gonna get a weapon. He's definitely getting a weapon coming back. 80%.
No,
What you saying? You saying ODB is done there?
I got a feeling.
Okay,
I got a feeling
they got a weapon.
I got a feeling that
a weapon coming back.
Well,
George he's a hell of a weapon, and I would love for him to be with the Raiders. I really do like OBJ. It's just it doesn't. I don't know. It doesn't seem like it's a good fit for him in Cleveland. I don't know if it's the system or if they're just not connecting. But last year they looked completely. They looked as if they never practiced before together. Like OBJ was just showing up, like, wait, what are we doing? And Baker Mayfield was like, yeah, I don't know what we're doing. So their chemistry just didn't seem there. So I wouldn't be surprised if they tried to move on from him.
Well, Cleveland just took Newsome, and I like that pick for them as well.
That's a good pick. That's a good pick. That's a real good pick.
I'm going to tell you why I'm surprised by that, though. I'm surprised that it wasn't Morig because I got someone, they loved him over there. And they literally told me that they want to run more dime, and they want to have use basically three safeties. And him or Javon Holland both fit what they want to do. But what does this say about the corner situation now? Does this mean they're not as high on Greedy as they were the year before? There's so you have to look at that situation.
I don't think so. I think it's the body's philosophy, man. Just need more. I think you just need more guys. You know what I'm saying?
And the NFL, the way it's played today, you can't just have two corners. The guys are spread out where you're taking on 3, 4, sometimes 5 wide receiver sets. You can't just say, well, we got 2 guys here. You need a guy on the inside. And like TQ said, you need bodies you can sub in. So adding him with Greedy and Denzel Ward, now you're taking on Claypool, Juju, Johnson.
And keep in mind, they also have Troy Hill just signed a $9 million deal with him. So is he going to be QB4? I mean, like I said, it goes along with them wanting to play more dime, but when you got Najee Harris now and Baltimore running down your throat, you have to kind of weigh those options a little bit.
Well, and their big problem last year was the pass. Yep. They were top 10 against the run. They gave up 419 points because their pass defense was pretty anemic, even with Ward, even with some of those other guys. So you can't help but to sort of attack the one area that you could stand to like tangibly get better. They were 22nd in the league. And so, you bring in another guy who's got, I would have taken Morik here based on what it is that they need, but I like the pick, hell no. I like him better than Terrence Mitchell. So,
yeah.
It's one of those things where I think he fits as far as, a situation that they're going into with what they have. And maybe they figure one of these teams, we can get safety help in the second round that comes to us instead of see, I was about to do it again.
What's this bullshit I see right next to me? What's this?
Oh, he didn't win. He didn't win and did all of that now.
What is that?
Oh man, bro. Oh, he went and did all of that now? Yo, that is ugly. That is literally, that's probably the ugliest color my eyes have ever laid eyes on before. That is, what do you call that?
You need to go ahead and burn that and then go to the store and burn it down.
No one looks good.
What do you call that color? Explain.
It's called creamsicle. It's creamsicle.
Oh my God.
It's one of the most delicious flavors of popsicle. It is also your defending Super Bowl champion. That is what this color is called. It is Lombardi creamsicle.
No, there's no Lombardi in there at all. He ain't never did nothing for Tampa. Keep that sacred name out of your mouth. That's like saying that's Al Davis creamsicle. Keep that name
Damn
out.
Show got a trophy.
I would
Damn Show got a trophy
Al
down there at
Davis with the
Gasparilla, though, don't
creamsicle.
he? Jeez.
All right. Let's ease up a little bit. All right, you're still talking about the defending Super Bowl champions, bringing back everybody. Shaq Barrett, after the Super Bowl, said, I'm going to go get paid. And then guess what? He got a call, saw Tom Brady's handsome face pop on his phone and said, you know what? I'm going to come back. I'll take a little bit of a pay cut. I'm going to come back. I mean, everything I said about the Bucs last year happened. I said, just give us the Super Bowl trophy now. Might as well. I said the only weak part of our defense was the secondary. They drafted Antoine Winfield, giving up the peace sign to Tyreek. I mean, come on, man. And guess what?
The Niners got hurt. The Niners got hurt.
O.J. Howard's coming back.
The Niners got hurt.
Lombardi Lenny.
And Green Bay choked.
The Niners got hurt.
Green
Bay wouldn't even been in position.
Green Bay
Niners got hurt.
Scotty Miller. All right. Fastest white boy in the world. Disrespected Scotty Miller. All right. I don't know. I forget the corner's name, but he probably should be cut because he cost them the game pretty much.
Yeah, you sure as hell did. Don't get me started with that.
There's just so many bitter faces on the screen right now. I love it.
It ain't bitter, man. That color literally is blinding to our eyes. The doctor said this is not visual, okay? It's not bitter. That's
bro.
We're all gonna have to wear glasses after this.
Worst jersey in history of sports.
Just because
literally, but you know what? It looks good on you.
Yes,
that's the type of jersey when you buy one, they give you 8 more for free.
Everything looks good on me.
Oh shit!
Everything.
That's some old bullshit right there.
I got a date with you for the NFC Championship, my boy. Matter of fact,
can't wait.
Wherever you are, we need to be together.
Can't wait, TQ. Can't wait. It's gonna be a pleasure.
Well, one of y'all need to make it there. One of y'all need to make it there first. That's for sure. Y'all gotta make it there first. And we saying a date and your team don't show up.
Do you want to hear the odds? Tom Brady has a better chance of making the Super Bowl than LeBron has of making a free throw. What are we talking about right now?
I'm not talking about your team.
You can keep talking to your level.
The disrespect level has gone up, has ratcheted up a bit so far, just now.
TQ, I've agreed with you on pretty much everything, but when it comes to the team down in Florida is where we separate.
100%, brother. 100%. You got that shit right, Daddy-O.
Oh my God, we're good.
So they get Bateman, getting Lamar Jackson some help there on the outside. Smart.
Yeah, he needs it.
I still think it's funny they call him a running back at quarterback, even though Josh Allen has more rushing touchdowns.
Yo, I think I told Joe this when me and him first got together. Why is it that Allen never got criticized for rushing when his rushing attempts and yards were up there too, but Lamar Jackson was getting crucified for it? I mean, I'm not going to state the obvious because that's the easy narrative.
I was about to say, I got a couple of theories.
Yeah, you know.
I got a couple of theories about that.
Yeah, he's got about my complexion. He's from Wyoming.
Yeah.
No, he's from Kingsburg. He's from me and George's home turf. He played at Wyoming, but my boy Josh.
Yeah, but that's what everyone associates.
He's from Firebaugh.
Firebaugh, my bad. I said Kingsburg. I'm thinking of the Swedes. He's from Firebaugh.
And then he played. And then he played at the JC I work for, Reedley College. So.
Oh, that's what's up.
Oh no,
that's what's up.
Hey, actually, one of our quarterbacks is from Reedley.
Just another guy that Fresno State didn't go and get.
We don't want to talk
Hey,
about what Fresno State didn't do, but
Hey, George, did you know Bubba Hickman?
we had him on campus for the 1 week before he got drafted. I'll say Josh Allen's one of the nicest guys I've ever met. He signed every picture. He answered every question from the media. He took every photo. He signed all of our memorabilia so we can make some money. I can't say anything. I can't say enough about Josh Allen. Wow, he's just a great kid.
George,
I like the way his team reacts to him. Like they love him.
Yeah.
Right?
He's
yeah.
a great
You
fit for
can tell
Buffalo.
like they love him to death.
He's got
he puts himself out there in the games to where he's like when he runs, he ain't running like I'm a quarterback. He's running like I'm a football player. And then the work he also puts into getting better at a quarterback, it's like how can you not get behind a guy like that who's continuously working this hard to get better?
Yeah.
That's what the proof is because.
Oh, go ahead, CJ. I'll jump.
I didn't project him to be as accurate as he got last year. I just always thought he'd have some of that issue, and he cleaned that up big time. And I don't know if that's a 1-year deal and there's regression, but until Lamar consistently does that, he's going to have that question.
There won't be any regression when you have Diggs and Beasley to throw to, and they catch everything.
I was just about to say, it also helps when your team goes out there and gets you some weapons that know how to catch the damn ball.
Plus, his O-line loves him. You know that he jumped over Anthony Barr his rookie year.
Yeah.
That crazy-ass first down against Dallas on Thanksgiving. I mean, it's fired up. He catches a pass for a touchdown in the playoffs. He just loved playing for the dude.
Right.
Now we're giving Josh Allen all this love. Is Buffalo going to regret giving him that big contract?
No,
they had to give him that contract. What else were they going to do?
Okay, but just hear me out. Just hear me out. Teams who are winning Super Bowls, your quarterback is either on a rookie deal or on a Legends contract.
You're right.
The guys who make those big monies, they are not the ones who are winning Super Bowls. Aaron, Breeze, all those other guys, when they got big contracts, they didn't win. If you're not on your rookie contract or on the Legends deal, your team isn't winning the Super Bowl. So that's what I'm saying. Will they regret it? Look at Russell Wilson. They were doing good. He gets the big contract, struggling. So all I'm saying is,
I think it's a combination of this year. It's a combination of him getting the big contract and having to pay other people. Who else does Buffalo have to pay like that?
That's what it comes down to.
That's what it comes down to. Really.
Everyone's price on there is gonna go up. So you got Diggs, your offensive line are gonna want some more money, your defensive players are gonna want more money. You got Tre'Davious White, one of the best, if not the best shutdown corner in the NFL. There's an argument to be made there. He's gonna want to get paid. Guys are going to get paid, but if you give that quarterback all that loot, some of these guys can't cash in.
I think they believe that they're in their window or they're a year away from their window.
Right.
Like I keep saying, like that Super Bowl window, bro, it's 1 or 2 years. So it's like you gotta kind of attack it at a certain point. So if you can field a team in a year, if you can keep that team together and play your quarterback, well, that's the same team that pay your quarterback. That's the same team you had last year. It's all about after you've paid the quarterback. And these guys need to get paid. So like they got a 1 year, 2 years, 2 season window here where the paying Josh Allen doesn't have to affect them as much. Now come that third year, then you with that problem because other people are going to need to get paid and they're going to bounce.
Yeah, and I would say don't do it. Unless you trust your scouting department to draft correctly, don't do it. If he don't get it done his rookie year, let him walk.
It's the franchise.
So you're going to let Josh Allen walk?
They would string them up in Buffalo. This is Buffalo, who's been waiting since Jim Kelly to have this caliber of guy.
They can wait a little bit. And they can wait a little bit longer.
EJ Manuel, these guys have been through like we have, and so
we need to invest. We need to invest in what's in his cup. That's what we need.
Tennessee. I already know what's in his cup.
Yeah, we need. Yeah,
let me point. Okay, let me point.
Now it all makes sense.
Let me point this out.
It is running kind of low. I'm running kind of low.
Coming out of college, obviously it's a Mountain West school, G5 school. Josh Allen never led his team from a come from behind victory and never put the team on his back to win a game. Interesting stat with that. It's what it is. He never threw for 400 against Boise or never ran for 150 against Fresno. He went out there and just did his job, and the teammates loved him. It resonated well within his teammates. You guys have talked about it. What he's done in Baltimore is every single year he's gotten better. that trajectory in itself, it doesn't happen with quarterbacks. He's going to get max money. Lamar's going to get paid. Baker's going to get paid. That's just what's going to happen. You shake your head no. It's what the NFL is. You don't let a franchise signal caller walk away for anything. You people complain about Derek Carr. He got a second contract. It's no different.
His contract didn't break the bank though.
Bullshit. He was a top paid quarterback for half a year before somebody else took it.
They didn't have all the highest paid guys. They didn't have all the team to sign all these guys to big contracts.
Yes, he was.
Yes, they did. They got ahead of it. After a certain amount of time, those contracts are relative.
Quarterback.
You guys didn't hear what I said. You're all trying to jump in. What I said was they didn't have a team of other players where they had to get big contracts to. You look at these teams that are good.
What are you talking about?
At the time Derek Carr signed his contract, who else on the team needed big contracts?
Who else
on the Raiders team at that time needed big contracts? What I'm saying is, if you look at the teams who win, they win when their quarterback is on a rookie deal or on a Legends contract. In between that, with the big contract going to your quarterback, those teams are winning. New Orleans never won after Drew Brees got paid. Green Bay never won after Aaron Rodgers got paid. Seattle never won after Russell Wilson got paid. There's a trend here, but where's the other trend? Wilson won on his rookie deal. Brady and Manning on legend deals. You got to have one or the other. The in-between, when you give your franchise guy, I guarantee you, if the Baltimore Ravens could go back, they wouldn't have gave Joe Flacco that big money. But you have to. He had a Super Bowl run. Yeah, but guess what? We had Tyrod Taylor, and we could afford to keep some of these guys as opposed to letting them walk to play Joe Flacco. Don't give the quarterback that big money.
You would have let Pat Mahomes walk.
Patrick Mahomes is reconstructing his contract.
You would have let
these other guys aren't doing that. He's reconstructing his contract. Kind of like
it's not a Legends contract.
But he's reconstructing his contract like Tom Brady has always done. Not a lot of
Brady's
quarterbacks
won on
do that.
every deal.
So they get paid, but they don't reconstruct their contract. Tom Brady does, and that's why he's able to keep weapons. And that's what Patrick Mahomes is doing, the same thing as TB is doing. Other quarterbacks aren't doing that, hence why they don't have the same level of success.
I'm so glad you're not the GM of my team.
I probably would do a lot better than what your GM's been doing.
Friends, this conversation is brought to you by the clean, crisp taste of Diet Pepsi and Hennessy. Diet Pepsi and Hennessy.
This is Pepsi Zero sugar for a delicious taste without all the sugar bad for your teeth.
Not all the sugar, but all the Hennessy.
Man,
well, that's a little different, okay? That's a little different, all right?
He want to let Josh Allen go, Russell Wilson go. He want to let all these. Where they going to? So when Russell Wilson leaves the Seahawks, what do the Seahawks do?
They do the same thing they did when they got Wilson. You get another quarterback.
Oh man!
You go after another guy, and you already have an established team, so you don't need to go out there and get Superman behind quarterback. But you get another good quarterback behind it. Maybe with that good defense, you can entice one of these retiring quarterbacks who still has a couple years left, and why don't you come on over here and play? But no, we don't want to do that. We want to pay these guys big money. Yet those guys who make big money aren't winning Super Bowls.
You do realize that you're talking about literally the most important position in all of sports. You do realize that, right?
You do realize that.
You see how much I'm drinking right now, right? Not just because of what people are saying, but also because I know who Green Bay picked, and I'm so fucked up right now.
Have any of these guys won? Have any of these quarterbacks? Have any of these quarterbacks who got the big contract? Have any of them won in the last 10 years?
You're just missing the point.
Years. That's a decade. No, that's the point I'm trying to make, though. In the last 10 years, the ones who win Super Bowls don't have the big contracts. The ones who have the big contract, they're sitting at home on the couch with us. So what do you think is probably the way you want to go?
It's the window. It's not necessarily about, yes, what you're saying is correct, but it's the window. You can pay your quarterback if you don't have to pay a lot of other guys. You just don't have a lot of time. It depends on where you drafted him at. If you drafted him at a point and he's at the end of his rookie deal, and you got a bunch of other young guys, pay your quarterback. What are you talking about? You have to pay your quarterback, or your quarterback is going to leave and go get paid by somebody else. Certain
who's that worked
teams
out for?
pay that guy because that's the only guy they got to pay. That keeps them in the window. These other teams that you're talking about, no, that wasn't the only guy you had to pay. The Seattle had to make a decision when they paid Russell Williams. Are we gonna pay? We're gonna pay Russell Wilson, or we gonna pay the Legion of Boom? They getting older. He's all world. We rolling our dice on this guy. They haven't gotten back to the Super Bowl. Have they had a losing season?
Oh, okay. Because paying the guy has never worked out. It's never worked out for that.
But by that logic, you could take the 8 best quarterbacks and have them all restructure or play on that Legends deal. 7 of them aren't winning the Super Bowl.
But they don't do that though.
Win.
But they're not doing that though. That's the thing. You can do that, but none of them are doing that. Drew Brees even said, "I'm not taking a pay cut." Yeah, but Drew, we're trying to give a better team around you to win. I'm not taking a pay cut. Aaron Rodgers, would you do it? Not really. Big Ben, would you do it? No. So none of these guys are actually doing it. So again, I know it sounds crazy. This isn't the liquor talking. It sounds crazy. But literally, none of the quarterbacks who got the big contracts are winning the big game. That's what you play the game for, right?
I feel good about that.
Because
what you're saying is Patrick Mahomes is never winning another Super Bowl. I feel that if it's nothing else,
did he reconstruct his contract?
I feel great about that.
He was the one guy who reconstructed his contract.
For that.
He was the one guy who reconstructed his contract.
Kalani, that's where you're wrong. Every quarterback that signs those deals restructure their contracts. The team makes them because that's how they stay under the salary cap. They all get converted. Who hasn't? Rodgers has. Breeze just did, and he fucking retired. They were $90-something million over
Rodgers
the
is
cap.
still one of the highest paid quarterbacks in the league. What are you talking about? He was still one of the highest paid guys. That's why you guys can't go out and get nobody.
It's not because of him. They have the highest paid
talent. They can't go out and get nobody because they have Aaron Rodgers and they draft quarterbacks with their first round pick. That's why they can't get anybody.
No, they drafted
Don't talk about them. Go back to Kansas City. Go back to a team that's got some common sense. Because Green Bay has no common sense whatsoever.
Well, I can't argue that.
So anyway,
I can't argue that.
The pick is in. It was Eric Stokes for Green Bay, a 6'1", 200-pound corner. Ran a 4.25 at his 40 for Georgia. You know, it feels a need. It feels
like that.
Yeah, I don't mind it. I don't mind it. I don't mind it. But I had him. He's my 10th best corner. So personally, I mean, they may have reached a bit. Yeah, I think they reached a bit. I personally would have gone with Elijah Moore or Rondale Moore, 2 guys that I think are better. You can put them in the slot and give them a weapon. But that's me. It's a deep receiver draft. We'll see what they do. I would have gone with Jenkins or JOK possibly. They could use either one of those guys on defense. But they filled a need at corner because Kevin King got torched by Scotty Miller. Now they got a guy that's faster than Scotty Miller, so that shit won't happen again. And it may not happen again if Aaron Rodgers is
We'll see. We'll see.
It's
now the Bills are on the clock.
He's very fast.
You know, we already pissed Aaron Rodgers off. Now we're really going to piss him off.
Exactly. He's already pissed. He's already pissed. Whatever.
They haven't selected an offensive player for him in the first round since like 2012.
Ridiculous, man.
A skill
ridiculous. I believe it's just out of spite at this point. They're just like, fuck this dude.
Listen, I just told this man that before we started this broadcast. If you look in his phone, he sees that exact same text, Bo, that you just said from me. They got a cake baked for Aaron Rodgers. They've been had a cake baked for him a long time. This is Al Davis, Marcus Allen. It's going to come out. We're going to have a 30 for 30 at some point, and we're going to find out how bad the situation was with Green Bay at the end.
Actually, they did pick a real shame player. It just so happened to be Jordan Love. You know, it's just like,
I was talking. It's a shame too, because like I coached at a Division III up there, St. Norbert, right outside of Green Bay, and everyone up there is Packer fans. Fuck, the college was green and yellow as well. Terrible colors, by the way, but
not as terrible.
Like they're great people. Wisconsin people are great people. They do not deserve what is happening to them right now. I got a Bears fan in the room. Who's very upset. I just said that.
I mean,
really good people.
Devil's advocate, like What? Rodgers has an all-pro tackle, an all-pro wide receiver, a top 10 running back, a great play caller, and you still want to leave. It's like, I mean, what more do you? I would kill to be in that situation. If I was a Packers fan, I'd be loving it. Every year I'm going to the NFC Championship, or I'd love that. So I don't know what.
But he's got the chance to host Jeopardy.
Yeah.
Okay,
he likes to burn bridges, whether it's with his mom and dad or with his team. Danica Patrick, he just likes to burn those bridges.
I'm gonna say this, and it may sound sacrilegious, but I'm gonna say this. It wasn't the offense that let them down. They had the highest scoring offense in the NFL last year. They wasn't that they didn't have weapons, because they had a plethora of weapons. They're just not household names. The defense is what let them down last year. Bottom line.
Yep. And what about the year before that?
Hold on, wait a minute. At some point, they've been to five NFC championships.
And the year before that,
under Aaron, five NFC championships with Aaron Rodgers as a quarterback. At some point, it may not be the team. Some point, he may have to look at himself and say, "What am I not doing?"
Oh, bro, please.
Hey, no. Hey, if we're gonna let's be logical about this. No,
we're not. You're not being logical. You're not being logical. You're asking for us to be logical, and you want to blame your problems on Aaron Rodgers.
I'm not blaming it.
You just drafted Jordan fucking Love last year in the first round, and you want to blame your problems on Aaron Rodgers. Aaron Rodgers needs to look at himself. Are you serious? You worse than Bo, having the audacity to call somebody else's colors whack.
Let me point this
out. With that shit on that he has on right now. Are you serious? You've been clowning Aaron Rodgers for the last 3 or 4 years.
No, I have not.
You ought to be ashamed of yourself. He's the best quarterback in the league. He's the best quarterback you've ever seen. And your sorry team has done nothing but do him a disservice and smash on the best part of his career.
Squeeze, let me just point this out. Are you sitting here and saying to me that Aaron Rodgers is above being criticized? Absolutely that he can't be criticized? Because if you look at that play right before they kicked the field goal, he had 7 yards to get to the end zone with nobody around, and he tried to throw the fucking ball instead of breaking to the end zone. Was something he did the week before. What I'm saying is, Aaron Rodgers.
If you're telling me anything about after they wasted a first-round pick to get a quarterback, anything I do after that, I don't even care. I don't even care about that play. I don't care nothing about this past season. I don't care about nothing about Green Bay's future. I want to get up out of here. From the point when you disrespected me last year this time and picked that bum, because he's a bum compared to me, because I'm Aaron fucking Rodgers, in case you forgot. The disrespect for this guy. This is the best dude we ever seen playing his position.
Was it disrespectful when the Niners went and got Steve Young when they had still had Joe Montana in his prime?
How many championships did Joe Montana win for the Niners? Joe Montana did his job for the Niners, and the Niners did their job for Joe Montana. You cannot say that about Green Bay.
Joe Montana had ready-made pieces. Young had ready-made pieces.
So?
Rodgers has
point is that you're not addressing the point.
One of the top running backs, one of the best tight ends in Tunyon, the top offensive line, the offense that ranked number 1, highest scoring offense in the NFL. It's not about Aaron Rodgers and not getting him weapons. So at some point, Aaron Rodgers has to understand sometimes it's him not making a play. The defense didn't make a play. It's not about adding a playmaker. It's about adding a playmaker on the defensive side of the ball.
What it's about is not drafting a quarterback, fool. What are you talking about? Your team has Aaron Rodgers, and you drafted a quarterback in the first round. That is being an
365 days in, you're talking about the same shit.
Please. You drafted a quarterback.
They drafted for this exact reason what happened today. He wants out, so we're not going to be like the Patriots and be caught with our pants down, or the 49ers who still looking for the heir apparent to Steve Young, or hey, let's talk about Let's talk about the Steelers. After Big Ben, who do they have? They're still looking for those guys. The Raiders, up until Carr, has been looking for the guys since fucking
people that you're
Plunkett.
talking about are Aaron Rodgers. And that's the problem. You don't respect them.
I know Gannon.
The team don't respect him. They haven't respected him in years. You talking about Aaron Rodgers like he's just some dude. He's not. He's Aaron Rodgers.
The only other guy that I've seen in his prime that had this happen to him was Elway when they took Tommy Maddox in '92. And that was just as bad. It's like, what the hell are you doing if you got John Elway here and overreaching for a guy like Tommy Maddox? Like, are you running him out of the paint right away? And as it turned out, Tommy Maddox ended up in the XFL before he ended up on another NFL roster. And John Elway ended up going to the Hall of Fame and winning 2 titles. So it's one of those things where, again, it's like, if you're gonna make that move, unless it's a move like Green Bay ironically did when they had Favre and Rodgers just fell to him, where it's just that the player is way too good for this spot for us not to take him. Yeah, I will never understand that pick because, I mean, if you let him go, then just take another guy the following year because Jordan Love doesn't seem like, to me, where it's a slam dunk, where it's like if you take him, it's a lock that he's going to pan out and he's going to be the guy going forward. That was what was so doubly frustrating for me watching that.
I thought for sure last year I was going to go looking at the Packers and, okay, this is Pittman or Higgins or someone to help out, and not just for Rodgers. You cut down on Devontae Adams' workload. You don't overwork him. If you've got another weapon like that. But we're good with Marcus Valdez Scantling and whatever. But the Packers do what they do. They have a great tight end. I forget his name, but he's really good. Yeah, Tunyon. He's NFL great weapon. But how much better would they be had they selected another weapon for him? And Rodgers had the option of throwing to Tunyon and Rodgers and Pittman or Higgins or whoever. That was a waste.
I wrote about this and I put down statistics after statistics. Higgins,
worst article you ever wrote. Worst article you ever wrote.
Yeah, whatever, because it made the most sense. Higgins and Chase Claypool were the 2 guys that had impacts after Jordan Love was drafted. Meaningful impacts. The rest of the guys were or they just didn't, or they were injured and didn't pan out. That included Patrick Queen.
You could have drafted a defensive player. You could have drafted somebody that was going to play on the field.
I agree.
It doesn't matter who you drafted. You draft somebody who's going to be on the field. You are a game away from the Super Bowl. You draft the player who's going to be on the field, not some quarterback who's going to be sitting down for the next couple of years. That was stupid. There's no kind of way that you could spin this and make this sound good because it was stupid to everybody, and it's still stupid, and it's the reason why Aaron Rodgers is on Jeopardy instead of on the damn field because you made a stupid move. That was dumb. It was dumb last year.
All I'll say is
dumb right now.
Did the same thing giving up ass to trade up.
You don't want to talk about your godforsaken team and they dumb picks.
I do. I do. I'm critical. I just understand what they're doing.
Can you explain to the rest of us? We'd like to know.
You don't want to hear it. You talk over me. So every time I try to explain to you, you don't want to hear it.
Because it sounds like gibberish. It just sounds like stuff that you're pulling out of your rectum because you don't want to tell the truth about damn Green Bay. That was one of the dumbest moves in the history of this draft. That was stupid last year. Stupid. And it's got you in a position that you in today. You don't know who your quarterback is going to be starting out next year. And you was a game away from the Super Bowl again. Every year, you're the Buffalo Bills of the 90s. Every year, you're a game close. Who you got close? No cigar.
I don't mean to hate, but Buffalo got to the Super Bowl.
But hey,
you're right. You're not the Buffalo Bills.
No, I'm cool with that.
Just saying.
I'm just looking at it as the quarterback next year is going to be a guy wearing number 12 with Rodgers on the back of his jersey. How's that? And if it's not, it's his choice to leave. The bottom line, Aaron Rodgers, and he's the best quarterback I've ever seen. I remember the days. Huh?
So why you try to diminish him now? Why you try to act like that was a good pick last year? Last year on this particular show, you tried to act like that was a good pick.
You asked me for my opinion, why, and explain to you. And when I'm about to explain, you cut me off, so I can't explain it to you, bro.
You're gonna say this bullshit again. You already said this.
Why it was a good pick.
You're not gonna say nothing smart.
He's 37 years old. He was coming off injury. He was coming off years of being injured and a new. They said this was the guy they took. They felt was the last of the legitimate first round guys. They went up and got him to make sure they had a backup plan just in case they're not stuck with a Brett Hundley or a Tim Boyle or whomever. They wanted to make sure they had a backup plan. And that's what they actually did. They got a guy that they can groom. Now,
so can I ask a question?
Feel free.
Can I ask a question? I want a real answer. I don't want no bullshit ass Green Bay fan answer. I want a real answer.
Go ahead.
All right. Would you have drafted Jordan Love last year in that spot?
He's gonna say yes.
Absolutely not. Next question. Move on. Who's the picks in for the Ravens?
I'm trying to think of what receivers were available.
Bro, the point is you would have drafted anybody else other than that.
He said he would have drafted him. I told you.
So how do we feel about Rousseau?
No one gives a shit, CJ.
Crazy.
I mean, the thing is, the Packers still don't know what they have in Jordan Love. Still have no clue.
Yeah, because he ain't on the field. That's my point.
Yeah.
You draft the one player who's not getting on the field.
Wow, the Ravens
guaranteed
another Orlando Brown.
Hi, y'all.
Last pick of the draft of the first round coming up. Tampa's just gonna like pick a top player out of the hat.
They literally can just go and get. I like that value for Baltimore getting. Is it pronounced? Is it Owe or is it Owe?
Owe.
Yeah, I like him. I had him number 20. That's another one of those team that already has a defined way of doing things. He has a guy that they can just put in the spot, let him sort of play his way into it, and then all of a sudden you got a guy.
Yeah. And he's young.
Pick's already in.
And he's young, and he came out as a sophomore.
Yeah.
So that just shows how young he is and how he's a guy that, he's a freak. He's another this freaky athletic guy. I mean, the number he tested well out the roof. I mean, you're looking at his 40 time right now, a 4.3 guy at his linebacker again, another 4.3 guy.
Yeah.
Guy can he's just crazy. So, I mean,
hey, Bo, what's happening in Tampa Bay's war room? Strippers and caviar and shit. What are y'all doing down there right now? Y'all having a fucking ball.
That's redundant. That's just fish.
What's happening is they're looking at their board and they're going, all right, which guy here deserves a Super Bowl ring?
Oh my God.
Mute him.
I gave him the floor, didn't I? I set that shit up, didn't I? Damn it.
You sure the hell did.
Played myself.
Oh God, it is good to be the king. Does it really matter who comes in? I can see it too. JPP's getting up there. Levante David, re-signed for 1 year. Just another defensive guy to come in, get some reps, win a ring. Not a big deal.
You're not winning a ring, bro.
I figured that's what
got your ring. Enjoy it.
And that's
the guy because you said this shit last year.
No, you didn't have a ring last year, damn it. I didn't say that. It was different words. Fix it.
No, it was Tom Brady's old. Father time, Mother Nature, Cousin It. Pick a family member. It doesn't fucking matter. Okay? Giselle can't stop this man from playing football. The only family that matters are the brothers in the locker room. That is it. That is the only family that matters. All right.
Oh my goodness, this guy, bro.
Oh, you love it though. You still don't follow me on Twitter, but you love it. The ad's right there. The ad's right there.
I got you.
Linebacker, there we go.
When we talk about reaches, right, and how we view them.
Sorry, Joe, real quick. Joe Tryon, as in
Tryon,
Joe.
Washington,
Go ahead
right?
and try on a Super Bowl ring. We're gonna get you fitted now.
What happened? I couldn't hear him. What happened?
That was great.
Tell him again. That was good.
All right.
I didn't even hear it.
We drafted
really well.
It was Joe Tryon we drafted, as in Joe, go ahead and try on this Super Bowl ring. We're going to get you fitted now.
Yeah. Nice.
That finger, right?
Oh,
That's
man.
funny.
But the thing with Joe Tryon is, or Tyron, or whatever, however he pronounces his name, I had him rated as the second, third round.
I don't see no strippers. I don't see no wings.
They're not doing it right. I had him as my sixth best edge rusher. So I don't know where you had him at, CJ, but I mean, he wasn't a guy that I looked at like, oh, he's over the top guy that we really need to, like they really need to go after. I mean,
I think that they like him for what he does. Like I had Carlos Basham Jr. ranked ahead of him, but I had him at 44. That's what that is for them, is they're going to take a guy who gets off the edge. That's what he does. They'll have him maybe as a designated pass rusher because and just literally have him pin his ears and go, you don't have to sit here and think. You ain't got to sit here and worry about dropping. You don't have to sit here and worry about like your technique and all that stuff. We're going to put you on the edge, probably on the right side, and just go get the quarterback.
He's going to spell JPP and those guys who need it, and, just be a dude. And,
the rich get richer. He'll benefit from the fact that he doesn't have to have all the.
Didn't Tampa Bay just lose Shaq Barrett?
Nope.
No,
we did not.
Didn't we just lose Shaq Barrett?
No, we didn't.
They still have him.
Re-signed.
He's back.
Okay.
Yeah.
Everybody's back, bro. The
Everybody.
water boy from last year, the equipment man, the groundskeeper, the lady that sells
The
the
dude
fucking
from Last
popcorn.
Chance U, I think,
Everybody's
is
back
back.
from last year, bro. Jeez.
Just.
All right, so let's do
Well,
this.
you're
Let's do this real quick.
They just more solid. Jesus.
Let's take a quick break. Come back and do a wrap-up show, post show, talk about the Raiders, Leatherwood, hear me and TQ screaming at each other some more. And we'll get all that. Preview tomorrow, what we can expect tomorrow, day 2, second, third round, and see where the Raiders could go from there. All right, let's do that. It's the FSM Draft Show on it, franchisesportsmedia.com. Oh, that's amazing. That's amazing. Welcome back to the Franchise Sports Media Draft Show. I'm Joe Arrigo. Man, if you seen Kalani with his dance moves during the break,
Well, what you talking about?
Somebody's got this. Somebody need to turn their TV down.
JaRon, turn your TV down. You're the only one that does that. Thank you.
Man, you said the stuff was muted.
Oh, it is muted, but I can still see you dancing.
Oh, you thought we didn't see that, huh?
It said the video was muted while the video playing.
Yeah, it sure did, didn't it, buddy?
There's some bug here. Oh,
hey,
man.
Squeeze, what song? Which one of your songs was that? That was on a commercial. The one we just played.
I don't know, man. That was one of them. What's the name of it? Again. That's the name of it.
Again, off the last album. Yeah. So we got. We got to low key find it. Well, we got it recorded because we're recording the broadcast, so we can see Kalani. You know, we can go ahead and put that out there.
He's getting his groove on. He's getting his full groove on.
Man, that's wrong, man. But I can dig it. I can dig it.
Welcome back.
How y'all feeling about this? How y'all feeling about this Raiders draft, man? What y'all feel about this? What's your true feelings about this lineman from Alabama?
Honestly, man, I'm excited to see what he can do. In all honesty, I'm not looking at draft position right now, whatever. I'm excited to see what he can do. Because like I was saying, if we slot him inside to guard, kick Denzel Good out, Nick Martin, if Incognito could give us something with Sampson backing him up, and then Moulton's been Colton Miller's been doing good since coming in. I'm actually excited to see this line because we saw that with any quarterback, especially with Carr, you give him that protection, he can be lethal in that offense. So I'm actually excited to see what Leatherwood can do for us. I think he's going to be a productive guy, get coached up good by Tom Cable, and I think once again our offensive line, which looked like it was going to be in the dirt after letting some guys go, I think we just got better there, and we're going to be good.
Well, I'm of the adage of, again, it's not the player, it's where you get them. And that matters. It does matter to me. You just can't keep overreaching. This whole draft thing it's I liken it. It's like going to a car lot. You got $10,000 for your budget. There's a $7,000 car. Why are you spending the full $10,000 on it? You can get it for a better value. That's what we're continuing to do here. That's what this is like. Saying, well, I like this guy no matter what, so I'm gonna pay full premium price to get him. Leatherwood was a guy that was not going to be, gone in the next 5 or 10 picks. You could have moved back into the second round and gotten him. That just played itself out with the fact that Jenkins is still on the board. It's this idea that somehow everybody's outsmarting themselves to where a guy who's been universally slotted from around 36 to 48, depending on what you look at, is just mysteriously going to move up 10 or 15 spots. Nobody's playing shell game like that. So the player on the whole, I like the player. I don't like the fact that I don't like the fact that he flopped the guard, and you might have to have him kick inside. Because the whole thing was we're missing an offensive tackle, and we had a ready-made one available at the position that we were at. So again, it's going to come back to this whole idea of valuation. And unfortunately, we have a bad track record of the guy who's ultimately making the decisions. John Gruden has not done this well since he was in Tampa, and it's continued. Because when he's had full control, you've seen draft picks like this. So that's what I'm saying. I always go back. My whole thing is always based on evidence. Ever since he got the reins, because Bruce Allen was his lackey down in Tampa too. Ever since he's gotten the reins of this, he's had questionable pick after questionable pick after questionable pick. And I'm saying Arnett would have been available 20, 30 picks later. Abram would have been available 5 to 10 picks later. You can make moves. Why didn't a guy like that?
Abram would have been available 5 to 10 picks later?
Yes.
Think so?
I do.
Abram should have been winning top 5. He should have been top 5 in that draft. That's Jonathan Abram we talking about. He should have been a top 5 pick.
All I'm getting at here is that you can't just doing this whole defensive. I like the guy so much that I overlook the value of where I have him. Because let's put it like this. Let's say Jacksonville takes, Mac Jones #1, and he ends up being a good player. you still didn't get value for what you could have had, because if you want to come off of your guy, they could have gotten a boatload of capital since everybody else wants to get Trevor Lawrence in that spot. That's a really obtuse comparison, but we've had a history of us doing that the last couple of drafts where we don't seem to recognize where a guy's supposed to be on the board or in comparison to other places. Trading up 12 spots and giving up stuff to go get Brandon Parker. I'm never going to get over that. And we can't even put him out there. We gave up picks to go get Brandon Parker, and he's so persona non grata that they can't even consider putting him at right tackle right now in his third year. They don't trust him. So that's what I'm getting at. Will Leatherwood be a good player? I think he's better as a guard. And I don't know why you go and when you need offensive tackle more than that based on what your personnel is, why you would overdraft so much for a guy that everybody else is saying is going to be available. It's not just all poker and stuff. He would have been there further down on the board. Or take your picks that you have and move up to go get him. But they seem to get ahead of themselves to where I like a guy.
I completely hear what you're saying. I just think that the comparison, though it's valid, I don't think it's valid for this particular situation, because it's just like being on the stock market, man. They believe that they have insider information. They are listening to Dabo Swinney and they're listening to Nick Saban. And those guys are getting in their ears, and they also believe that that other people are calling those two factories to ask questions about these guys. Just like I said earlier, they come in the house talking about today. If anybody tells you that they're going and they're selling all these kids on national championships, that is not why these kids go from across the country to go to Clemson and Alabama. They go there because they know that those are the two places that they can go and sit on the bench or go and be even outshadowed by another person in their position and still go to the league and have the chance to start in the league. So I hear what you're saying about the reaches that we've had in the past. I'm the first one to say I don't see why you go get an offensive lineman when you got a defense that's that terrible. I understand we lost some linemen, but that remains to be seen. What has been seen is that our defense has been pretty hot trash for the last 20 years, and we constantly want to get offensive players in the first round. That just doesn't make sense to me. It's never going to make sense to me. But if we got to do it, I say let's do it in the trenches. And if you got to talk to somebody about who to do it in the trenches with, yeah, talk to Dabo or talk to Nick.
I feel like the disconnect with what I'm saying is not the idea that I think he's going to be a bust. It's the whole process of the draft, in that you get put at certain spots in the draft for a reason. And they just continue to draft.
But who puts them in those spots, though? Who is the overreaching person that says that?
I'm literally just talking about the draft where you draft, where you actually draft. I'm not talking about the valuation of that stuff, because
again, I'm saying every team has their board, right? How do we know that this? Maybe they just put this guy on their board because they felt like he was that guy. Maybe they have some information where they feel like, even though he's not ranked by everybody else, he's ranked by us for this reason or that reason.
If all things have been equal, and you can point to their last couple of drafts and say they did some unorthodox stuff, but it panned out. See, people like to compare it to Colton Miller. Colton Miller was he had a first round grade. He was being compared to Nate Solder, and the same things that came up, like his injury history and the ability, his need to get stronger, turned out to be what he had to do to become a top-level offensive tackle. Nobody has Alex Leatherwood as a first-round offensive tackle. He's slotted best to play inside, and he was a second-round grade. So that's what I'm saying. It's an either-or thing for me. I totally hear what you're saying, but I got to go.
Do you believe he would have that same grade if he would have played at a different school? Let's say if he went to Texas, where he would have been starting. Let's say if he went to Florida, where he would have been starting, or he went to USC, where he would have been starting, or Stanford. Would you think that he would have the same grade that he has now, or would you think he'd have been ranked higher?
I think it says more to the fact that he had all the accolades in college and still had a second-round grade, that he was literally deemed the best interior lineman in college football, But these pros talking about how he projects to the next level only have him in the second round. That's what I'm saying. He doesn't lack pedigree on that level. He was so good that he was literally winning awards. But they're saying whatever it is that his game is, it doesn't project as highly. And that's what I'm saying. This is really splitting hairs in the sense of if they had taken this guy, if they had moved down and gotten to like 25 and taken him, I don't have a problem with it. If you get value and still get your guy like Minnesota did with Darisaw, a guy that is universally seen as a better prospect at offensive tackle. They moved 9 spots back. They got more draft capital and still got him because they know how the game is played as far as the board goes. Gruden just decides, I like a guy. I don't care how much I can do to maneuver and all of this stuff. I'm just taking him. We did it with Farrell. We did it with Arnett. And we did it with Leatherwood. And we don't.
He would have went higher if he went to USC because Vera Tucker got drafted before him. So at USC, he probably would have went higher.
That's all probables. All I'm saying is he did great at Alabama, and still because of the deficiencies he's got, was given a second round grade. And that's not one or two guys. That's not just talking heads and stuff. That's an across the board grade.
Well, we'll see. We'll see how it plays out. But what the rest of the guys think?
Well, hold on, man.
I'm gonna put it like this.
Yeah, but that's
I'm gonna put it like this.
That these guys are right.
All I'm gonna say is, this is what always ends up happening with these Raiders discussions. We take a guy way out of position, and it's a rush to defend the pick. If somebody else, if one of our rivals, if Denver, when they took Paxton Lynch terribly, he got shit on for being completely overdrafted, not necessarily ready for the spot that he was in, and it bared itself out. That's what I'm getting at. Like, I don't want
Memphis, man,
to be in a position of defending a pick strictly because it's our pick. I just think that you got to do more. This is 3 years in now. We've got to start doing more to be able to take what we've got. If you like a guy, and you just got to be more aware of the fact that, okay, the next team is not going to take him at 18. The next team at 19 is not going to take him. What can we do to at least move back and acquire something? Because to go from 19 to 39,
I know what we could do. We could let the other guys on the panel get some words in here so that they could let us know what they
you
think.
go off on rants like don't do that.
So let me
CJ, don't take it personal, man. I'm laughing while I'm saying this, man. Don't get buttered over it, okay? I'm laughing while I'm saying it, bro.
Hey, let me go ahead and do this. Bo has a story regarding Tom Cable, the position coach for now. Alex.
It's all right. It's all right.
Let me go ahead and throw to Bo. And he's got whatever story about Tom Cable, which, you know, it's the Cable guy. So feel free, Bo. Unmute yourself.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't anything major, but Tom Cable actually was college roommates with our DC here at Fort Lewis. He actually owns some property up here, so he was actually up here this spring taking care of his property. He came out to one of our practices over the spring, got to talk to the guys, and I got to chat with him a little bit, being a Vegas kid, talking about Vegas and how my first impression of Tom Cable, I remember seeing him as the Raiders head coach back in the day, and with calmer he was and how just more in tune he was, like kind of with himself. He even talked about how he liked on Friday nights he'd just pick a random high school game in Vegas to go to and go check it out. And I thought that was really cool, just for the community to have. Just a really good dude from the brief interaction I got to have with him and stuff. I mean, it's just a little story. It wasn't nothing major.
So do you think that, you know, obviously now with the Raiders, you know, and everything being as it is, and Leatherwood is the newest Raider, but you know, there's nothing anybody can say or do about it at this point. Do you believe now that at this point the Raiders believe Cable can coach him up? Cable can coach him up, and he can become that elite guy that obviously Alabama has great coaches. They put a lot of guys out, but maybe Gruden and Mayock and the Brain Trust feel that Leatherwood has traits that they look for and traits that can be coached up to be in a guy if he's out right tackle or if he's inside at guard.
What other reason would it be to draft him?
Plug and play.
I think
Cable's
got great schemes going on up front in everything he's doing. As much involvement as he has with the run game. So I think Cable's a great offensive line coach. I think he's very passionate about what he does. He's been around forever. I mean, I know it's kind of like a good old boys league. Everyone hires their friends and stuff, but at some point it is your career. It is your money on the line. You're not just going to keep bringing guys in just because you're friends with them. He's good at what he does, and he's going to do a fine job grooming this young man.
I hope so, man. I hope you're right.
Like, so tomorrow you have the Raiders. They're going to have 3 picks tomorrow. They're in a position where they can address the defense the rest of the way. That's what they need. That's what they need to do. George or Kalani, where would you want to see the Raiders address, first in the second round, and then with the picks in the third
round? I'll take a safety in the second round because I don't think Grant or Merrig or how do you say that dude's last name, man?
Morig
from TCU. I would take one of those dudes in the second round, and then maybe the best defensive player available in the third. I mean, we go back to back in the third, so Gruden probably do something ridiculous and draft like a wide receiver with the back-to-back pick. But I definitely think you have to go safety, and if you have to trade up a little bit and utilize that extra third round pick to move up in the second round to get one of these safeties, I'd be all for it. But I think you're right, Joe. The Raiders are going to go. These next 3 picks probably be defense. At least they should be, or another. What do they need? Maybe another offensive lineman, to kind of push Parker out of town, hopefully. But I like safety with the second rounder.
I like to see them maybe go with someone like Elijah Molden, possibly someone who could be a little bit of a hybrid guy in the secondary. We need somebody who could cover the slot. So I definitely think going with any player, Molden just jumps out as the first guy, but any player who could potentially fill that role, safety, there's a couple good guys still out there as well. Even the kid from Indiana, Jamar Johnson, he could be another good option. And their names slip me, but there's a safety from Virginia Tech and a safety from Florida State. Their names slip me right now, but those are 2 guys who, from a physical standpoint and from what I've read and a few plays I've seen on tape, from a play standpoint, they seem to fill the type of void that Gus Bradley's defense wants from their safety. And then you got to address the defensive line. You got to get somebody on the inside next to Hankins that can help out getting after the passer. Whether that's Jay Tufili from USC, Alan McNeil from North Carolina State, Levi Ogden, him from Washington. There's a couple guys there in the middle of the defense that you can grab that can possibly help out that defensive line. Like I said in the pre-show, you get those guys in the middle, it's going to help those guys on the outside as well, and that's something we've been severely lacking. So those 2 positions, I think, is what we should really address going forward for tomorrow.
If I see Nevin Lawson in the slot this year, I'm going to vomit.
What
exactly
the name and Zoe, I want to throw to you with this. No. We kind of talked about him. I know you watched him a lot in the Pac-12. I think a name to watch in round 2 is Javon Holland from Oregon, a safety.
Yes.
He can actually go to the slot. He can do. And Morig is
George. George, you remember Javon from passing down as well. Javon Holland was a passing down participant.
Sure do.
He's a guy, I think, as a safety, other than Andre Cisco from Syracuse, who could be a steal in the third round. I think Holland has the best ball skills of any safety in this class.
Yes.
So,
and not only that, his football IQ improved so much when Dante Williams was his corner coach or the secondary coach in general. And even when Dante left for USC, there was still no drop off with Javon Holland. The work ethic's there, same with the ball skills. So, I mean, I'm with you guys. He'd be a good bargain in the second round. I mean, I would say Elijah Molden, but I think Elijah Molden is going to go way too early in the second round.
He was a borderline first-round guy for me.
He reminds me a lot of Winfield Jr. and so I just don't know how long he's going to last.
Well,
You were
Baldwin,
Kalani,
yeah.
you were thinking of Divine Diablo, the guy from Virginia.
There you go.
The bot guy. Yeah, that guy is a murderer. I don't know how well he covers, but he will deplete you. And we just don't have any of those juice guys like that. Yeah, I think it's the same thing. It's the same positions right up the middle. We got to have our interior line, our linebacker, and a safety. And like at this point, some of my guys are still here. Like the guys the only 3 guys that I have that I gave first round grades to that didn't get picked were JOK Owusu Karamoa, were Barmore, and Azeez Al-Jalari. I think all 3 of them go pretty much in the first 8 or 9 picks tomorrow to start. And I think that's one of those things where at this point, like, I don't know what it is that they're targeting.
I think so too.
But there's a chance to get a guy who's got a first round grade. Give up 79 or 80 to get him. I think that should be one of those things you don't give too much thought to. There's too much quality that slipped into this early second round that you can get early, just giving up marginal sort of value to go get them. So I like those guys, and I like all the guys that you guys mentioned. I like Jabril Cox too from LSU.
Yep,
that's a player that I like. I don't know if he goes for us, but that's a guy that I really think could eventually somewhere be a starting middle linebacker. And I think he's got the skills necessary to do that. So we'll see. I'm gonna probably get my own drink on so that I don't think about this pick. And be ready to try to be optimistic tomorrow.
Well, I know, like TQ, I know Squeeze, I know you got to bounce off. I know Gus is about to bounce. We're gonna be like we'll stay another like 10 minutes, then we're gonna get out of here to finish everything off. So appreciate you jumping in. We'll see you tomorrow for round 2. 3.
Yeah, man. Holla at y'all. This could have been a worse day for me, I will say.
Hey, TQ, good talking to you. Good talking to you, TQ.
It was all right. You know what I'm saying? Trey Lance, I'm feeling pretty good about that. Didn't have a fit, you know what I mean? The Raiders, I don't know. I think I was kind of expecting after kind of off season and some of the surprises that it wasn't going to be the greatest day, but maybe it wasn't going to be the worst. So we'll see what happens. I do believe, regardless of how much I hate them, I do have that respect for players out of Alabama. It's a factory.
Well, and just just really quickly, Mayock just started his presser by saying, day one, he's the starting right tackle. So,
I mean, yeah, you have to.
There it is.
Yeah. So I was just
all right, fellas. I'll catch y'all tomorrow. All right.
All right.
All right. Take it easy.
Much love.
All right. Hey, take it easy. Take it easy, TQ.
So we look at now, so we're talking about day 2. Leatherwood is the starting right tackle. Gus, what do you think? What do you see?
Tomorrow, let's see. Defense, man, you guys hit it all on the head. I know we're not going to trade up. I mean, Gruden loves his picks. If anything, he's going to trade down and get more offensive linemen or something than a kicker. Because, I mean, he's so unpredictable. And that's basically how the Raiders draft has been for the past 5 years. We could be saying, oh, we're all, we know what they need. We know what they need, but they don't. So, I don't know. I would love a safety, like George was saying. The linebacker, just defense, man. We can pick up another offensive line, later in the 4th round, 121. So,
George, what if you had your choice of guys right now to pick? Who would it be if the Raiders come on the clock?
Maury.
Yeah.
Wouldn't be mad at that. If Maury somehow dropped to 48, I'll start dancing tomorrow. I'll do the.
But I don't think he's going to be there at 48. I think
that's what I'm saying. That's why I know I don't have to worry about it.
Have they even traded up in this Grudock era ever?
No.
To take Brandon Parker. Yes,
they did. That's right. You're right. They did.
So maybe that makes it even less likely that they do it.
Yeah.
They like to trade down.
That's Cisco and Grant from
Richie Grant. Yeah.
He's
They also traded up for Amik Robertson as well.
They did trade up to get Robertson, who I like.
I love
They just haven't given an actual chance to play. Yeah, I still ride for that guy. I like Amik.
I think Kalani, if you're at your choice of everything on the table, who's the guy tomorrow?
Oh man, I'm flipping a coin. If everybody's available, I'm flipping a coin between Holland. His name slipped me earlier when I was mentioning Moen, but I'm flipping a coin between Holland and Morig. One of those two. If everybody's on the table, like I said, I definitely think we need to get the interior of our line fixed. But out of those two guys, I'm flipping a coin, and I wouldn't be mad with either one. Those are two game changers, kind of like what CJ was just saying about the Mayhawk saying day one. Those are two guys you say, hey, day one, they're starting. So either one.
LJ, what you got?
So we got a fan saying they want Richie Grant. We got a fan saying they want Richie Grant from UCF. He wouldn't be a bad pick, but I'm a fan of Javon Holland. I wouldn't mind seeing the Raiders snatch him in the next round. I mean, obviously, I was on the fence of JOK being the first round, being the first choice for the Raiders. But again, I'm with CJ. I think JOK is going to be gone somewhere like in the first 5, maybe the first 10 rounds of the second for tomorrow. But I mean, I'm still a Javon Holland fan.
JaRon? Yeah. Is JaRon froze or is JaRon ready?
No, I'm here. Was it when do they draft? Where
48.
48, 79, and 80.
48, number 48.
48. If he's available, Sante Samuel Jr.
Good pick. I like that one too.
Good one. Yeah.
Nobody took him. There's a lot of corners out there, and he's an excellent corner. Man coverage, extremely fast, physical. His dad, obviously, with the pedigree. If not him, Jabril Cox. I mean, Jabril might fall to the third, but I mean, right now it's a crapshoot out there. But if Asante's on the board, he'd be my first guy.
Mm-hmm. Good pick. Good pick.
Since Raiders love their Alabama guys,
good fit for the third. Yeah, Jabril will be a good fit for the Raiders in the third round. So.
Can we stop drafting guys and then switching their positions? Kind of like with Amik Robinson. He's an outside corner in college. Now we're trying to slide him inside. We need to try to get guys who fit the position that we need instead of trying to just draft them and then change them. Unless they have experience playing at that, like, oh, yeah, this is a guy who's played center, who's played guard and tackle, then okay. But if I've only played this side of the ball or whatever, why are we trying to move him inside? It hasn't worked. We need to stop doing that. So, if we go with Samuel, does that mean one of our guys, Arnett or Mullen, moves inside?
No,
Is Samuel capable of playing? Because I do read a lot about Samuel just being an outside guy.
I've talked to people that feel the opposite. They feel he's a nickel guy. He's a guy that they would rather keep inside. Richie Grant's a guy that would love to play inside. He's made he's made it clear in interviews and on the record and to teams that he prefers to play in the slot. He's got more room to do damage. For me, I think it's a toss between Barrymore. Because I think you can get a stud interior tackle that can help alleviate some of the things. And I'll say Javon Holland, guy. I think my favorite safety in this class, if I'm being brutally honest, is Andre Cisco from Syracuse. If he didn't have an ACL, he may have been the first safety off the board in round 1. You talk about a ball hawk. This guy had 12 picks in his career. He's all over the place. He'll come up and bang you. He's the best player in that Syracuse secondary, probably on that whole defense. And they got a corner, Obi Minifalu's younger brother, that is projected to go in the second, third round. So Andre Cisco's a guy I think would honestly fit a lot better in the Raiders defense than what we're even giving him credit for, based off of the fact that, if you're using Abrams, he's the guy in the box. Cisco's the guy that can play free. Let him go get the ball in the air. An Ed Reed type we patterns this game after. So, guys, I appreciate, long day. Tomorrow's going to be long. Saturday is going to be a marathon. Appreciate everybody joining us. It was good. the drinks get flowing. We have fun. And just so you guys know, if you've never seen me and TQ talk before, that is literally us on a regular with each other. Like that's how we have our conversations. So I know, like I had someone text me like, "Are you guys fighting?" Nah, this is how we talk to each other. So we'll see what happens tomorrow. Big day.
Now we got an inside look of how you guys are.
Yeah.
For real. Well, I think if you watched the show last year, you've seen how we were, because we were same thing. That's a very it is what it is. But anyway, guys, thank everybody for joining us on all the different platforms. We're back at it tomorrow, an hour before the start of round 2. And then about 35 minutes or so after round 3 ends, going into the final day. Hey, this is where guys get made. George Takata, thank you so much for joining me. Hopefully see you tomorrow, bro. I always
thank
enjoy
you.
having your you're, dude, you know, it's all love.
Thank you. I'll try to make it. If not for the whole time, for a little bit of time, because after a day at work like I had today, it was good to get a little release and talk a little football and let the football flow. It was nice. It was a nice change of pace.
Yeah, Gus, man, thank you for directing and everything that you
Gus,
did. You know,
you're the man.
behind the scenes.
George, good to see you again. Good to see you again. It's been a while.
Right on. It was fun. I had a blast. It's going to be a fun day tomorrow. At least we got 3 picks, so we can talk more shit about 3 picks that didn't go well.
Absolutely. JaRon, I know you jumped in a little late. I know you've been coaching. I know you got some stuff going on, but thank you so much for jumping on and getting your thoughts. Kalani, it's great to have you on. Huddle, as usual. Appreciate you. And CJ, we're back at it tomorrow, man. All of us are back at it tomorrow. Let's get it. Let's get after it. All right, guys. Thank you guys for joining us. Have a great one. Talk to you soon tomorrow.
All right. Talk to you guys soon.